Chapter 1389. It has already been half a month, why haven't father and uncle come out yet? Within the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the demon-swallowing demon and the bunch of juniors were all anxious. On the contrary, Li Shu'er and Yu Qingqing were really calm. They all believed in Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei's strength. They could sweep the planar wars, so how could this small demonic plane be the end of their journey? Your Majesty, why don't you go in and take a look? You're so strong. The demon-swallowing demon saw that Li Shu'er and the others didn't say anything, so he could only look at Ice Queen. Ice Queen came out after Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei left. Her face was ice cold, no different from before. Now that the demon-swallowing demon said that, everyone turned to look at her. She coughed awkwardly. Let's wait a little longer. If they still don't come out in 2 days, then I will go in and take a look. The demon-swallowing demon opened his watery eyes and looked at Ice Queen in confusion. Why do we have to wait for 2 days? Auntie Queen, isn't it the same if you go now? Ice Queen's face flushed red. She was actually afraid to see Yi Qinghan, but how could she say that? Just as she was hesitating, her consciousness shook and joy appeared on her face. She stood up and exclaimed, "He is out, the Emperor is out." Yu Qingqing and the others looked out of the demonic plane through the Soul Emperor Pavilion. As expected, they saw a red shadow. Amidst their joy, they exchanged glances with one another. They looked at Ice Queen with complicated expressions and smiled bitterly. Yu Qingqing's strength had reached the peak of Grade 7 War God. The Rain Empress had broken through to the Honorable Realm. Yi Yaorao had the ice body and her cultivation speed was really fast. She had reached the peak of Grade 6 War God. All of them weren't weak, so how observant were they? The impression that Ice Queen gave them was that she was ice cold, like a beautiful ice sculpture. But during this period of time, the weird expression on her face as well as the joy she had when she saw Yi Qinghan couldn't be hidden from them. As women, how could they not see the affection that Ice Queen revealed towards Yi Qinghan? The girls knew Yi Qinghan's character very well. He was soft-hearted and sentimental. If a woman liked him, he wouldn't be able to reject her. Moreover, the Ice Queen was so outstanding. And, in other words, Yi Qinghan couldn't control his second brother. This was Yi Qinghan's weakness, but the women couldn't say anything about it. If Yi Qinghan wasn't passionate? Can everyone sit here now? If Yi Qinghan wasn't so outstanding, would everyone fall in love with him? Outstanding men were like fireflies in the night, incomparably eye-catching. How could they not attract bees and butterflies? Thinking of this, all the women felt a little better. Of course, there was still a sour feeling in their hearts. However, Yi Qinghan had already flown over, so the women could only put away the jealousy in their eyes and smile, welcoming Yi Qinghan. You must be anxious from waiting, right? Yi Qinghan smiled and looked at everyone. When his gaze passed Ice Queen, he paused for a moment before sitting down leisurely. Monster-swallowing monster poured tea for him and said with a face full of hope, "Uncle, how is it? Where is my father?" Yi Qinghan drank a mouthful of tea and said calmly, he is fine. All the demons in the demonic plane have been wiped out. Your father is swallowing the demonic energy within. We will be able to enter soon." Wu, the bunch of them sucked in a deep cold breath, their faces filled with shock. The demon-swallowing monster's cherry mouth opened wide, her eyes were filled with disbelief. A plane, a super plane that was several times larger than the God world, how many living beings were there? There were billions of warriors in the God world, so many that even if they just stood there for you to kill, who knows how long it would take, much less the demon plane. Originally, everyone thought that Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei would enter to kill the peak experts and then let the army enter to slowly clear them out. Who knew that in half a month they had already killed all of them? We didn't kill them, the demons killed themselves. I will explain the specifics in the future. Queen, send a message to Zhui. An hour later, all the armies will enter the demon plane. Prepare to organize an army to clear out all the material planes. Yi Qinghan casually explained and started to give orders. He exchanged glances with Ice Queen and their faces revealed a slight awkwardness. Yu Qingqing and the others exchanged glances with one another and felt a little uncomfortable. As expected, there was something going on between the two of them. Great. I, Yao Yao, am going to lead a group of Yi family troops to conquer the material planes. Yao Yao wants to be a female general. Yao Yao jumped up and cheered. Yi Qinghan's children also revealed expressions of eagerness. Yi Qinghan took in a deep breath and nodded his head. This time, all of you can follow the army. However, you won't be a general, you will be a normal warrior. I won't send an expert to protect all of you, so all of you have to be careful. If you get demonized by the demonic energy, I won't be able to save all of you. Understood, uncle. Yes, father. Yi Qinghan's children nodded their heads, their gazes were firm and passionate. As Yi Qinghan's children, they lived a luxurious life. The resources and treasures that they obtained were something that no young master or mistress could compare to. However, they had never experienced life and death battles. They felt that there was no point in cultivating. If they couldn't enjoy hot-blooded battles, could they still be considered warriors? Qinghan, brother, big brother. Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingyu, and Li Shui saw that Yi Qinghan didn't seem to be joking and became anxious. How could a battle with a demon be a joke? If they were demonized, who could save them? Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said firmly, "No need to say more. I have decided. If they don't experience blood and fire, they will never grow up. The descendants of Yi Qinghan can't even kill some insignificant low-level demons? Won't people laugh their heads off if this gets out?" An hour later, the Soul Emperor Pavilion and the Beast God Hall slowly approached the demonic plane. As they approached the demonic plane, the Soul Emperor Pavilion stopped flying. The Beast God Hall flashed with light as groups of Divine Realm warriors were teleported out. Then, these warriors flew into the demonic plane from the nearby weak points in the space. Whoosh! There were only a few near the weak points in the space, so the army's speed was very slow. In the distance, a spatial blade current whizzed over. Zhu Yi quickly put the army that hadn't entered into the Beast God Hall. When the spatial blade current passed, they continued to teleport out and entered the demonic plane in an orderly manner. The Beast God Hall couldn't rotate, so they couldn't directly enter the demonic plane. After a few hours, the millions of Divine Realm warriors in the Beast God Hall finally entered the demonic plane. Zhu Yi flashed out, put away the Beast God Hall, and teleported into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Under the control of Yi Qingyu, the Soul Emperor Pavilion began to rotate wildly, piercing into the demonic plane from the weak points in the space, and finally landing outside the main city of Auguland in the north. Wow! This is the demonic plane? It's really big. Our Divine Realm has finally conquered the demonic plane. This Miss Yao Yao will be recorded in the history books and leave my name in the annals. As soon as the Demon Devourer came out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he immediately shouted and pulled Yi Zishi and Yi Qingyu to fly around, looking around. The 10 million Divine Realm army warriors didn't move. They just stood silently in the air above Auguland, looking at the desolate ancient demonic plane. Countless people had tears streaming down their faces as they witnessed this historic moment. How many years had it been? The Divine Realm army had finally set foot on the territory of a different plane. And it was the demonic plane that had invaded the Divine Realm for millions of years. Chapter 1390. The warriors of the Divine Realm are to be divided into 1,000 legions. The 1 million Yi family army is to be divided into 1,000 squads. Every single one of them is to enter the material plane through the transportation formations. Kill all the demonic creatures you encounter and disperse the demonic aura by force. Yi Qinghan's orders were passed down one by one. The map of the demonic plane in his hands had already been drawn by Lei Zhen. It was divided into 1,000 parts and each material plane was marked out. As for what kind of material planes the 1,000 legions would occupy, the mobilization of the legions and countless other trivial matters, Yi Qinghan did not care. He left them all to Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi and Lei Zhen had studied for a long time. Over the years they already had a plan in mind. They immediately divided the 1 million Yi family army into 1,000 squads and placed them in the 1,000 legions as the commanders. 1,000 legions began to be transported to the material planes from the transportation formations on the various continents in an orderly manner. The purge of the demonic plane had begun. Years ago, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He had swept through hundreds of material planes. They were well aware that there were not many experts in the material planes. The strongest material planes only had a few Azuras, comparable to the 5th and 6th grade war gods of the Divine Realm. The commanders of the 1,000 legions in the Divine Realm were all peak 7th grade war gods or venerables. The lowest among the Yi family army was a 6th grade war god. In other words, within these 1,000 legions, there were at least 1,000 6th grade war gods. Such a powerful force was enough to easily sweep through the material planes. The Demon Devourer demons, Yi Zishi, and the others were all arranged in the legions according to Yi Qinghan's instructions. However, Zhu Yi secretly made some arrangements. She arranged for Yi Qinghan's children and the Demon Devourer demons to be in one legion. The commander of that legion was a venerable. There were 10 peak 7th grade war gods and dozens of 7th grade war gods. Although Yu Qingqing and Li Shui didn't come to find Zhu Yi didn't want these golden branches and jade leaves to suffer any harm. Otherwise, even if Yi Qinghan didn't blame her, his women's white jades were enough to kill her instantly, Yi Qinghan and the others stayed in the Soul Emperor Pavilion and waited for the reports of success. Monarch Wind Moon led a group of array formation masters and began constructing the transmission array. This teleportation array needed to be directly connected to the teleportation array in the God World's Flame Dragon City. With such a long distance, it could be said to be a super huge teleportation array. Fortunately, in ancient times, the God Realm had conquered countless large planes, and they had left behind experience in building super long-distance teleportation arrays. Wind Moon Monarch and a few formation masters had researched for a long time and had an 80% chance of success. Qingqing, if you want to tour the demon realm, you can walk around. There are no living creatures in the demon realm, and all the demonic aura has been devoured by Xiaohe. This demon realm is incomparably safe, and there are some good scenic spots. Yi Qinghan sat in the Soul Emperor Pavilion and smiled as he spoke to Yu Qingqing and the others. Yu Qingqing and the others came here to have fun. Instead of staying in the Soul Emperor Pavilion all day, they might as well stay in the God Realm. Alright, let's all go out for a walk. If there's anything, we will send a message to you. Yu Qingqing and the others looked at each other and were delighted. They all stood up and rushed outside as if they were afraid that Yi Qinghan would go back on his words. Li Shui'er saw Xiaohe sloppily sitting beside Yi Qinghan, leisurely nibbling on a spirit fruit. She gave him a look and said, "Xiaohe, let's go. Accompany us to play." "What's so fun about it? You guys go and play." Xiaohe shook his head. He had already explored the entire demon realm. Although there were a few places with good scenery, there were no beauties. He didn't want to accompany them to wander around. "Are you coming?" Li Shui'er was annoyed when she heard that. Her eyes bulged and she said viciously. Once Li Shui'er flew into a rage, Little Black immediately withered. He smiled flatteringly and grabbed a few fruits before following her. Yi Qinghan obviously knew what she was thinking about and what she was planning. They were definitely worried about the demon-swallowing demon and the others, so they ran to the material plane to protect them. With Xiaohe around, who could harm those kids? Kiki them? Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and glanced at Ice Queen, who was the only one sitting in the hall. He noticed that she was looking over, so he retracted his gaze. He picked up his tea and acted like he was in deep thought. While Yu Qingqing and the others were planning, wasn't Yi Qinghan also planning his own? He had always wanted to explain to Ice Queen about the misunderstanding that day and apologize. With Yu Qingqing and the others here, he wouldn't be able to do many things. Emperor Bing Mayor will take her leave first. Ice Queen's face was ice cold. She looked at Yi Qinghan and then shifted her gaze. She took in a deep breath and felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. After bowing, she turned around and left. Just as Yi Qinghan was thinking about what to say, he noticed that Ice Queen had already disappeared from the hall. He placed down his hand that was in midair. He said half a sentence before shutting his mouth in depression. "Should I go and explain to her? Damn this. What kind of nonsense is this?" Yi Qinghan stood up and paced around the hall. He started to worry. It was hard for him to find a chance, but he didn't grasp it. In the future, when Yu Qingqing and the others returned, how would he have a chance to find Ice Queen alone? "Yi Qinghan, you bastard, you bastard." In the West Wind Hall beside West Liang Hall, Ice Queen's face was red as she scolded viciously. She wasn't a fool, and of course she sensed the weird gazes from Yu Qingqing and the others. Along with her guilty conscience, she didn't dare to face them and felt really ashamed. Yi Qinghan brought people. Zhu Yi was in charge of the army while Wind Moon Monarch was in charge of building the teleportation formation. Only she didn't do anything at all. It was like she was here to play with her wives. This made her feel more awkward and even more suspicious. She felt like everyone was looking at her with weird gazes. She felt really wronged and furious. However, she had no place to vent it and could only suppress it. Originally, she had an indescribable feeling towards Yi Qinghan, which made her heart even more flustered. Sha sha sha. Footsteps spread from outside the hall. Ice Queen's expression changed. Her face was as cold as ice, but a look of joy flashed in her eyes. She didn't need to check to know who it was. Such heavy footsteps, apart from Yi Qinghan, who was embarrassed to enter. Who else could it be? Yi Qinghan walked in sneakily. He saw Ice Queen sitting there and not even looking at him. He scratched his head and rubbed his hands. "Hee, Your Majesty, how are you? Why is your face so dark? Are you in a bad mood? Did that bastard bully you? Tell me, I will help you vent your anger." A smile flashed in Ice Queen's eyes, but she suppressed it. Her face was still cold and she didn't bother about Yi Qinghan. God damn it. Yi Qinghan's observation skills were really good. Looking at the smile that flashed in Ice Queen's eyes, he knew that there was a chance. His face sunk and he smacked the table. He said in rage, "Did Wind Moon Monarch that bastard offend you? I will capture him and beat him up to help you vent your anger. Still not satisfied? Why don't I castrate him?" Pucci. Ice Queen couldn't take it anymore and burst out laughing. She glanced at Yi Qinghan. Her brows were filled with charm. Her full breast shook because of her laughter. She was so beautiful that Yi Qinghan was stunned. Ice Queen looked at Yi Qinghan's burning gaze that was staring at her breasts. Her embarrassment turned into rage. She stared and turned around. She said viciously, "It wasn't Wind Moon Monarch, it was a bastard called Yi Qinghan. Please help me castrate him." Chapter 1391. When he heard Ice Queen's words, Yi Qinghan felt a chill down his spine. He thought to himself, the ancients said that a woman's heart was the most vicious. As expected, it was true. His eyes turned and he relaxed a lot. Since Ice Queen could make such a dirty joke, it meant that she wasn't angry at him. The atmosphere wasn't so awkward anymore and instead became really charming. A smile flashed in his eyes. His face tensed up and he nodded his head. He said solemnly, "Yi Qinghan? This name is a little familiar, but I remember that he is tall, handsome, casual, and has a good personality. Queen, are you sure it is him?" "Pui. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen someone like you." Ice Queen burst out laughing once more. She laughed so hard that her body trembled. Her eyes were filled with charm. Yi Qinghan was dazzled by her beauty. He thought to himself that the name Icy Beauty was indeed not wrong. She was originally like an iceberg, but when she suddenly revealed her charm, it was actually so soul-stirring, causing one's soul to be engulfed in ecstasy. Idiot! When the Ice Queen saw Yi Qinghan's eyes staring straight at her, she felt a wave of joy in her heart and a wave of shyness. She sighed softly, her eyes were like spring, causing one's heart to flutter. Her expression was like that of a young lady, along with her beautiful face, caused Yi Qinghan's eyes to stare straight at her. Yi Qinghan stared for a while, making Ice Queen feel really uncomfortable. Seeing that her embarrassment turned into rage, he retracted his gaze and took in a deep breath. He scratched his head and said, "Queen, I came here today to apologize to you. I didn't mean to disrespect you. Last time and the time before that were all a misunderstanding. It's not like you don't know the situation at that time. It was purely a coincidence. It was a perfect time and place. No. Lightning from the heavens and fire from the earth, that's not right. How do you say that? Right. It's dry wood and blazing fire. Pui? That's not right." When Ice Queen heard that Yi Qinghan specially came to apologize, she was delighted. But when she heard that, she felt that something wasn't right. In the end, black lines appeared on her forehead and her face turned green and white. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She glanced at Yi Qinghan and saw a flash of a smile in his eyes. She immediately came to her senses. Yi Qinghan wasn't apologizing. He was obviously teasing her. She immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. She waved her small fists and pounded on Yi Qinghan's chest. She did not hold back and pounded on his chest, viciously releasing all the grievances she had suffered in the past few days. Stop hitting me. Ugh, my bones are broken." Yi Qinghan didn't retaliate. He acted like he was going to fall to the ground. Ice Queen was chasing him and fell onto his body. She didn't care and continued to beat him until Yi Qinghan's face was filled with pain. His chest caved in like his ribs were really broken by her. Emperor, are you okay? Mayor didn't do it on purpose. I didn't use so much strength. What happened to your chest? What? Scoff. Emperor, you lied to me again. I hate you to death. Ice Queen was moved. When she saw the huge hole in Yi Qinghan's chest, she was frightened and panicked. She didn't notice that half of her body was leaning on Yi Qinghan's body. At this moment she thought about it and understood. She didn't even use god power, so how could she break Yi Qinghan's bones? Moreover, Yi Qinghan had the soul ring protecting him, so what injuries couldn't he recover from? Yi Qinghan hugged Ice Queen and felt her snow-like skin. He felt good from head to toe. How could he not see that Ice Queen had feelings for him? He had seen her naked and touched her, so he had to take responsibility, right? As a man he had to take responsibility, right? Yi Qinghan always told himself that a man could be bad, but he couldn't be bad. He had to take responsibility. When he had to attack, he definitely wouldn't hold back. Although he was grabbing a warm and fragrant jade. "Let me go, Yi Qinghan, let me go, you bad guy." Ice Queen tried her best to struggle, but she was unable to break free from Yi Qinghan's clutches. Her face was red. Because she struggled, her hair was messy and her clothes were messy, making her look even more alluring. No, I won't let go. May just submit to this great empress. I will treat you sincerely. I have liked you for a long time. You know that I am a reserved person and not good at expressing myself. I don't like to take the initiative. When Yi Qinghan heard that, he felt that there was hope. The more a woman was like that, the happier she would be. Wasn't Yi Qinghu like that in the past? No. Don't want to stop? Thus Yi Qinghan didn't stop. He hugged Ice Queen tightly, one hand covering her full butt and the other pressing the back of her head. He raised his head and kissed her. Ice Queen's mind went blank once more. She used her hands and tools to solve problems, so she had no resistance against such methods from men. She was called Bing Mei. Her personality was as passionate as fire. Once she got emotional, she would go crazy. However, she was born on the island of ice and snow and had cultivated the secret ice and snow techniques. Coupled with her high status, no one had ever dared to blaspheme her. Now that she had met Yi Qinghan's nemesis, she had no other choice but to succumb. Yi Qinghan didn't have time to care about the Ice Queen's thoughts. He was currently using his undressing ability to strip himself and the Ice Queen naked. 3 seconds. It was hard to imagine that a person laying on the ground with a girl on top of him used just 3 seconds to strip the two of them naked. If this ability was spread out, the entire God world and Pan world would be shocked. Ice Queen's body went soft from Yi Qinghan's wild kiss. She had no strength at all and her mind was in a mess. She didn't know that she had turned into a naked little lamb and was being carried by Yi Qinghan towards the bed. Her snow-like skin felt cold in his hands. It felt like he was touching a piece of white jade. His entire body felt cold. Especially the two giant white jade pieces, which made Yi Qinghan love them so much that he couldn't put them down. Woo! Ice Queen felt like her body was being filled up by a scalding object. She felt really comfortable. Compared to when she used her hands and tools. Who knew how much more comfortable it was? She instinctively wanted to be reserved and resist, but when the words reached her mouth, they turned into alluring moans. Ice and fire started to mix and soar up to the 9 heavens. Ice and fire 9 heavens. At this moment, everything was going according to plan. Dry wood burned like fire, lightning from the heavens stirred up the flames from the earth. Once it started, it couldn't be stopped. 2 hungry man and woman, a crazed lamb and a ravenous wolf, launched an incomparably savage battle of life and death in the West Wind Pavilion. The battlefield changed from the bed to the table to the ground and then to the window. Smoke spread in the air and thunder rumbled. Occasionally there were cries of pain, roars of rage and grunts of pain. It made one's blood boil and they couldn't control themselves. A long time passed. The wind and rain stopped, and the West Wind Pavilion finally regained its peace. A man and a woman were lying in each other's arms. From inside, an extremely cliché dialogue began to spread out. It was a dialogue that would occur when a man and a woman crossed that line. Emperor, will you love Mayer forever? Of course. Emperor, will you treat Mayer well forever? Of course. Emperor, you are so nice. Of course. Emperor, why do you keep saying these 2 words? Of course. No. Chapter 1392. Emperor, are you there? In the West Wind Great Palace, a tender and pleasant voice sounded. The Seoul Emperor Pavilion was placed outside of Aogu City, and the transmission gate was wide open. Outsiders could enter and exit at will, but there was a small team of experts guarding outside and ordinary people could not enter. Yi Qinghan was in the West Wind Hall and was prepared to continue with Ice Queen. During this half a month, the two of them had enjoyed doing this. They were shocked by the familiar voice. Their spiritual senses sensed that the restrictions in the hall were opened and the voice came from a voice transmission mechanism. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly put on their clothes. When Ice Queen heard Zhu Yi's voice, how would she dare to meet her? Yi Qinghan dressed himself neatly and walked out in high spirits. He walked out and pressed the mechanism to close the door. He said calmly, "Let's go, let's talk in the main hall." Zhu Yi was as intelligent as a demon. Her beautiful eyes spun a few times and she nodded her head. However, the smile on her face made her look like a cunning fox. When they walked into the main hall, Yi Qinghan sat down on the main seat. He drank some tea and said calmly, "Yi, what is the matter? Why are you so surprised?" Zhu Yi smiled mischievously. "He Emperor Yi is guilty. I didn't spoil your plans, right? Did you succeed?" Yi Qinghan's face turned red from Zhu Yi's stare and he raged, "If you have something to say, just say it. Are you itching for a beating? If you don't do it for 3 days, are you going to go to the roof?" "Kiki. If Emperor wants to beat me, I will be happy." Zhu Yi winked at him and teased him again. Then she said, "Great Emperor, Could it be that the experts of the Fiend domain sent a message to inform you? Or is there another reason? Just now, the teleportation formations and countless material planes that were connected to this place were all destroyed. 1,000 armies have only wiped out 3 to 4 rounds. They only cleared out thousands of evil demon beings and now most of them can't be teleported. There is such a thing? Let's go take a look. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows, then immediately stood up and walked out. Zhu Yi hurriedly followed. Greetings, Emperor. Yi Qinghan first went to Ogulu City. Ogulu Continent had hundreds of thousands of subsidiary planes, and Ogulu North City had a spacious area with hundreds of thousands of small teleportation portals. At this moment, there were more than 100 legions of 10,000 people standing in the square in a daze. Yi Qinghan scanned the area and saw that countless teleportation arrays had dimmed. This was a sign that the other end of the teleportation array had been destroyed. At this moment, the few remaining teleportation arrays slowly dimmed. Emperor, do you want to send people to occupy the material planes that haven't been destroyed? Zhu Yi's eyes turned as she asked. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment before waving his hand and said, no need. If they happen to be teleporting and the other party happened to destroy the teleportation formation, these 10,000 people would be torn into a spatial crack. With their strength, how could they escape? Send the message, all legions stop conquering the material planes and wait for orders. Zhu Yi immediately summoned the messenger soldier next to her and sent a message to the 18 continents. Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine sense, paused for a moment and said, let the army rest where they are. I'll go ask Lord Wind Moon first. Yi Qinghan teleported away and went to the central continent's main city. Lord Wind Moon was leading a team of spell masters to set up a super teleportation array. Greetings, Emperor. Lord Wind Moon and the others immediately stopped what they were doing and saluted when they saw Yi Qinghan coming. Yi Qinghan asked directly, the demon material plane's teleportation array has been destroyed, and the army can't teleport there. Is there any way? This. Lord Wind Moon and the spell masters looked at each other and shook their heads. Emperor, the material plane's teleportation array is only connected to one side. If one side is destroyed, it's useless. There's no other way. If we want to go to the material planes, we can only go through the endless void. Yi Qinghan felt a headache. They had only fought for half a month now and they had only attacked 3 or 4 times. That meant they had only destroyed a few thousand planes. There were at least 1 million material planes in the demon plane. If they wanted to go through the endless void, they would have to rely on Soul Emperor Pavilion and Beast God Palace. How long would that take? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment before his eyes brightened. He said, go through the endless void? Wind Moon Monarch, do you have a way to make some flying tools? For example, the flying phoenix you made before. It doesn't need to be fast or have strong defenses. It just needs to be able to resist the spatial blade current and carry people. Of course, it has to be easy to make. Otherwise, with just Soul Emperor Pavilion and Beast God Palace, how long would it take to conquer the demon plane? It doesn't need to be fast or have strong defenses. It just needs to be able to resist the spatial blade current and carry people? Wind Moon Monarch pondered for a moment before saying, this is easy, but I don't have that many materials. If Emperor can give me enough materials and bring my disciples here, I can make it. Materials? Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, the materials are easy. You first build this transmission array with all your strength. Once it is done, I will return to the God Realm and bring you a large amount of materials from Flame Dragon City. Then I will bring your disciples here. After discussing some details, Yi Qinghan teleported back to Aogu City. He discovered that Yu Qingqing and the others had returned to Soul Emperor Pavilion because Yi Qinghan ordered them to stop fighting. A group of children were excitedly discussing the battle with the demons. Uncle. Father. Once Yi Qinghan returned, a group of people immediately surrounded him in joy. Demon Devourer shook Yi Qinghan's arm and said, Uncle, why did you stop fighting? Yao Yao still hasn't killed enough demons. Uncle, you don't know how powerful Yao Yao is. Those demon creatures look so fierce and powerful. But with a casual attack from Yao Yao, they turned into powder. Don't worry, there are some problems. After a while you can continue fighting. Yi Qinghan rubbed Yao Yao's head and walked in to talk to everyone about what had happened. Xiaohei raised his eyebrows and said, Boss, won't that take a long time? Even if Monarch Wine Moon creates a large number of flying machines, there are so many demonic planes. I'm afraid it will take tens of thousands of years to exterminate them all. Who cares if it takes tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years? Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said, when everything here is stabilized, I will transfer a few ninth-grade war gods over. When that time comes, we will return to the god realm and let the army slowly fight. In any case, there are no more experts in the demonic plane. Destruction is only a matter of time. While everyone was chatting, Zhu Yi returned again. She discussed with Yi Qinghan for a while and decided to take advantage of the time Monarch Wind Moon was building the super transmission array. They would gather an army of 10 million to overthrow and rebuild all the cities in the demon realm. They would also plant the flowers, trees and seeds from the god realm that the Soul Emperor Pavilion had brought. Once the transmission array was built, they would begin migrating over and completely turn the demon realm into a second god realm. The buildings in the demon realm were incomparably tall and their architectural style was not suitable for humans to live in. There were no green plants in the demon realm. All of them were pitch-black trees. The army of 10 million moved together and demolished all the cities in the demon realm. They built cities in the style of the god realm. Countless grass seeds were scattered, and the demon realm became verdant and full of vitality. It was estimated that it would not be long before the demon world completely changed, becoming a paradise for humans several times larger than the divine world. Chapter 1393. The teleportation formation is completed? Let's go take a look. A year and a half later, Wind Moon Monarch sent a message that the teleportation formation was completed. Yi Qinghan immediately brought a bunch of people out of Soul Emperor Pavilion. The continent in the center of the demon plane was already named Frost Knight Continent. The original city was torn down and a majestic Frost Knight city was built. That giant teleportation formation was on the square of Frost Knight City. Uncle, father, mother, aunties, you are all here. Look, the teleportation formation is completed. We can return to God World and Demon World. Yao Yao and Xiao Hei's personalities were the same. She was someone who couldn't stay still. She snuck out from Soul Emperor Pavilion long ago and came to this newly built Frost Knight City to play. Wind Moon Monarch, how is the situation? Yi Qinghan rubbed Yao Yao's head and turned to Wind Moon Monarch. Wind Moon Monarch's face was filled with pride. After all, this was the first time in millions of years that a super teleportation formation was built. Moreover, it was built by him. He said emotionally, Emperor, I have tested it many times and there are no problems at all. However, each teleportation consumes large amounts of energy. Each teleportation will take at least a month to recover. So long? Yi Qinghan frowned and asked, is there no way to shorten the time? No, for such a huge teleportation formation, 1 month is already considered very short. Wind Moon Monarch shook his head. However, in the future we can build a transfer formation between the two planes. We can build a few more in the material planes and desolate areas to shorten the distance. Then we will be able to teleport continuously. This super teleportation formation should be used as an emergency teleportation? Like large amounts of immigrants, we can use the transfer formation to teleport over. I will teleport back first. Xiao Hei, you stay here. All of you stay here. Wind Moon Monarch and I will teleport back. Yi Qinghan instructed and Ice Queen's voice spread into his ears. Emperor, I will follow you back. What? Don't you get along well with Qingqing and the others? Yi Qinghan sent a weird voice transmission over. During this year, although he didn't expose the matter between him and the Ice Queen, Yi Qinghan was shocked. However, Yu Qingqing and the others were well aware of their relationship. Yi Qinghan would go to the Ice Queen to discuss matters whenever he had nothing to do. Even the most innocent Yi Qingyu Pandora could see that something was wrong with the two of them. Everyone treated the Ice Queen more warmly. Since Yi Qinghan had accepted it, there was nothing they could do about it. Who asked Yi Qinghan to always be unable to control his fellow? Could it be that he was chained up? Ice Queen immediately transmitted her voice. No, Qingqing and the others treat me really well. However, I am cold and afraid that they will misunderstand that I am treating them coldly. I'd better go back to the Ice and Snow Island. As long as you have time, come and see me. All right, let's go together. Yi Qinghan nodded his head. He brought the Ice Queen and Wind Moon Monarch into the teleportation formation. God power shot out from Wind Moon Monarch's hand and into the formation. A light surged into the sky, so blinding that no one in Cold Night City could open their eyes. The light shone for almost an hour before the three figures inside disappeared into the teleportation array. The light gradually faded and the teleportation array became dim. Damn, this teleportation array is making me dizzy. A white light shone in front of Yi Qinghan's eyes like he was being sucked in by a black hole. He felt really dizzy. Who knew how long passed before the white light disappeared? Welcome back, Emperor. Greetings to the two monarchs. The teleportation formation that connected to the demonic plane was built long ago. It was outside of Flame Dragon Saint City and the teleportation formation was protected by the army. The light shone for a long time and it shocked the people in the city as well as all the experts in the god world. Many people knelt down outside the teleportation formation. Their faces were filled with joy and their eyes were filled with excitement. The fact that Yi Qinghan was able to teleport back meant that the demonic plane had been taken down. Little Han, did you succeed? Although Lei Zhen had guessed the result, he still couldn't help but ask. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod his head, he revealed a gratified smile. Although the main force of this battle was Yi Qinghan and the others, Lei Zhen had put in a lot of effort and he was filled with anticipation. Emperor is so strong, Emperor Xiaohe is so strong, monarchs are so strong. Numerous martial artists cheered at the same time. Their faces were red and they were filled with joy. There were even more martial artists who had tears streaming down their faces. How glorious was the god world in the past. The number one plane of Pangaea, it ruled dozens of planes and shook the entire Pangaea. But, after the 10 ancient gods were wiped out, the god world couldn't recover. If not for Battle Emperor, the god world would have fallen long ago. But the god world suffered from the invasion of the demonic plane for millions of years. How many people turned into demons? How many beasts rebelled and demons descended? How many martial artists were killed? The people of the god world were afraid that one day, the god world would become a paradise for demons. Everyone would be demonized and the god world would become history. However, tens of thousands of years ago, a green-robed young man from the Fire Dragon continent came to the god world and everything changed. The young man brought a very strange beast with him and did not yield to fate. He fought his way to the top and became the emperor of the god world. He saved the god world from the threat of the demonic plane. Now he led the martial artists of the god world to conquer other planes and returned with glory. The name of Emperor Han Yi once again resounded in the god world. Under Lei Zhen's command, the god world started to get busy. Countless materials for the construction of the Flying Phoenix were collected. Countless families started to gather in the Holy City, requesting to migrate to the demonic plane and help the god world suppress the demonic plane forever. Of course, Lei Zhen wasn't a fool. How could he believe the high-sounding words of these families? The demonic plane was so big but now it was empty. The first batch of families to go there would receive a lot of resources and privileges. Maybe after a few million years the demonic plane would become strong enough to challenge the god world. Therefore the warriors that Lei Zhen chose did not belong to the big families. They were all from small families and low-level warriors. Of course, he also chose many races that had fast reproduction so that they could quickly spread their branches and prosper. Yi Qinghan didn't care about these trivial matters. In his opinion, he and Xiaohe were so strong that as long as Pan Xing didn't act against him, his lifespan was almost limitless. In front of his and Xiaohe's strength, all plots and schemes were useless. They could be suppressed with a flip of their hands. However, in order to be conservative, the Yi family, Li family, Lei family, Rain Butterfly family, Ice Snow family and other families that had relations with Yi Qinghan all chose some of their disciples to go there. If they were attacked, they wouldn't be completely annihilated. 3 months later, Yi Qinghan brought countless materials, Wind Moon Sovereign, his dozens of disciples, and tens of thousands of the first batch of immigrants to the demonic plane. They stepped into the transmission array and were sent to the demonic plane. After arriving at the demonic plane, Wind Moon Sovereign immediately brought a group of disciples and got busy building large flying phoenixes. Although they were bigger, their speed and defense were far inferior. They only had one advantage: they were easy to build. With a huge amount of materials and enough manpower, the first flying phoenix was completed half a month later. With the template, the construction speed became faster and faster. They began to mass-produce them. A year later, the first batch of 100 flying phoenixes brought 1,000,000 god world martial artists to the endless void. They flew to the countless material planes outside the demonic plane and began their journey to occupy the demonic plane. Chapter 1394. As I guessed, even without Yao Ji's help to enter the 5th level of soul quietude, I can still easily comprehend the profound mysteries. How many years has it been? Only 20 or 30,000 years. I comprehended the ultimate profound of the earth element. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are the basic elements that make up the world. The cold realm itself contains these 5 elemental laws. In truth, I didn't comprehend them myself, but the cold realm. I was just flipping through a book and refining a divine crystal. In the demon world's Frost Night City, there was also a rooftop. There was also a rack of grapes on the rooftop. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged under the rack of grapes, muttering to himself. 28,000 years might be an unreachable amount of time for mortals, but for a deity-rank powerhouse, it was just the blink of an eye. The immortal world's army was still clearing material planes. Yi Qinghan was overseeing the demon world, while Xiaohe was accompanying a group of juniors to train. However, Xiaohe, Li Shuai and Yi Qingwu were all in hiding. They wouldn't appear until the most dangerous moment. Yi Qinghan had been in seclusion for 28,000 years. When he came out, he had comprehended the ultimate profound of the law of earth. The ultimate profound was no ordinary profound. In order to comprehend the ultimate profound, one had to comprehend all 6 high-rank profound mysteries of the earth element. Only then could they attack the ultimate profound. Therefore, in these 28,000 years, Yi Qinghan had not only comprehended one ultimate profound, but also 6 high-rank profound mysteries. This speed of comprehension was absolutely shocking if it was spread out. Moreover, it was a powerhouse above level 9 like him. Yi Qinghan didn't have the slightest hint of arrogance, because this wasn't something he had comprehended at all. It was equivalent to him flipping through a book, even though the cold realm was also his. His divine sense swept through the great emperor's residence. He found that only Yu Qingqing and Yi Yaorao were in seclusion. Other than Zhu Yi, who was still handling military affairs, the others weren't here. They were probably accompanying the children to conquer material planes. Yi Qinghan stood up and moved around a bit. He found that his body was a bit rusty, so he didn't teleport anymore. Instead, he strode into the mansion. Yu Qingqing and Yi Yaorao were in seclusion, so Yi Qinghan did not disturb them. He walked straight into Zhu Yi's side hall. "Great Emperor, you're out of seclusion?" "Yi, I've been in seclusion for so long this time. I miss Yi to death." Before they even entered the side hall, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Zhu Yi's hands were wrapped around Yi Qinghan's neck, and a pair of sturdy thighs directly clamped onto his waist. Her face was full of joy. Yi Qinghan patted Zhu Yi's perky buttocks and hugged her to sit on the lion chair. He gave her a lingering wet kiss and said with a smile, "Hi Yi, you've worked hard during this period." "Not at all. Yi is very happy to be able to work for the great emperor." Zhu Yi's face was filled with a sweet smile, as if she was a young girl who had just experienced love for the first time. "Little vixen." Yi Qinghan stroked Zhu Yi's beautiful hair, his eyes full of love. He pondered for a moment and then asked, "How is the conquest of the material planes going?" Zhu Yi jumped down and poured a cup of tea for Yi Qinghan. Then she said, "It's going well. The nearby planes have all been eliminated and there isn't much resistance. Now we're clearing out the planes that are further away. The journey is long and the flying birds are slow, so we can only clear them slowly. But, recently a strange matter came back." "What strange matter?" Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and asked. The material planes were filled with weaklings. What kind of accident could happen? Zhu Yi furrowed her brows and said, "A month and a half ago, a legion in the west suddenly crushed an emergency jade talisman. At that time, Lord Xiaohei's legion had just returned, so I sent Xiaohei to take a look. There has been no news yet. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's restrictions can send messages back, but there has been no news yet. Great Emperor Yi is a little worried." "Crushed an emergency jade talisman?" Yi Qinghan's expression turned solemn. The distance in the endless void was too far. Without the cooperation of a powerful restriction, there was no way to send a message back. Every legion could only carry an emergency jade talisman. If something happened, they could crush the jade talisman to send a warning. What powerhouses could there be in the material planes? Could there be a fish that slipped through the net, a rank 9? However, since Xiaohei had brought people there, Yi Qinghan was relieved. In this plate realm, besides the God Emperor and Supreme, no one could hurt him. Unless it was a super terrifying array like the one in the demon world. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was fast, and there was a powerful restriction inside that could send messages over super long distances. It wouldn't be long before news came back. "Don't worry. Xiaohei can handle it." Yi Qinghan held Zhu Yi's soft and smooth hand and let her sit on his thigh. His hands and feet became naughty again, reaching into Zhu Yi's robe and enjoying the pair of warm and fragrant jades. Heavenly Emperor, Zhu Yi was the most wanton. She was aroused by Yi Qinghan's casual touch. Her eyes were like silk, her breath was heavy and her hair was messy. She was like a seductive night cat. "Hee, you're wet so quickly. You're a vixen indeed." Yi Qinghan grinned. He was very clear about Zhu Yi's excitement. He deliberately teased her, but he did not move. He admired Zhu Yi's aroused look, extremely satisfied. Buzz? Zhu Yi's body had already turned into a pile of mush. Yi Qinghan was also aroused. He was about to draw his sword and kill Zhu Yi. The communication jade talisman on Zhu Yi suddenly vibrated. "Heavenly Emperor, it's a message from Xiaohei." Although Zhu Yi did not want to check the communication jade talisman, she knew that this communication jade talisman could not be sent by ordinary people. She could only struggle to get up. She did not tidy up her messy clothes, revealing her white flesh. She took off the talisman and scanned it with her divine sense. Her face immediately darkened. She exclaimed, "Heavenly Emperor Xiaohe said that they are fighting with powerhouses from other planes. A different plane legion is attacking the material plane of the demon realm. Our legion was destroyed by them. He sent a message asking for your opinion." Powerhouses from other planes? How can there be powerhouses from other planes? Yi Qinghan withdrew his hand in surprise. He asked doubtfully, how can other planes attack the demon realm? Aren't they afraid of the God Emperor punishing them? Also, is it an army from another plane? Zhu Yi pondered for a moment. She scanned the message again and said, "This is a Fey plane. They cultivate the elemental law of wind. They are in the west of the demon realm. I'm not sure about their overall strength. As for why they attack the demon realm, I don't think it's against the rules. Otherwise they would not be so bold. The God Emperor will kill people. I guess they also participated in the last planar war and won. They also chose the demon realm as the plane to attack. It's not like there hasn't been two planes attacking one plane in history." "There's such a thing?" Yi Qinghan was amused. He said with a smile, "Then can we attack the Fey plane? If we can, I will take people to occupy that plane." "Of course not," Zhu Yi said with certainty. "It's fine if we fight with them in the demon realm. It's also fine if we go to their plane to kill some people. But if we dare to occupy their plane and the God Emperor finds out, the divine realm will be finished." Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He grinned and said, "If that's the case, send a message to Xiaohe and tell him to beat them up. Those who don't obey, kill them all. I'll go there right now. They dare to fight with me for territory? Aren't they courting death?" Chapter 1395. Yi Qinghan did not know how to control the beast god Hall, so Zhu Yi could only put aside the matter at hand. He called Monarch Wind Moon over and had her guard over Frost Night City. He also ordered her to postpone the invasion of the material planes and send out countless flying phoenixes to patrol the Devil Realm. Defense was the main priority. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi flew out of the endless void through the weak point of the space. Zhu Yi took out the Beast God Palace, which turned into a meteor and flew towards the west. Although there were many material planes in the demon realm, and many places were very far away, Zhu Yi flew the Beast God Temple with all her might, so it wasn't too far away. In just half a month they arrived near the plane Xiaohe sent messages to. "I didn't see them?" "Yi, take a look around and send a message to ask." Yi Qinghan spread out his divine sense to the limit, searching the void for millions of miles around him, but he didn't find anything. After flying around for a while, Zhang Xian still didn't find anything. Instead, he continued flying west for millions of li and a message came in. "Great Emperor, they are in the Dark Night Plane. It's a mid-grade existential plane in the northwest." Zhu Yi immediately exclaimed, "Go!" Yi Qinghan shouted in a deep voice. The Beast God Palace made a beautiful arc and flew towards the northwest. The Dark Night Plane was the only mid-level plane in the west of the Demon Realm. The Fiend Realm was several times larger than the Divine Realm, and there were 7 or 8 mid-grade existential planes similar to the Secret Realm of Reincarnation. At this moment, the Night Plane was in a stalemate. The two armies glared at each other, not daring to make a move. The leader of the group was a handsome young man. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and he carried a 2-meter-long sword on his back. His aura was terrifying and his face was filled with killing intent. Behind him were all black armored martial artists. There were tens of thousands of them and they were all brimming with killing intent. However, they stood behind the white-robed young man in an orderly manner. They didn't make a move, or rather, they didn't dare to make a move. Their opponents were all members of the Fey race, and there were more than 100,000 of them. At the very front was a man and a woman, and looking at their auras, they were actually at the 9th grade supreme level. The Fey clansmen, whether they were men or women, were all exceptionally beautiful. Their figures were well proportioned, and they had a pair of wings on their backs. They were like fairies that walked out of the jungle. However, the wings were black and looked somewhat evil. Release Yao Yao Yi Zishi and the Immortal Realm's martial artists. Otherwise, this great emperor will make your fairy realm completely annihilated. Xiaohe's expression was very cold. He had never been so angry before. He had just received the message from Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi, which made him even more furious. He didn't care about the Fey invading the demon world at all. He thought that with his own strength, no matter how many Fey came, they would all die. They encountered several Fey legions and were easily swept away by him. It was just that, when they were fighting in a material plane, the demon devourer demon and Yi Zishi wanted to follow an army into battle, but he didn't mind. As before, he led his men to stand guard outside the void. In the end, he fell for the Fae's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain and was lured away by these two ninth-grade supreme martial artists of the Fae race in front of him. The demon devourer demon, Yi Zishi, and the 10,000 soldiers of the immortal world were all ambushed and captured by the Fae army. Xiaohei had always felt very guilty about the demon devourer demon. After he transformed, he doted on Yao Yao incomparably. He gave her whatever she wanted, and no matter what she asked, he didn't dare to object. He practically held her in the palm of his hand, afraid that she would drop, and held her in his mouth, afraid that she would melt. But now she was captured by the Fae? And even Yi Qinghan's daughter? Yi Qinghan was coming, and Xiaohei didn't know how to face him. The anger on Xiaohei's body was about to tear the nearby void apart. But he didn't dare to move. If he hurt Yao Yao and Yi Zishi, or if he forced the other party into a corner and killed them, he didn't dare to think about what would happen. The ninth-grade supreme martial artist of the Fae race snorted coldly and said indifferently, "I can release them. The immortal world army will withdraw from the demon plane. And make your commander of the plane swear a divine emperor blood oath never to be enemies with the Fae race. This king will release them immediately." Xiaohei was anxious. How much time did the immortal world army spend to attack the demon plane? How much wealth did they spend? How many warriors died? If they gave away such a large piece of territory just like that, how would Yi Qinghan answer to the people of the immortal world when he returned to the immortal world? But if he didn't agree to their conditions, what would he do if they killed Yao Yao and Yi Zishi? For a moment, Xiaohei was so worried that his head was about to explode. "Xiaohei, tell him to wait for Qinghan to come. You said you're not the commander of the immortal world." As Yi Zishi's mother, Fireworks was very calm and quietly transmitted her voice to Xiaohei. Xiaohei immediately said, "I can't make the decision on this matter. My boss is coming soon. He's the emperor of the immortal world. Only he can make the decision on this matter." The green-haired ninth-grade supreme martial artist of the Fae race laughed coldly and said, "Fine. This king will wait for a month. If there's no reply in a month, I'll immediately order the execution of all the captives. As for those two beautiful girls, hee. After the two ninth-grade supreme martial artists of the Fae race finished speaking, they went straight into a palace in the army. Xiaohei flew into a rage, but he didn't dare to move recklessly because he didn't know where Yao Yao and Yi Zishi were at this moment. Even if he killed these people, it would be useless. "Bastards of the Fae race, if you dare to harm a single hair on them, I swear I'll kill all of you Fae race." Xiaohei roared a few words, but the other party didn't respond at all. The group could only return to the Soul Emperor Pavilion to discuss countermeasures. Although Xiaohei had the strength of a ninth-grade supreme martial artist, Fireworks, Li Shui, and the others were all intelligent women. In the immortal world army, there was no lack of lord prefects who dominated a prefecture in the immortal world. But after discussing for a while, everyone was at their wits' end and didn't dare to move recklessly. Fortunately, they heard that Yi Qinghan had rushed over, so they put their hopes on him. With the emperor around, all enemies were fleeting clouds. History proved that there was only one outcome for those who went against the emperor, and that was death. Let's first transmit the details of the matter to Qinghan. Ask him for his opinion. Fireworks' eyes were full of worry. Her only daughter had been captured by the Fae race, and her heart was bleeding. But she was afraid that Xiaohei would impulsively go out to kill people and harm the two of them, so she didn't dare to show her anxiety and worry. "All right." Seeing that everyone nodded, Yi Qingyu immediately activated the restrictions of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and contacted Zhu Yi. "What? Motherf asterisk her. The Fae race, do you want to die? Zhu Yi, fly at full speed. I want to crush all of the Fae race to death." Zhu Yi told Yi Qinghan the news that Yi Qingyu had transmitted. As expected, Yi Qinghan was furious. The power of cold revolved at full speed, and his killing intent soared to the sky. If it weren't for the fact that this place wasn't far from the Dark Night Plain, he would have flown over by himself. "Emperor, please calm down. If you rush over like this, not only will you not be able to save the two ladies, but you will also harm them." Although Zhu Yi's expression was solemn, she didn't lose her composure. Her cold eyes quickly turned and she said, "Little Yu has explained the situation very clearly. The two ladies are not in the Dark Night Plain right now, and they don't know where exactly they are. If you rush over and kill that group of people, the two ladies will be in danger." Then what should we do? Yi Qinghan thought about it and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. His eyes were cold as he asked, Zhu Yi saw that Yi Qinghan had calmed down, and didn't immediately go berserk. She breathed a sigh of relief, and her eyes lit up with wisdom. She analyzed, "Emperor, don't be anxious. Since the Fey plane wants to negotiate, that means that before the negotiations break down, they will not touch a single hair on the two ladies. They have fought with Emperor Xiaohe before, and they know the strength of Emperor Xiaohe, so they don't dare to move. They don't have the guts to declare war on all the planes in the God realm. They only want the demonic plane." "Then what should we do? Hand over the demonic plane to them? Impossible." Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and decisively said, "The God realm does not belong to me, Yi Qinghan. The demonic plane has wasted so much manpower, material resources and financial resources, and you want me to give it to them? How can I explain this to the people of the God realm when I go back?" Zhu Yi was silent. After a moment she smiled like a fox and confidently said, "Emperor, I have a way. You go immediately. Go to the Fey plane. I will handle the situation here. I won't let the two ladies come to any harm." "Go to the Fey plane for what?" Yi Qinghan was confused by anger and he couldn't think straight for a moment. At this moment he needed to make a decision and Zhu Yi told him to leave? Zhu Yi's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness and she faintly said, kill people, kill half of the Fey powerhouses, capture the other half." Chapter 1396. Greetings, Empress. A month later, the Dark Knight plane finally welcomed the Divine Realm's Empress. What surprised the Fairy Plane's two ninth-grade supreme martial artists was that the Divine Realm's Empress was actually a woman. Furthermore, there wasn't the slightest trace of an expert's aura on his body. However, his every movement carried a graceful and luxurious aura of a superior. Zhu Yi had already come to an agreement with Little Black and the others. She faintly glanced at the Fey army and said, "Rise." With that said, Zhu Yi ignored the countless divine senses from the Fey plane and led the group of people into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Fairy Plane powerhouses looked at each other. Was the Divine Realm's Empress so indifferent to the lives of those two noble ladies? Could it be that the White Robe powerhouse did not have a high status in the Divine Realm? But the White Robe young man was so powerful. How could his status be low? Could it be that the Divine Realm's Empress was stronger than the white-robed man? For a moment, the fairy powerhouses were nervous. Xiaohe's strength was too terrifying. In the previous battles, he had easily killed 7 or 8 powerhouses from their plane, including a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. If the Empress forcefully suppressed the white-robed young man, their lives would be in danger. "Zhu Yi, what the hell are you doing?" "Boss, if by any chance you harm Yao Yao and Zishi, I can only die 1,000 times." As soon as they entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Xiaohe shouted anxiously. The group of women and juniors looked at Zhu Yi nervously. Yi Qinghan did not come. Instead, he sent a message to Zhu Yi to negotiate with the Fairy Plane on his behalf. Everyone felt that they had lost their leader. "Don't worry. Empress Xiaohe, I promise to return you 2 alive and kicking ladies. Believe me, I can save them. The Empress has agreed. I am in charge here." Zhu Yi smiled faintly. Her eyes were full of wisdom. Her calm demeanor made everyone feel slightly relieved. Xiaohe recalled Yi Qinghan's message and knew that this queen had always been extremely intelligent. He nodded and said, "All right, as long as I can save Yao Yao and Zishi, I'll do anything you want me to." "That's fine. Send someone to tell the Fairy Plane that I'm tired from rushing over and will talk to them after resting for half a month. All of you stay in the Soul Emperor Pavilion and don't go out. Also have the scouts pay full attention to the movements of the Fae. If there is anything strange, immediately report back." Zhu Yi gave a few orders and smiled like a little fox. Although everyone was worried, they didn't question it. They obediently stayed in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Shio. In the endless void, a fiery red figure was flying at a terrifying speed. Yi Qinghan circulated the power of frost and flew at full speed. How terrifying was his speed! Even the spatial blade-shattering stream couldn't catch up to him. In just a second he had traveled millions of miles. Yi Qinghan didn't have a destination and kept flying west. He didn't have the phase plane map, so he could only fly west in a daze. His face was emotionless, but his heart was incomparably anxious. Yao Yao was Xiaohe's only daughter. He was very clear about Xiaohe's feelings for Yao Yao. Besides, he also had his own precious daughter Yi Zishi. According to Zhu Yi's plan, the faster and more beautiful he was, the safer Yao Yao and Yi Zishi would be, and the sooner they could escape the clutches of the demons. He thought about the 2 delicate ladies being imprisoned, tied up, and suffering by the Fae. Yi Qinghan wanted nothing more than to smash the nearby material plane with a punch. But he couldn't do anything. He could only fly quickly and dejectedly. Half a month later, Zhu Yi finally walked out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion under the expectant gazes of the Fae. Fireworks and the others didn't follow. They only brought Xiaohe. Commander of the Fae, come out and talk. Zhu Yi flew in the air. She still didn't condense her aura so no one could see her depth. Her first words made all the Fae powerhouses furious. The Emperor of the God Realm? Asked the two ninth-grade Supremes. They were afraid of Xiaohe's terrifying aura. They suppressed their anger and flew out. Zhu Yi raised her head and didn't look at the two ninth-grade Supremes. She said coldly, "Let my people go and get out of the demonic plane. Otherwise this great emperor will make your fairy plane barren and kill everyone. We won't occupy your plane, but killing people is fine, right?" The two Fae powerhouses were enraged, their complexions changing several times. Murderous aura surged from their bodies. They were supreme powerhouses in the Fae plane. They were below only one and above tens of thousands. How could they be looked down upon like this? The green-haired male Fae commander, who could make women blush with shame, locked his murderous eyes on Zhu Yi. He glared at her and snorted. "So, there's no room for negotiation? You want to fight to the death? Then I can only destroy the flowers. Get ready to collect the bodies of those two ladies." Zhu Yi sneered. "Just give the order, Xiaohe. If they dare to attack, they will kill the entire army of the Fae plane. Send my order. Mobilize the army from the God Realm and attack the Fae plane. Let all the powerhouses of the Fae plane be buried with your daughter." As soon as Zhu Yi finished speaking, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the two ninth-grade Supremes. Their bodies, which were flying toward the palace, immediately shrank. If it was really as Zhu Yi said, not to mention the other powerhouses of the God Realm, just Xiaohe alone could kill or injure a lot of the powerhouses of the Fae race. Although the ruler of the Fae race was powerful, they weren't sure if he was Xiaohe's match. If the God Realm still had a few powerhouses at the level of Xiaohe, then, god damn it. Just when the two ninth-grade Supremes were at a loss and didn't know whether to advance or retreat, Xiaohe suddenly knelt before Zhu Yi and wailed sorrowfully, "Emperor, please save Yao Yao. Xiaohe is willing to be at your beck and call forever to repay your great kindness." The eyes of the two ninth-grade Supremes of the Fae race lit up, but their faces instantly darkened. How smart was Zhu Yi? Although she didn't look at the two Fae commanders, her divine senses were always locked on them. She sneered secretly but pretended to sigh helplessly. "Alas, get up. If it wasn't for you, do you think I would negotiate with them? I would have killed them all long ago." Zhu Yi pondered for a moment. She turned her head and looked at the two ninth-grade Supremes of the Fae race for the first time. She said proudly, "I'll give Xiaohe face. You captured 30,000 people from the God Realm, so I'll give you 300,000 material planes. If you occupy 10 material planes, I'll let one person go. When you completely occupy them, both sides swear a divine emperor blood oath not to attack each other. How about that?" The two ninth-grade Supremes of the Fae race looked at each other, unable to hide the joy in their eyes. A divine emperor blood oath was the highest oath in the world of nirvana. A great emperor of a plane couldn't make an oath recklessly. Moreover, the two were intimidated by Zhu Yi's imposing manner and Xiaohe's powerful martial strength. It was already a perfect ending for them. Immediately, the green-haired Fae commander's eyes lit up. She said loudly, "The Fae plane wants all the 600,000 material planes west of the demonic plane. Occupy 2 and let one person go. After that, both sides swear a divine emperor blood oath to release the two ladies immediately." Deal. But, if Xiaohe's daughter is harmed in the slightest, just wait for Xiaohe's crazy revenge. Zhu Yi's eyes flashed with the light of her scheme succeeding. She said proudly. Then she turned and left with Xiaohe. After entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Zhu Yi immediately smiled faintly. "Xiaohe, don't worry. The day your boss returns will be the day these people perish. By the time they occupy 600,000 material planes, your boss will be back." Chapter 1397. These Fae can fly in the endless void as long as they reach the Emperor God level? They have the ability to defend against the space-shattering sword stream? In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Zhu Yi received a message from the patrolling army outside the Dark Night Plane and asked Xiaohe and the others curiously. At first, she thought that the fairy plane also relied on flying tools to fly in the void. She did not expect that the fairy plane would constantly have armies flying here. Even Emperor God-level martial artists could easily fly in the void. Xiaohe had seen the fairy plane martial artists in the void and explained, "They cultivate the wind element. They seem to have a magical power that can form a rotating air current on the surface of their body. When the space-shattering sword stream attacks come, The rotating air current can easily change the direction of the attack, and the body cannot be hurt. Zhu Yi said with relief, I see. Little you send a message to the Wind Moon Monarch and have all the Divine World armies retreat to the Demon Plane. We will return to the Demon Plane immediately. Without Xiaohe I will not be at ease. Leave one army here to monitor the Fairy Plane. As long as this army does not provoke us, the Fairy Plane will not have the guts to touch us. Zhu Yi immediately sent people over and made arrangements with the Fairy Plane. All the people from the Divine World withdrew from the west of the Demon Plane. They only sent one army to be a witness and take back the martial artists who were released. 3 days later, Zhu Yi took the unwilling Xiaohe and the others to the Demon Plane. Although Xiaohe and the others were very unwilling, they also knew that the enemy had a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Without Xiaohe overseeing the demonic plane, if they were to be ambushed, the Immortal World army that had come this time would definitely be annihilated. Let's go and wait for Qinghan to come back. Sister Zhu Yi said that nothing will happen. It is good to let the 2 children suffer so they will not be so naughty in the future. Firework comforted Li Shu'er and urged Yi Qingyu to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly to the Demon Plane. As she spoke, she could not help but cry. Xiaohe looked at the group of women who were crying and gritted his teeth. Fairy Plane, wait for boss to come back. You will suffer the wrath of this great emperor. There's a mid-level realm over there? Yi Qinghan flew west for almost a month. Along the way he spread out his divine sense and avoided the Fey legions. But as he saw a middle-level plane he hesitated. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of capturing several Fey clansmen and asking them about the terrain of the Fey plane, and then finding the Fey plane. However, Yi Qinghan did not make a move for fear of alerting the enemy. At this moment, there was an intermediate plane, and it was clearly a plane occupied by the Fey. It was very likely that there was a teleportation portal that led directly to the Fairy Plane. That was why Yi Qinghan was hesitating. Are we going to make a move? Yi Qinghan hesitated. If he took action himself, although he could easily control this plane, it was very likely that he would alert the enemy. However, if there was a teleportation array he would be able to reach the Fairy Plane immediately. Let's risk it. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and decided to take a gamble. Otherwise he would not be able to continue searching like this. Zhu Yi had only given him 10 years' time. The escape form, which had not been used for a long time, was activated. Although it was operated by the power of cold, it was the same as operating with divine power. Yi Qinghan did not dare to hope that the other level 9 would not be able to detect it. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's body began to transform using the divine crystal. He did not want to be recognized as a human from the divine plane. His head became triangular, and his muscles condensed into pieces of scales. He looked like a monster. He quietly slipped into this middle-level realm through the weak space. As soon as he entered, 2 divine senses swept over. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He knew that when a martial artist reached level 9, he would be given the power of heaven and earth. This Fey would be given the power of wind. By relying on the wind element in the world, they could easily detect him. Now that he had been discovered, Yi Qinghan would not be polite. He operated the power of cold to the fullest, and his divine sense radiated to the limit. In an instant he locked onto 2 level 9 powerhouses in a large city, and a great pressure directly suppressed them. The pressure enveloped the entire large city. Boom! In the largest city 2 figures shot out. They were the 2 lower level 9 Fey powerhouses who had discovered Yi Qinghan. They were directly suppressed by this pressure, and their bodies immediately fell down, smashing 2 holes in the 2 houses below. There really is a teleportation array. I wonder if it's to the Fairy Plane? Yi Qinghan did not have time to pay attention to the 2 lower level 9 Fey. His eyes were like lightning locked onto the 2 teleportation arrays in the city. Alien plane creature. Countless Fey clansmen looked at the terrifying red figure in the sky with incomparable horror. They felt an aura that was even more suffocating than their king's, and they were incomparably terrified. Swoosh! Yi Qinghan's body turned into a shadow and appeared on the tallest building in the city. Then his divine sense locked onto the 2 lower level 9 powerhouses, reducing the pressure in the city a little, and shouted, "Get out!" Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures shot out from the 2 buildings like cannonballs. In midair, the 2 wings on their backs flapped rapidly, turning into 4 phantoms. The surface of their bodies suddenly emitted streams of air, revolving around the 2 in a regular pattern, making it difficult for people to see the 2 clearly. At the same time, the wind elements between heaven and earth gathered toward the 2. Countless wind blades were immediately formed, shooting toward Yi Qinghan. Humph! Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. He did not even use the power of cold to attack. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and the soul illusion was activated. Suddenly, millions of Fey clan martial artists in the city immediately fell into the soul illusion. How could the soul of a great perfection be a joke? The two lower level 9 Fey immediately froze, looking around with incomparable horror in their eyes. They found that there was nothing but a vast expanse of whiteness between heaven and earth. Oh. In the next second, a scale-covered hand appeared in each of their worlds. It suddenly reached out and moved as fast as lightning. Before the two of them could react, it easily grabbed their necks. A strange force immediately drilled into their bodies and sealed their divine crystals. Where do these two teleportation arrays go? Yi Qinghan could easily pinch a level 9 supreme martial artist to death, much less these lower level 9 martial artists. His eyes were cold as he grabbed one of the lower level 9 Fey martial artists and asked coldly. His voice was like the cold wind of the 9 nether worlds, making the two feel cold all over. Humph. The two Fey were also quite arrogant. They kept their mouths shut, stubbornly refusing to say a word. Believe it or not, this young master can kill all of your tens of millions of people in this dimension? You don't believe it? I can immediately turn this city into ashes. Yi Qinghan's face was even colder. The murderous aura from his body made the millions of Fey clan martial artists in the city stand on end. The weaker ones were even shivering in fear. At this moment, the power of cold surrounded them, and they felt an aura of destruction as if it was the end of the world. Don't, my lord. You are so powerful, why bother to make things difficult for those low-level martial artists? If you want to kill, just kill us. A lower-level 9 Fey powerhouse, whose face was more beautiful than a woman's, was scared pale and said through gritted teeth. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and said, I don't want to kill anyone. I just accidentally entered the space black hole. Now I want to find a way back to my poison dragon dimension. I will ask one last time, where do these two teleportation arrays go? Hearing this, the Fey powerhouse said happily, the poison dragon plane? Which direction is your dimension? My lord, these two teleportation arrays, one is to our Fey dimension, and the other is to the demon realm. Fey dimension? Very good. I heard that my dimension is in the west. Open the teleportation array and send me to the Fey dimension, then I will let you go. Yi Qinghan was secretly happy, but he maintained his composure and continued to bluff. Very well. My lord, our Fey dimension has no intention of becoming enemies with a powerhouse of your level. I hope you will let us go. Otherwise, our king will not let you go. The Fey powerhouse could not play any tricks. Moreover, Yi Qinghan was alone, and there were so many powerhouses in the Fey dimension. Their king had just made a breakthrough, and his strength was much stronger than a 9th grade supreme being. They were not afraid of this monster messing around. Your king? Yi Qinghan was overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface he didn't think it was difficult. If your king does not make things difficult for me, I will not be enemies with you. Of course, if your king attacks me, I am not afraid. The teleportation array lit up. Yi Qinghan and the two Fey powerhouses disappeared in the teleportation array under the frightened gazes of millions of Fey. After being teleported to the Fey dimension, Yi Qinghan swept his divine sense and was overjoyed. The power of cold surrounded his body, and the fire god battle armor activated. Under the horrified gazes of the two Fey powerhouses, his body began to change back to human form. He looked up and laughed. I'm sorry I lied to you just now. I am not from the poison dragon dimension, I am from the divine realm. Moreover, I am not just passing by, I came here specifically to kill people. Tell your king to come out and die. Chapter 1398. The fairy plane was not big, a little smaller than the divine realm, but it had a large population. All the people in the plane were from the fairy race with only a small number of other races, but they were all of inferior status. The Fae had many powerhouses and a massive amount of resources. Their reproduction rate was also extremely fast, and they had many powerhouses. Yi Qinghan's divine sense casually swept out and he could detect dozens of 9th grade powerhouses. There were even 3 9th grade supremes. In addition to the 2 9th grade supreme martial artists who attacked the night plane, and the 9th grade supreme martial artist who was killed by Xiao He, there were 6 9th grade supreme martial artists in the fairy plane. It could be considered a pretty strong plane. Most importantly, the fairy king's strength had reached the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist, and his aura was even stronger than Shinta Xiong's, similar to that of the snake-headed beastman. With such a strong expert, it would be very easy to defeat them in the plain battlefield. However, when Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto the fairy king, he was not afraid but happy. Since it was the Fairy King, as long as he captured him alive and brought him back to the demon plane, all the problems would be solved. How dare you? You're courting death. Kill. Countless Fey powerhouses shot out from all directions, the black wings on their backs turning into phantoms. Multicolored energy swirled around their bodies, making it so that no one could see their true form. All they could see was a multicolored stream of energy shooting into the air. Yi Qinghan was unmoved. His eyes were cold, and the power of cold surrounded his hands, piercing into the bodies of the two lower 9th-level martial artists he had captured. He easily pierced through their divine crystals and turned them into useless people. Then he threw them to the ground, and a strange light lit up in his eyes. The soul illusion was released, and at the same time, a great pressure enveloped all the attacking experts. Boom. Apart from the two 9th-grade sovereigns, the dozens of 9th-grade sovereigns that shot out immediately fell into the soul illusory realm. Thereafter, they were smashed down by Long Da's pressure, like birds with broken wings falling from the sky. Buzz. Yi Qinghan used 50% of his power of frost to form a gigantic palm. At the same time, he activated the Soul Destroyer and attacked the 9th-grade sovereign who was the first to rush over. The moment the Soul Destroyer moved, the 9th-grade sovereign's body immediately trembled and he stood in the air in a daze. The giant palm had already whizzed over. If he was hit by it, he would definitely be heavily injured, if not dead. Shio. At this moment, a figure flew over from a distant city at a frightening speed. He was just outside the city a moment ago, but in the next second he was already hundreds of thousands of meters away from Yi Qinghan. She waved her hands, causing the space to tremble. Countless wind blades suddenly appeared in the void, each of them tens of thousands of meters long. As soon as these wind blades appeared, the space was immediately torn apart. As these wind blades flew at high speed, cracks appeared in the space. At this moment, the scene looked like a huge piece of cloth being cut by countless blades at the same time. It was incomparably frightening. Finally willing to come out? Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and retracted his palm. Activating the fire god's heart, he teleported millions of kilometers to the left. A creature from another plane? Why did you invade my fairy plane? What made Yi Qinghan a little surprised was that the person standing in the sky was actually an exceptionally beautiful woman. She had a head of green hair that reached her waist and was dressed in a moon-white robe. Her curves were exquisite and her sharp oval face had exquisite facial features. Her ears were pointed and her eyes were incomparably clear. Behind her was a pair of huge black wings that were slowly flapping, making her look even more bewitching. Indeed, she was a seductress. Queen. The two level 9 supreme fairies and the level 9 experts below all flew up, stood respectfully behind the king of the demon clan and saluted. Yi Qinghan looked over and saw dozens of level 9 powerhouses. There were men and women, all of them beautiful and well-proportioned, but their temperament was a level lower than the fairy queen's. This fairy queen seemed to have some kind of magical power that could involuntarily make people feel tender and protective towards her, and make them not want to hurt her. Humph humph, to think that you would use a bewitching technique on me. My soul perfection, how could it be fake? Yi Qinghan lightly stood there, secretly sneering. He restrained his aura. Facing these dozens of powerhouses that could even cause a planar legion to feel fear, he didn't feel the least bit of fear. He leisurely said, "You are not my match and I don't want to kill the innocent. Are you the fairy queen? Alright. You come with me. Once we're done here, I'll let you come back." How dare you? You dare to blaspheme the queen. Insolence. Everyone attacked together, exterminate him. As soon as Yi Qinghan's words left his mouth, countless Fey powerhouses immediately began to curse him. Their auras soared to the heavens, their killing intent overflowing. But no one dared to move. Yi Qinghan's strange supernatural powers just now and the immense pressure that he emitted just now made everyone realize that this human in front of them had transcendent strength and could not be underestimated. Hurry up and retreat and I will spare your life. The Fey Queen's complexion didn't change. She waved her hand and the people behind her immediately shut their mouths. Then she lightly said, her voice incomparably moving. It looks like if I don't beat you until you're convinced, you won't obediently cooperate. Since that's the case, then let's fight. Yi Qinghan's aura slowly rose as he proudly said. The power of cold revolved. That vast and suffocating aura began to quietly envelop them once more. Yao Mu, Yao concubine, stay here. Everyone else, retreat. The Fey Queen's beautiful face refused to be outdone. Her aura began to rise, resisting Yi Qinghan's aura. She waved her hand, and the experts behind her, who were originally about to lose their balance in the air under Yi Qinghan's pressure, immediately flew down as if they had been granted amnesty. They stood on top of countless cities and watched the battle of the pinnacle in the sky. The countless Fey citizens nervously watched the four figures in the sky. There was no justice in this battle. Standing on either side was justice. In fact, in all battles within Plate World, there was no distinction between good and evil. There was only strength that reigned supreme, and the strong were respected. Doppelganger technique, mystical array. The Fey Queen's green hair suddenly began to move without any wind. Her meter-long hair fluttered in the air, and when combined with her beautiful face and exquisite curves, it caused one's soul to tremble. As she shouted, the male and female 9th grade supreme martial artists behind her immediately spread out to the sides. In midair they actually began to clone themselves. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and the queen of the Fey clan also began to clone herself. In an instant, the two 9th grade supreme powerhouses had transformed into dozens of doppelgangers. The Fey queen was even more fierce. She split into over 100 doppelgangers. Over 200 figures surrounded Yi Qinghan in the center, forming a mysterious array. Hundreds of figures simultaneously sent out giant wind blades that shot towards Yi Qinghan. From the sky to the ground, from every angle, everything was sealed off, forming an inescapable net that left Yi Qinghan nowhere to escape. Yi Qinghan was originally prepared to attack, but seeing these people actually forming an array and creating doppelgangers, he couldn't help but laugh. He stood like this, watching the three people busily work. It wasn't until the overwhelming wind blades shot towards him from all directions that he lazily activated the heart of the fire god and prepared to teleport away. Humph, you still want to teleport? Do you think this king's mystical array is just a decoration? The Fey Queen sneered. The wings on her back began to flap rapidly. The wings of the other two 9th grade supreme powerhouses also began to flap rhythmically. In an instant, a whirlwind began to rise in the surrounding space. This whirlwind circled around the more than 200 doppelgangers, enveloping the entire space. This part of the world was actually frozen at this moment. The light of the heart of the fire god on Yi Qinghan's forehead flashed. His teleportation was actually interrupted. Chapter 1399. Forceful spatial lock? Yi Qinghan's teleportation was interrupted. He raised his eyebrows, a look of surprise on his face. The fire god battle armor was a supernatural ability that defied the will of the heavens. In battle, it could allow one to teleport within a space fluctuation, but it couldn't teleport within a forceful spatial lock. For instance, within the snake-headed feral supreme spirit treasure black flag, one couldn't teleport. This was the same logic. His complexion turned cold. Because of his carelessness, he could only forcefully resist these terrifying wind blades. The speed of the wind blades was too fast. Yi Qinghan's teleportation failed. Before he could prepare himself, countless wind blades shot at his body. Yi Qinghan's body was instantly enveloped by the wind blades that filled the sky. Motherfucker. Although he had the protection of the fire god battle armor, Yi Qinghan wasn't any better off. Countless bones in his body were broken and his organs were shattered. If it weren't for the soul ring immediately healing him, he would have died under such a terrifying attack even with the protection of the fire god battle armor. The wind blade stopped. As the over 200 figures saw Yi Qinghan standing in the air, unharmed, with only some blood at the corners of his mouth, their faces paled. Even the Fey monarch's beautiful face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Hiss! The Fey powerhouses and tribesmen below all sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this still a human? He had actually withstood such a powerful attack? And he hadn't even been seriously injured? How is this possible? How is this possible? Even if he has a supreme spirit treasure, it's impossible for him to resist the attacks of the three of us without being injured. The Fey monarch's watery eyes were filled with astonishment. She knew that Yi Qinghan's fire god battle armor was a supreme spirit treasure, because the material of this treasure was too easy to recognize. But she didn't have time to think about it, because Yi Qinghan was like an enraged lion. He began to move. Yi Qinghan's gaze was as cold as lightning. Accompanied by the flickering of a strange light, the soul exterminator was activated, and he accurately shot at the true body of a 9th grade supreme martial artist. 10 Godslayer spears with a destructive aura appeared from the void. They split into 3 groups and flew towards the 3 people's main bodies. Was the strength of Yi Qinghan's great perfection soul a mere decoration? This doppelganger technique was far inferior to battle emperors. Yi Qinghan himself already knew the doppelganger technique, so he could easily lock onto the 3's true bodies. Demon wood! The Fey King cried out. The wings on her back flapped and the air around her rapidly revolved around her. When the three god-slaying spears struck her, they were actually sent flying away by the air currents. She immediately waved wind blades at Yi Qinghan, attempting to rescue the besieged. At the same time, her body turned into an afterimage and flew towards Demon Wood. The other 9th-grade supreme martial artist called Yao Fei did not have such powerful strength. She could only rely on her speed to avoid the pursuit of the god-slaying spears. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan's target was not her, so he did not care too much about the god-slaying spears. Yao Mu had been struck by Yi Qinghan's soul-extinguishing attack, and his soul was already a bit muddled. Although the Fei King's tender shout had awakened his soul, it was already too late for him to escape. He could only retreat while flapping his black wings rapidly, forming streams of air currents to protect his body. Boom! The 4 god-slaying spears struck Demon Wood's body. One of them suddenly spun, easily piercing through Demon Wood's air current protection and exploding on his body. Demon Wood's body was immediately severely injured and sent flying backwards. He was saved by the Fei King who flew over. The wind blades behind him were already shooting towards him. Yi Qinghan could only teleport away. Otherwise, the fire god battle armor's energy would be completely consumed, and that would be bad. This round of attacks had immediately broken through the mystical array and severely wounded a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. This was already very satisfactory. You actually dared to wound Demon Wood? Damn you. Human, you will pay the price for your actions. The Fei King handed Demon Wood to the Yao Fei and then slowly flew towards Yi Qinghan. Her aura became increasingly strong, and her green hair danced even more fiercely in the wind. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, and her watery eyes shined. Her body began to split again, and then she began to dance in the air. The Fei King was a stunningly beautiful woman to begin with. At this moment, her dance was incomparably graceful, able to move the hearts of all the men in the world. Every frown, every smile, every twist of her body was peerless, and even Yi Qinghan felt his heart palpitate and his mouth go dry. A black flag suddenly appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand. With a wave of his hand, the black flag immediately grew larger, covering him and the Fei King within it. He sighed and said, "You can attack me, so why can't this young master severely wound you? If it weren't for my skills just now, I would have been killed by you. Come, show me all your methods and let this young master see just what kind of heaven-defying supernatural power the strongest powerhouse of the Fei race has." The Fei King's strongest supernatural power was immediately seen by Yi Qinghan in the next second. As soon as this supernatural power was used, Yi Qinghan felt his entire body shiver and his mind become unsteady. He thought to himself, this really was a supernatural power that defied the will of the heavens. The avatars that filled the skies performed all sorts of graceful dances, leaving one intoxicated and sighing. Then these 100+ avatars all began to undress. As a divine world great emperor, Yi Qinghan had never been like those ridiculous powerhouses who kept a flock of courtesans and had them dance at home every day. Moreover, this was a peerless beauty and she was even dancing a striptease. She had gorgeous green hair, skin as white as snow, watery eyes that were intoxicated, and her neck was slender like a proud swan's. Her graceful body twisted and turned in a beautiful arc. This scene was like a fairy dancing in a heavenly palace, a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. The Fei King was one of the most beautiful women in the entire Plate Realm, and she was dancing a striptease. In this sort of scene, even a man from Plate Realm would be moved, and their soul would be lost in a daze. They would unknowingly fall into this gentle trap of death. However, he had encountered Yi Qinghan. He had a perfect soul and had comprehended the path of a supreme being. He was unyielding to his enemies, unyielding to himself, and unyielding to the heavens and earth. Yi Qinghan's powerful heart began to display its effects. His mind only trembled for a moment before it became tranquil. Something's wrong. Yi Qinghan's pupils shrank. His mind turned cold and he felt a fatal danger. He didn't reveal any vigilance on his face. He continued to appreciate the peerless dance and that alluring body that made one's blood boil. But he was secretly prepared in his heart. He quietly sent out his divine sense. Indeed, as he probed, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Everything was an illusion and there weren't so many avatars in front of him. There was only a woman dancing and her robes were still there. Moreover, her body was slowly approaching him. Humph! You're walking right into a trap. Yi Qinghan was a skilled and daring person. He wasn't afraid in the slightest, but he was secretly preparing himself. The hazy look in his eyes became more intense, and his mouth couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. His lower lip even started to curve slightly. His acting skills could win the Best Actor award. 10,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 6,000 meters. Yi Qinghan saw that the dancing woman was almost naked, and she was only left with a translucent underwear. And the real body of the queen of the demon race was now only 5,000 meters away from him. She had finally revealed her hidden methods. She took off the white robe on her body, revealing her translucent underwear and underwear. Yi Qinghan's mouth and tongue turned dry when he saw her snow-white body. But Yi Qinghan's attention was attracted by the white robes. The white robes had turned into a sword. It was a short sword, a sword that had the same pattern as the slaughter god blade. The sword was transparent, but it emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. Paragon spiritual treasure. The queen of the demon race had released her strongest soul attack. At this moment she was holding a paragon spiritual treasure and shooting towards Yi Qinghan at her fastest speed. Most importantly, the two of them were only 5,000 meters apart. With the speed of the queen of the demon race, she only needed half a second to cover this distance. Chapter 1400. Yi Qinghan's eyes were blurred and his throat moved. He looked like a pig, as if he had been trapped by the Fey Monarch's soul skill. It was as if he did not feel the killing intent from the paragon spiritual treasure. Something is wrong. The Fey Monarch's body trembled. She felt that something was wrong. Yi Qinghan was so powerful. Even if he had been hit by her soul skill, he should not have sensed her killing intent and used her paragon spiritual treasure without any warning, right? However, the distance between her and Yi Qinghan had shortened to 2,000 meters. At such a close distance, she could not escape even if she wanted to. She could only grit her teeth and brandish the sword with all her might. The white light on the sword became brighter as she stabbed it towards Yi Qinghan's face. She knew that Yi Qinghan's fire god battle armor was a paragon spiritual treasure. However, her sword was also a paragon spiritual treasure. When two paragon spiritual treasures clashed, she used all her strength as a peak 9th grade supreme being. Even if she could not pierce through the fire god battle armor, as long as she could shake Yi Qinghan's head and soul see, she would have the opportunity to kill Yi Qinghan. In theory she was right. But in reality she was wrong. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled up into an evil smile. The confusion in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by 2 rays of light. At the same time, a long black saber appeared in his hand. Supreme Slaughter God Saber. The Wind Moon Monarch did not have the ability to restore the Slaughter God Saber. In addition, he was busy creating restrictions, so he returned it to Yi Qinghan. The Slaughter God Saber was an incomplete paragon spiritual treasure. It did not have any special abilities, so Yi Qinghan thought it was useless. However, at this moment, this useless ability was put to good use. Bang! The white robe turned into a short sword and stabbed the Slaughter God Saber that Yi Qinghan had taken out to block the attack. The Slaughter God Saber was useless, but it was also a paragon spiritual treasure. Its material was the same as any other paragon spiritual treasure. Therefore, the huge force caused the Slaughter God Saber to fly out. However, the Slaughter God Saber was not damaged at all. The Slaughter God Saber was sent flying, but more than half of the short sword's power had been dissipated. The great perfection of soul annihilation was starting to show its effects. Yi Qinghan's hidden hands were also starting to show their effects. A hand shot out like a bolt of lightning towards the Fey Monarch's head. It was soft and soft, just like Eunuch Hai's melting bone soft palm. It landed on her head. The enormous power caused her soul sea, which was in the process of clearing the golden soul thread's attack, to tremble. This gentle palm caused the Fey King's soul to be thrown into chaos. She did not hesitate to use her body to do what she wanted to do to Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan casually accomplished it. Then Yi Qinghan's other fist brought with it a potent power of cold. It turned into a series of afterimages as it smashed into the Fey King's stomach with lightning speed. His fist continued to shake. In just an instant he had punched out 9 times. 3 punches had shaken off the Fey Monarch's source power. 5 punches had shaken off the chaotic power that was protecting the Fey Monarch's divine crystal. The last punch had easily penetrated the Fey Monarch's divine crystal and sealed it. "AI, you are such a beautiful woman. Why did you become a thief?" Yi Qinghan's fists turned into a gentle hand that wrapped around the Fey Monarch's slender waist. She was warm and smooth, causing Yi Qinghan's lower body to jump. He looked at the Fey Monarch's frightened eyes and smiled. "I forgot to tell you. My soul has reached great perfection. Your soul skills might be effective against a normal 9th grade supreme being, but against me, you won't be able to withstand a single blow. Let me go. Let me go." The fear in the Fey monarch's eyes turned into hatred, an unforgettable hatred. It was as if Yi Qinghan had killed her father. She glared at Yi Qinghan like a hungry wolf, her body constantly struggling. Her hands smashed down on Yi Qinghan as she roared. Try and move again. This young master is not a gentleman. Even I am afraid of my own methods. Yi Qinghan didn't think that just holding onto the Fey monarch's waist would cause her to react so violently. Several bloody scratches immediately appeared on his face. This was the first time that a woman had thrown a tantrum at him, and he couldn't help but be stunned. After roaring twice, this woman still ignored him. Yi Qinghan was thoroughly enraged. His hand fiercely clawed at the Fey monarch's full chest several times. Then, as if this wasn't enough, he reached into her thin undergarments and wantonly played with them. His other hand wasn't idle either. It caressed her buttocks and even reached into her cleavage. What? The Fey Queen's hand that had been randomly smashing around suddenly stopped. Her eyes were filled with panic, as if she had been scared silly by Yi Qinghan's violent actions. Then she opened her mouth and began to cry out loud. Motherfucker. Yi Qinghan was also frightened. This was the first time that he had seen a woman throw a tantrum, and the first time that he had made a woman cry. Not just that, but she was his captive, the ruler of a powerful world. Don't cry. Fuck, are you only a teenager? You have nothing better to do and yet you're making a tantrum? You're still crying? This young master won't touch you anymore. Alright, stop crying. If you cry again, this young master will touch you again. Let me tell you, if you piss me off, this young master will force himself on you. Fuck, we are enemies, okay? Your plane's powerhouse captured my daughter and niece, so shouldn't I come here to take revenge? This father won against you fair and square, so why are you crying? You're crazy. You're crazy. Yi Qinghan nearly went crazy. They were both adults and enemies. Just a moment ago you wanted to kill me and I wanted to kill you. Since you weren't strong enough and were captured, didn't they have the right to deal with prisoners of war? Wasn't it normal even if they took you? You were the ruler of a world, so why were you crying like a little girl? What was the point of crying? Yi Qinghan could treat his enemies like ice and snow in winter. Even when he had slapped 3 billion people to death outside Soul Emperor Island, he didn't think too much about it. This was because they wanted to kill him, so they deserved it. At this time, this Fey monarch didn't seem like a powerhouse at all. Her peerlessly beautiful face was wet with tears, and her delicate and pitiful appearance made her seem like a weak woman being bullied by a tyrant like Yi Qinghan. If you cry again, this young master will kill everyone on your plane. Yi Qinghan was distraught by her crying. He hated women like this the most. He revolved the power of cold and his killing intent sword. His eyes bulged and he roared out loud. As expected, this move was very useful. The Fey monarch immediately stopped crying. But the hatred in her eyes soared once more. This was an irreconcilable hatred that caused Yi Qinghan's hairs to stand on end. He didn't know what was wrong with this woman. After taking the woman's supreme spirit treasure and throwing it into the War Imperial Temple, Yi Qinghan put away the black flag. Then he lifted the Fey monarch and descended downwards. Monarch. As the countless Fey clansmen saw that their king had been captured, their eyes filled with madness. Countless martial artists rushed towards Yi Qinghan. Humph! Get the hell out of here. If you dare to move again, I will kill your monarch. Yi Qinghan had an imperial sword in his hands. He pressed down with great pressure. The strongest powerhouse of the Fey plane had been captured by him. If he wanted to kill, he could easily kill all the martial artists in this plane. Yi Qinghan leisurely flew downwards and put away the slaughter god's saber. Then, with several teleportations, he arrived at the largest city. Tens of thousands of Fey followed behind him. They were all powerhouses at the supremacy realm and above. All of them glared at Yi Qinghan with hatred in their eyes, but not a single one of them dared to move. Open the transmission array. If you dare to shout or move again, this young master will kill your monarch and destroy your plane. If you don't believe that this young master has the ability to do so, then go ahead and try. In order to prevent the Fey monarch from giving random orders, Yi Qinghan continued to act crazily. He threw the Fey monarch into the War Imperial Temple. Then he leisurely stood on the transmission array. The transmission array lit up under the eyes of countless hateful, angry, and murderous gazes. Yi Qinghan gently left. He gently waved his hand. He did not take away a single cloud, but instead took away the Fey monarch. Chapter 1401. Yi Qinghan entered the transmission array. The destination of the transmission array was the Fey plane, the middle-level plane he had come from. As soon as he arrived, Yi Qinghan ignored the panic-stricken eyes of the countless Fey. He brought the Fey King and flew out of the endless void, flying towards the demon plane. From here to the Dark Night plane was over a month's journey. Of course, this was under the condition that Yi Qinghan flew at full speed. However, since the Fey King had been caught, Yi Qinghan didn't panic. Zhu Yi had given him 10 years and only 2 months had passed. Zhu Yi's wisdom was monstrous. She said she could stabilize the Fey Legion, then she could. Yi Qinghan didn't panic. He leisurely flew towards the Dark Night plane. What is your name? Yi Qinghan looked at the Fey King in his hands. He looked at her eyes that were filled with hatred, as if she were looking at someone who had killed her father. He felt a bit of a headache. Because they were flying at such a high speed, there would occasionally be space-shattering blade currents. At that time space would shake. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to leave her in the War Imperial Temple. If she died from the vibrations, then that would be troublesome. The Fey King was still wearing thin green undergarments, revealing her white waist. Yi Qinghan asked her, but she didn't answer at all. Her watery eyes glared at Yi Qinghan, as if she wanted to use her gaze to kill Yi Qinghan. Fuck, I already told you that your subordinates captured my daughter and niece and threatened us to hand over the demon plane. We worked so hard to take down the demon plane, and with just a word from you, you want us to hand it over? Is there such a good thing? Yi Qinghan's hair stood on end as she stared at him. He sighed and tried to explain, but the Fey King continued to stare at her. Yi Qinghan was driven crazy. He angrily said, "Are you sick in the head? You are the king of a plane, not some 17 or 18-year-old child. We are enemies. Your people killed and captured my people, so it's normal for me to capture you. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll dig your eyeballs out." The Fey King finally opened his mouth, his words filled with hatred. "I want to see it. Dig it up. If you have the guts, then immediately kill me. Aha, have you figured it out yet? You're now my prisoner of war." Yi Qinghan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If this was a man, Yi Qinghan would definitely slap him. He coldly snorted and said, "You think I don't dare? Forget it, I don't want to be long-winded with you. I'll knock you out." As Yi Qinghan spoke, he was about to knock her unconscious. But before Yi Qinghan could do anything, the Fey Queen actually began to cry again. Her face was filled with grievance and her charming body trembled. She looked so delicate and lovely that anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. Fall. Yi Qinghan's eyes rolled back in his head and he nearly vomited blood. He simply turned his head away and used the power of cold to block his hearing. Then he brought the Fey King and rapidly flew into the distance. Without seeing or hearing, Yi Qinghan also had peace and quiet. After flying for 5 days, Yi Qinghan finally stopped. Although he couldn't see or hear, he still had to use his divine sense to explore the road, right? As his divine sense swept over the Fey Queen, he discovered that she had been crying for an entire 5 days. Her face was wet with tears and her clothes were wet. Her body had been trembling for 5 days and 5 nights. It was hard to imagine that a person could cry for 5 days and 5 nights without any signs of stopping. In the end, Yi Qinghan wasn't a cold-blooded and heartless person. He could only stop and helplessly say, "Big sister, auntie, can you not cry? Is there something wrong with your Fey race's head?" Unexpectedly, just as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, the Fey King immediately stopped crying. Her eyes were filled with anger as she roared at Yi Qinghan, "You're the big sister, you're the auntie, your whole family is auntie, this king is only 20 years old. And, you're the one who's sick, your whole family is sick." After Yi Qinghan heard this, he laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "What? 20 years old? Do you think I'm a fool? You can cultivate to 9th grade supreme at 20 years old? That's the greatest absurdity in the world. If your Fey race had your talent, 9th grade supreme martial artists would be flying everywhere, and your Fey race would have unified the entire Pan realm. You really are sick and your sickness isn't clear." The Fey King coldly snorted and said, "Humph. Our Fey race's supreme secret technique isn't something you can imagine. My race's king and 3 ancestors were heavily injured in the dimensional battlefield. In the end, they spent their entire life's demonic energy and 3 supreme martial artists' demonic crystals to create this king. You'd better kill me if you have the guts. I Yao Fei have already sworn that I will kill you in this lifetime. As long as I live, this king will make killing you my lifelong goal, and I won't rest until I'm dead." Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and said, "Yao Fei, that's a good name. But you really do look like you're sick. Fine, let's say you're 20 years old. You're only 20 years old and you already don't understand the ways of the world? Don't you know that you're now a prisoner of war? Your fate is now in my hands. You still want to kill me? Besides, you're already a 9th grade supreme martial artist? You can still become stronger? To put it bluntly, even if you were twice as strong, you still wouldn't be my match. Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right, don't look at me like that. As long as you release my people and leave the demonic plane, then I will let you go. You can go back to being your queen. As long as you don't step into my territory, then I won't bother with a little girl like you." After speaking, Yi Qinghan ignored Yao Fei, and continued to fly at full speed. But no matter what Yi Qinghan said, Yao Fei, continued to stare at Yi Qinghan with hatred. Yi Qinghan was puzzled. He didn't know where this Yao Fei's hatred was coming from, but as time passed, Yi Qinghan felt like he was about to go crazy. He directly knocked her unconscious and used a soul skill to attack her, causing her soul to fall into an illusion. Only then did he continue to fly. A month later, Yi Qinghan finally flew back to the Dark Night Plain. But the nearby plains were filled with Fey armies. Countless armies were attacking and occupying material plains. Clearly, the news that Yi Qinghan had attacked the Fey plain and captured their king had not reached them yet. Yi Qinghan followed his agreement with Zhu Yi and crushed a special jade talisman half a month ago. When he arrived near the Dark Night Plain, he quietly wandered around for a day or two. Sure enough, he found the Soul Emperor Pavilion flying through the air. "Boss, did you succeed? Why did you capture a beautiful girl? Are you trying to take in a Fey beauty?" As soon as Yi Qinghan entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Xiao He immediately surrounded him. Seeing Yao Fei in Yi Qinghan's hands, he clicked his tongue in wonder and revealed a smile that all men could understand. "This is the king of the Fey race, a peak 9th grade supremacy. Is it enough to exchange her for someone else?" Yi Qinghan did not want to argue with Xiao He, so he said to Zhu Yi behind him, "A peak 9th grade supremacy king? Enough. Let's go. We're going to the Dark Night Plain." Zhu Yi's eyes brightened and she heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Qinghan would not lie. Since he had captured their king, it would definitely be enough to exchange two people. "We haven't occupied 60 plains yet, right? What are the people from the Divine Realm doing here?" In the Dark Night Plain, 2 9th grade supremacies and countless Fey martial artists looked strangely at the descending Soul Emperor Pavilion. Had the Divine Realm gone back on their word? In the next second, they immediately knew that the Divine Realm had indeed gone back on their word. Or rather, they had fallen into a trap. When they saw that Yi Qinghan was carrying a woman so beautiful that no one could bear to hurt, all of their faces were filled with fear and they cried out in alarm, "King!" Chapter 1402. Yao Fei, had been in a trance. Now that she was shaken by Yi Qinghan's cold power, she woke up. The first thing she saw were 2 9th grade supreme martial artists and a group of fairy race soldiers. She called out subconsciously, "Yao Long, Yao Yu, why are you?" Before she could finish speaking, she was thrown into the War Emperor's palace by Yi Qinghan. Zhu Yi smiled coldly and said, "2 conditions. First, release our people. Second, get the fairy race soldiers out of the demonic plane. Otherwise, prepare to collect the corpse of your king. Release the king, or I will order the execution of those 2 ladies." That 9th grade supreme male Fey was releasing a sky-piercing killing intent. Countless Fey powerhouses were also glaring at the people of the divine world. If looks could kill, then the people of the divine world would have died several times over. Zhu Yi, Yi Qinghan, Xiao He, and the others looked at the 9th grade supreme martial artist as if they were fools. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, indicating that Zhu Yi did not need to say anything more. Flying forward, Long Da's oppressive aura pressed down directly. Other than the 2 9th grade supreme martial artists, all the other Fey couldn't even stand. They were all forced to kneel on the ground by the oppressive aura. He smiled coldly and said, "If I don't see anyone from the immortal realm within 3 days, your queen will die and all of you will die. If the 2 of them are harmed in the slightest, I will kill every single one of your Fey race." The 2 9th grade supreme martial artists of the fairy race finally understood the situation. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Since the other party could easily go to the Fey plane, and even easily capture the strongest king of the Fey plane, he alone had the strength to sweep through the entire Fey plane. With the addition of that white-robed man, just how strong was the divine realm? The fairy race was defeated. Utterly defeated. They were not on the same level at all. There were no conditions to negotiate. "No, boss, I must teach the fairy race a painful lesson. How dare they capture Yao Yao and Zishi? Not only will I destroy the entire fairy race army, I still have to kill my way to the fairy plane and devour all of their powerhouses. Otherwise, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart." While there was an uproar outside, a dispute broke out within the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi expressed that as long as they released the prisoners and left the demonic plane, this matter would be settled. However, Xiaohe insisted on killing all the seductresses. He even wanted to kill his way into the seductress plane. Xiaohe, don't make a big fuss. If it's Zhu Yi who causes the torture, then things will be troublesome. Alright, you can deal with the Fairy Legion as you please. Just kill your way to the fairy plane. Yi Qinghan shook his head. It was not that he was soft-hearted. After all, they did not have the qualifications to attack the fairy plane. It would be troublesome if they attracted Pan Xing's attention. Zhu Yi was also very clear about this, so she maintained the same opinion as Yi Qinghan. Alright. Seeing that Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi insisted, Xiaohe could only give up even though they didn't give a specific reason. Mother, mother, uncle. Father, mother. 3 days later, a group of seductresses escorted 2 women into the dark night plane. When the demon devourer and Yi Zishi saw Yi Qinghan and the others, they immediately flew over. They started crying in midair. Fireworks and Li Shu immediately flew over and hugged their heads as they cried bitterly. Xiaohe looked at the crying Yao Yao and Zishi and became furious. His body transformed into a blue dragon and whizzed forward. In a single move, he immediately swallowed tens of thousands of seductress martial artists. The 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists were also swallowed. They struggled for a moment before they were swallowed. Alright, Xiaohe. Yi Qinghan couldn't bear to watch. In reality, standing on the seductress plane, they were not in the wrong. It was reasonable for them to choose to attack the demon plane. It was just that they had encountered the divine realm. Yi Qinghan took Yao Fei out of the War Emperor Palace and threw her to the remaining seductress army. He then shouted coldly, "All of you seductresses retreat from the demon plane. This is the divine realm's territory. If the Moon Queen finds out that there are still seductresses here, kill them without mercy." Yao Fei was still unconscious. The remaining seductress martial artists immediately carried Yao Fei and flew into the endless void in fear. Alright, Zhu Yi, you can bring them back. Xiaohe, you can go back too. I'll cultivate in seclusion here and keep watch. When the demon plane is completely stabilized, we'll return to the divine realm. Of course, if you want to return to the divine realm, you can teleport back. Zhu Yi, I'll have to trouble you with the matter of clearing the material plane. Yi Qinghan waved his hand when he saw that Yao Yao and Yi Zishi didn't suffer any injuries. They were just frightened after being captured and imprisoned for several months. Alright, let's go back first. I'm also bored while you're in seclusion here. Xiaohe pursed his lips. His precious daughter was frightened because of him. He had to think of a way to make it up to her. Zhu Yi needed to go to the demon plane to keep watch and coordinate everything. As for fireworks and Lei Shu, they naturally had to accompany the frightened Yao Yao and Yi Zishi. After the group discussed for a while, Zhu Yi and Xiaohe entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion with a group of women and flew away. Yi Qinghan was prepared to continue comprehending the laws. Anyway, he could comprehend them in the War Emperor Palace, so it didn't matter where he went. If the seductresses wanted to attack, he could immediately suppress them. The seductresses immediately began to retreat. The Immortal World Army was also mobilized. Yi Qinghan built a simple residence in the Dark Night Plain and stayed there. Every day there would be scouts bringing back news from all sides. Reporting, Emperor. The seductresses' army has completely withdrawn from the Fiend World's sphere of influence. Yi Qinghan sat leisurely in the residence and drank tea. He was completely relieved. This Yao Fei was not completely crazy. She didn't act recklessly. He waved his hand and dismissed the messenger. He was prepared to enter the War Emperor Palace in a few days and go into seclusion. 10 days later, Yi Qinghan let the commander of an army, Xiang Di of Smoke Beacon Prefecture, oversee his Dark Night Plain. He entered the War Emperor Palace to continue comprehending the profound mysteries. He had already comprehended the laws of earth to perfection. Yi Qinghan prepared to comprehend the profound mysteries of water. He believed that with the existence of the cold realm, he could easily comprehend the profound mysteries of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As for the profound mysteries of the other elements, as well as the problem of evolving the cold realm, he would first comprehend the profound mysteries of the laws of the other 4 elements. Who knew that just as Yi Qinghan was standing in front of a high-level water-profound stone tablet and hadn't even begun to perceive it, the War Emperor Palace trembled and Yi Qinghan was shaken away. What's going on? Yi Qinghan was enraged. He had told Xiang Di not to disturb his seclusion if there wasn't a major event. Yet, something major had happened just as he entered? Emperor, please calm your anger. A scout just sent a message saying that the king of the seductresses is flying towards us. The scout corps doesn't have any powerhouses, so they don't dare to fight. They immediately flew into the material plane and sent a message back. Xiang Di was still dressed in golden armor, his face filled with grievance. Yao Fei? Does she really want to die? Yi Qinghan was thoroughly enraged. Not killing her was already the most benevolent thing he could do. If he weren't afraid of arousing Pan Xing's attention, he would have already started a massacre in the seductress's plane. This Yao Fei actually dared to mess around? Immediately Yi Qinghan angrily flew out from the dark night plane. According to the direction that Xiang Di had given him, he only flew for half a day before he saw a slender figure flying towards him from the endless void. Her eyes were still filled with hatred, a bone-deep hatred that caused Yi Qinghan's hairs to stand on their ends. Yi Qinghan stood tall in the void, his face filled with anger. He said, Yao Fei, if you are sick then go back to your plane to cure yourself. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to kill you? Just kill me. Yao Fei's face was cold and her eyes were resolute. She hatefully said, You have ruined my chastity. Our seductresses value chastity the most. Unless you die, I won't have the face to return. Either you kill me or you are killed. Otherwise we are not finished. Chapter 1403. Motherf *Ker, when did I violate your chastity? Yi Qinghan was so angry that he directly cursed. Then, he rolled his eyes and remembered that he seemed to have touched her a few times. He helplessly sighed and said, I only touched you a few times. It shouldn't be so serious, right? Go, you can't kill me. Swish. Yao Fei's answer to Yi Qinghan was a sky full of wind blades. Her attack was very sharp. The power of a peak 9th grade supremacy was extremely powerful. Wind blades that were thousands of meters long tore through the air and shot towards Yi Qinghan with terrifying momentum. Crazy! Yi Qinghan cursed angrily. He was truly unlucky to have met such an exquisite girl. This Yao Fei was an outstanding beauty, and she had an indescribable aura about her that made it difficult for Yi Qinghan to kill her. Furthermore, when he thought about how she was only 20 years old and a little girl, Yi Qinghan's heart softened even more. The fire god's heart lit up. Yi Qinghan directly teleported and unleashed his aura, forming a huge palm that slammed down towards Yao Fei. How powerful was Yi Qinghan's aura? He originally had the power of a peak 9th grade supremacy. After comprehending some things in the demonic plane and entering the cold realm, he allowed the cold realm to contain the laws of heaven and earth. The evolution of the cold realm sped up and his power doubled. Yao Fei couldn't even dodge when the palm slammed down. She couldn't move her body at all. What surprised Yi Qinghan the most was that Yao Fei actually closed her eyes and looked up at the descending palm. She didn't resist at all. She was sincerely asking for death. Crazy! Yi Qinghan cursed helplessly. He retracted half of the power of his palm and sent Yao Fei flying. His body flashed and he instantly teleported over. He grabbed Yao Fei's waist, and cold energy surged in, sealing Yao Fei's divine crystal once again. In the end, Yao Fei reverted back to her original self. Her watery eyes were filled with hatred as she glared at Yi Qinghan, causing his hair to stand on end. Yi Qinghan didn't want to say anything. He brought her into the Fei plane flying at full speed. It only took them several days to catch up to the retreating Fei army. Take your king back to the fairy plane. If he dares to harass us again, kill him without mercy. Yi Qinghan threw Yao Fei into the hands of the Fei army. Then, beneath Yao Fei's hateful gaze, he returned to the dark night plane. However, just as Yi Qinghan sat down and picked up a cup of tea to drink, Emperor Xiang ran in and looked at Yi Qinghan with a mocking expression. He knelt down on one knee and chuckled, Great Emperor, your Fei king has come again. Yi Qinghan spat out a mouthful of tea onto the smirking Xiang Di's face. Seeing that Xiang Di had only wiped his face but was still smiling weirdly, Yi Qinghan glared at him and said angrily, What's yours and mine? Emperor Xiang, what is the meaning of this? Do you think I'm having an affair with that crazy woman? Great Emperor, I didn't say anything. Emperor Xiang grinned. His silly appearance left Yi Qinghan speechless. Hee, you captured her several times but she didn't kill her. This Fei knows that she isn't the great Emperor's match, but she still comes to cause trouble. If there isn't an affair, who would believe that? Emperor Xiang saw Yi Qinghan fly out of the dark night plane angrily and grinned. Then, a look of worship appeared in his eyes. He gave a thumbs up and said, Great Emperor, as expected of the great Emperor. You are truly fierce. You even dare to mess with a king from another plane. No wonder you transferred great Emperor Xiaohe and the others away. You were afraid of being discovered. Yao Fei, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Yi Qinghan stood tall in the endless void, his face cold and his black hair dancing in the wind. His killing intent enveloped Yao Fei as he angrily said, "Kill me then. Kill me and Yao Fei will be free. Otherwise, I will chase you down for the rest of my life until I kill you." Yao Fei puffed out her chest and said fearlessly. Then she closed her eyes as if she were waiting for death. You are simply unreasonable." Yi Qinghan looked at Yao Fei's weak and pitiful appearance. He had been preparing to condense a large palm, but now he had no choice but to release it. He was so angry that his face turned the color of a pig's liver. After a long time, he bitterly smiled and said, "All right, I'm afraid of you. Let's talk about reason, okay? You say that I've taken your chastity, but the problem is that I didn't do it. Touching you a few times isn't considered bad, right? At worst, I'll just touch you back." But Yao Fei lightly spat. Then her eyes filled with hatred once more. She coldly said, "Once a member of the Fei race touches our body, our chastity is destroyed. The Fei race values chastity the most. As the ruler of the Fei race, I should set an example. Unless you die or I die, there is no way to undo this." Fall. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and said, "Then when you go to the planar battlefield to fight with the powerhouses from the other planes, what will you do if they touch your body?" Yao Fei said proudly, "Of course we will chase them down until they die. In the last planar war, my two ancestors were touched by a dark shadow race man. In the end, they were unable to chase down that man, and my tribe's ruler was severely injured in the planar battlefield. After they returned, they immediately used an unparalleled secret technique to transfer all of their Fei energy and 3 supreme Fei crystals to me. They died to protect their chastity." "Then why don't you go and die?" Yi Qinghan said helplessly. This kind of race that was obsessed with chastity was really unreasonable. It was already a miracle that they could still survive until now. Yao Fei said with incomparable determination, "They may not be able to find such a powerhouse from the other planes, but I can find you. Even if you go to the immortal realm, I will go there to find you and think of a way to kill you. Unless I die, I will not give up." Yi Qinghan was completely speechless. This Yao Fei was practically a psychopath. If this woman came to cause trouble every day, he wouldn't even need to cultivate anymore. But if he wanted to kill her, he couldn't bring himself to do so. After a moment, Yi Qinghan released a soul extinguisher and then teleported. The power of frost surged into her body and sealed her again. This time Yi Qinghan did not continue to release her. Instead, he brought her back to the Dark Night Plane and entered the War Emperor Palace under Emperor Xiang's gaze. "Think about it carefully. When you've thought it through and want to go back, come and find me. Otherwise, you can stay here for the rest of your life," Yi Qinghan said fiercely. He threw Yao Fei into the inner chambers of the War Emperor Palace and went to the Great Hall with the mysterious stone tablets. He had used a lot of power of frost to seal Yao Fei's divine crystal, enough to seal her for 10,000 years. Since he couldn't bring himself to kill her and didn't want to continue tangling with her, Yi Qinghan could only lock her up. After sitting for a while, he put the matter of Yao Fei aside. Yi Qinghan forced himself to calm down and began to comprehend the laws of water. Chapter 1404. Things didn't go beyond Yi Qinghan's expectations. He entered the War Imperial Hall from the Dark Night dimension and went into closed-door training for 30,000 years before he easily comprehended the ultimate profound of water. He didn't encounter any bottlenecks at all. It was extremely smooth. After comprehending 6 high-grade profound mysteries of water and 1 ultimate profound, Yi Qinghan's comprehension of the laws had officially stepped into the upper 9th grade. Others needed hundreds of thousands of years to achieve this goal, but he could do it in 30,000 years. Yi Qinghan wasn't too happy, because the comprehension of the laws wasn't of much help to his strength. It could only make the cold realm evolve a little faster. Yi Qinghan was very clear that his current enemy was the Supreme God Emperor. The only one who could threaten him was Pan Xing. So even if he comprehended the other 3 profound mysteries of the laws of metal, wood and fire, he wouldn't be too surprised. He would only be satisfied if he could comprehend the profound mysteries of the laws of 12 different elements and reach perfection, allowing the cold realm to evolve completely and having the ability to fight against Pan Xing. It's been 30,000 years. Since Emperor Xiang didn't come to disturb me, the Demoness plane shouldn't come to cause trouble anymore, right? The Demon Realm's plane should be more or less occupied, right? Let's go out and take a look. Yi Qinghan stretched his body and was about to teleport out when he suddenly froze, as if he had forgotten something. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. It seemed that in these 30,000 years, He had wholeheartedly cultivated and forgotten the demoness monarch Yao Fei. The power of cold that he had sealed in Yao Fei's body was only enough to seal her for 10,000 years, but now 30,000 years had passed. Yi Qinghan shuddered at the thought of it. She was a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, although he wasn't afraid of her sneak attacks. What if the restrictions of the War Imperial Hall couldn't trap her and she escaped and killed the entire Immortal Realm army? Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief as he sent out his divine sense. Yao Fei was still sitting cross-legged in that chamber, seemingly cultivating. Yi Qinghan activated the restrictions of the Battle Emperor Palace and teleported over. The moment he appeared, Yao Fei immediately woke up. Her eyes were still as unforgettable as ever, but they were filled with hatred instead of love. Yi Qinghan's body trembled again. Yi Qinghan probed with his divine senses. Indeed, the seal on Yao Fei's divine crystal had already been removed. However, with Yao Fei's strength, Yi Qinghan could easily suppress her with a wave of his hand. Hence he was not afraid. He asked, Yao Fei, have you thought it through? If you've thought it through, I'll let you go. You can return to the fairy plane. Just mind your own business in the future. Yao Fei did not say a word. She did not even blink. She continued to stare at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan scratched his head. He was speechless at this sickly Yao Fei. After a moment of silence, he asked, the seal on your divine crystal has been removed. Why didn't you escape? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to break the restrictions of this spatial divine tool, right? Yao Fei finally spoke. Her expression was firm and her tone was colder than winter. Why should I escape? Where can I escape to? If I don't kill you, I won't have the face to return to the fairy plane. Hence, I've decided to stay here and cultivate. When I'm stronger than you, I'll kill you. Yi Qinghan's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. The reason Yao Fei did not escape was because she wanted to follow him and cultivate before killing him. Yi Qinghan realized that he had underestimated Yao Fei's sickness. He sighed helplessly. Do you know your current strength? You are already at the peak of martial artists. No matter how much you cultivate, you won't be able to improve much. In other words, you will never be a match for me. In other words, you will never be able to kill me. Could it be that you still want to be stubborn? Yao Fei smiled coldly. Your strength is at least several times higher than mine, right? You're not a martial artist? If you can cultivate to such a high level, why can't I? I'm different. Yi Qinghan was about to go crazy again, but he could not explain to her. He could only wave his hand and say, in any case, it's impossible for you to cultivate to my level. Just give up on that idea. What's different about you? You're not human? You're a divine emperor? You're a man, why are you so long-winded? Either you kill me, or I'll kill you after I cultivate to your level. It's that simple. Yao Fei laughed coldly. Then she ignored everything else and went into seclusion to cultivate. Yi Qinghan stared at Yao Fei for a while. He really wanted to slap her, but he did not harden his heart in the end. Sighing helplessly, Yi Qinghan decided to ignore her. He casually set up countless small restrictions in the walls of the room. He also controlled the restrictions in the War Emperor Hall, leaving the restrictions in this room open at all times. After making sure that he would know immediately if Yao Fei wanted to break out of this room, he left the War Emperor Hall. Emperor. In the Dark Night dimension, Emperor Xiang was still sitting in his mansion. However, this mansion had become much more luxurious. A large city had also appeared outside the mansion. Moreover, there were many more humans in the Dark Night dimension. Clearly, they had migrated here. There were also many more cities, and each city had a teleportation array. In the city where the mansion was located, there was even a super large teleportation array. Yi Qinghan asked, how's the situation? The situation is very good. Emperor Xiang knew very well what Yi Qinghan wanted to ask. He said in detail, the demon plane is basically all occupied. The transfer teleportation array between the divine realm and the devil realm has been built. Many teleportation arrays between the demon plane and the material planes have also been built. The divine realm's large-scale migration has been going on for 10,000 years. About tens of billions of people have migrated here. The fairy plane has not come to harass us. Instead, they have migrated the fairy race from the hundreds of material planes near the demon plane. They have also sent envoys to express their willingness to live in peace with the divine realm and never fight. The emperors and empresses have returned to the divine realm. Emperor Xiaohe is still sitting in the demon plane. Yi Qinghan nodded, very satisfied. The most important thing was that the teleportation array was perfect. Once a material plane was attacked, the Divine Realm's army could immediately be sent over through the teleportation array. Of course, Yi Qinghan believed that with him and Xiao He around, the fairy plane would not have the guts to provoke them again. Right. Emperor has another piece of good news. Emperor Xiang suddenly opened his mouth. Half a month ago, Ice Queen broke through. The Divine Realm sent news that they want you to head back after you come out of seclusion. Broke through? Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. Beast God, Zhu Yi and Ice Queen were all peak grade 9. The meaning of breaking through was unclear. It meant that they had reached grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist. Beast God Zhu Yi and Ice Queen had been stuck at peak grade 9 for hundreds of thousands of years. Who knew that they would actually break through? Peak grade 9 and Supreme Martial Artist weren't on the same level. They had turned into dragons. After so many years they didn't break through. After following me they broke through right away? Am I a spiritual body? I can help people break through bottlenecks? Yi Qinghan laughed to himself. He turned his head and asked Emperor Xiang, can the teleportation array in this city teleport to the demon plane? Of course. All the mid-tier planes have built teleportation arrays. Currently, Wind Moon Monarch is bringing people to perfect the teleportation array in the material planes. Okay, I will leave. You continue to guard this place and cultivate hard. If you can break through to grade 9, I will give this mid-tier plane to you. After Yi Qinghan said this, he teleported into the teleportation array. The person guarding the teleportation array activated it right away. Emperor Xiang was still at the same spot. He was so excited that his body started to tremble. Dark Night Plane. This was a mid-tier plane that was tens of times bigger than Ethereal Continent. Yi Qinghan said that he would definitely give it to him. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to break through grade 9. He instructed his men and went into secluded meditation right away. Chapter 1405. Ice Snow Island was filled with joy. In the history of the Ice Snow race, there were a few grade 9 upper experts. Unfortunately, they all died in the plain battlefield. But there had never been a grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist. Now that Bing Mei actually broke through to grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist, not only did this represent her own glory, but it also had a huge impact on the Ice Snow race. As long as Bing Mei didn't die, the Ice Snow race would have glory for generations. They would have more resources and they would reproduce faster and faster. In the end, they would become one of the strongest races in the God world. Yi Qinghan brought Xiao He to meet Zhu Yi. They teleported back to the God world through the super teleportation formation and headed towards Ice Snow Island. Experts gathered on Ice Snow Island. Basically all the monarch-level experts came to congratulate. Yi Qinghan's women were all here too. Although Ice Queen was cold and didn't want to interact with them, she was still Yi Qinghan's woman. Greetings, Emperor Xiao He. The moment Yi Qinghan and Xiao He appeared, the joy on everyone's faces became even thicker. Yi Qinghan came out of seclusion just in time. He had just broken through a few days ago and he was back. Little Han, you are strong. Jita gave Yi Qinghan a thumbs up. His eyes were filled with joy. Ice Queen broke through and Yi Qinghan's women rushed over to congratulate him. How could the experienced Jita not see through this? Ah, everyone is here. Yi Qinghan walked into the main hall and casually sat on the main seat. His eyes locked onto Ice Queen who had just given up her seat to him. He realized that she had broken through. He smiled and nodded his head. Not bad, not bad. Not bad. Emperor? Ice Queen frowned and stood at the side. A blush flashed across her face before disappearing. Yi Qinghan came to his senses and knew that his words were too ambiguous. He laughed dryly and looked at the beast god beside him. He asked, Ancestor, do you have any hope of breaking through your bottleneck? I think you should just refine the Chaos God Crystal. Yi Qinghan got some Chaos God Crystals in the plain battlefield and gave one to Jida and Yi Feihu. Of course, he didn't give it to the others since he wasn't familiar with them. However, Beast God and Monarch Yenran Zhu Yi Queen didn't want it. The moment Yi Qinghan mentioned the Chaos Divine Crystal, the eyes of a group of lower rank 9 martial artists in the main hall turned green as they stared at Yi Qinghan. Mo Shanghuang and the others hadn't followed Lord Devour that year, so Yi Qinghan had always been wary of them. Of course, he wouldn't give them the primal Chaos Divine Crystals. God. Snow Queen, if I can't break through after 100,000 years, I'll refine the primal Chaos Divine Crystal. Yi God Snow Queen Queen King with him and God. Yi Qinghan God, Emperor Yi God, Queen Qinghan God would God Qinghan God would QOF of Snow God Queen. Yi Qinghan nodded and respected the beast god's decision. He swept his gaze across the crowd and was very satisfied. The divine world had 2 9th grade supreme martial artists, Ice Snow Queen and Yi Feihu. Beast God and Zhu Yi could refine the Chaos God crystal and break through at any time. Plus, he and Xiao He were two ninth-grade supreme martial artists. The divine world was strong now. Even if the plane war started again, Yi Qinghan wouldn't have to worry about losing even if he didn't participate. Boom. At this moment, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly exploded in the sky, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Yi Qinghan scanned the area with his divine sense and black lines appeared on his forehead. Could it be that his crow's mouth had hit the mark? A golden divine mirror fell from the sky along with the purple lightning. Kid teleported and grabbed the divine mirror. After looking at it, he was shocked. He teleported over and exclaimed, "The plane war started again after 40,000 years, and the divine world is participating again." Yi Qinghan scanned the divine mirror. It was indeed about the plane war. Yi Qinghan looked at Beast God blankly and asked, "How many years has it been? Why is the plane war starting again? Also, didn't the divine mirror descend 10,000 years ago? This time it's 40,000 years in advance? Beast God, does our race have any records about the plane war?" Beast God was also confused. He thought for a while and said, "There is no set time for the plane war to start. Sometimes, it happens once every 100,000 years, sometimes once every million years. There is also no set time for the divine mirror to descend. It is normal for the divine world to participate in the plane war 3 to 5 times in a row. In theory it is random." That's not right. Yi Qinghan felt that something was wrong. He thought of the murderous cold voice at the peak of Mount Pan and the words of the lady in purple. He felt uncomfortable. The plane war started so soon? What's more, a divine decree 40,000 years in advance. And the divine world coincidentally participated in the plane war? Yi Qinghan felt that there was an invisible conspiracy surrounding him. The plane war was random. In the past, Yi Qinghan might have believed it. But now he was very clear that this was definitely Pan Xing's doing. Everything about the plane war was within his control. What is Pan Xing trying to do? Yi Qinghan's eyes flickered as he pondered, but he could not figure it out. Everyone in the main hall could not understand either. But since the divine mirror had descended, it was necessary for them to participate in the plane war 40,000 years later. Someone send a message to Zhu Yi. Ask her to return to the divine world. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and suddenly shouted. With a flip of his hand, a divine crystal that emitted a colorful aura appeared in his hand. Yi Qinghan handed it to the beast deity and said, "Elder ancestor, refine it. I will not participate in the next plane war. Let Xiao He lead the team. You guys support him." "You are not participating?" The beast deity looked at Yi Qinghan doubtfully. Seeing that he did not look like he was joking, he could only accept the chaos divine crystal even though he did not know the specific reason. Yi Qinghan swept his gaze across the 9th grade martial artists in the main hall and said decisively, "I still have chaos divine crystals. Before the plane war starts, I will give anyone who breaks through to the 9th grade. Seated in the main hall were the lower 9th grade martial artists of the Fire God clan, the Beast God clan, Pollock, Mo Shanghuang and the Hidden Sovereign. All of them looked at Yi Qinghan with shining eyes. Many of the lower 9th grade martial artists present had reached the peak. It was not impossible for them to break through to the 9th grade in 40,000 years. If they did, and Yi Qinghan gave them the Chaos Divine Crystal, they could break through to the 9th grade Supreme. A 9th grade Supreme martial artist was a supreme existence. Not to mention the lower 9th grade martial artists like them, even the peak 9th grade martial artists could only look up to them. Immediately, the group took their leave and prepared to go into seclusion immediately. They wanted to break through to the 9th grade in 40,000 years. Yi Qinghan transmitted a few messages, and Yu Qingqing and the others tactfully went back. The hall was originally filled with people, but now there were only a few people left. "Boss, are you really not going to participate in the next plane war?" Xiao He asked doubtfully. The beast deity and Ice Queen Yi Feihu also looked over doubtfully. "You are so strong and you have the elder ancestor and the others to help you. Are you afraid that you can't win?" "I don't want you to be number one, I just want you to win," Yi Qinghan said with a smile. His expression was very relaxed, but there was a trace of worry in the depths of his eyes that couldn't be concealed. Xiao He scratched his head and said, "It's not a big problem. It's just that without you, it's boring for me to go alone. Why don't you go with me, boss? You just don't need to fight." Ice Queen and the others looked at Yi Qinghan with burning eyes. Yi Qinghan had become their pillar. As long as he was there, no one would be afraid. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said decisively, "No. I can't go to the plane war anymore. If not, something big will happen. As for the reason, if I am still alive after 1,000,000 years, I will naturally tell you. Chapter 1406. Zhu Yi came back and went into seclusion to refine the Chaos Divine Crystal. Beast God also went into seclusion to refine the Chaos Divine Crystal. Countless lower grade 9 martial artists went into seclusion, preparing to break through to upper grade 9. Beast God and Zhu Yi were prepared to break through to grade 9 Supreme. Since Yi Qinghan insisted, the two of them had no choice but to start refining the Chaos Divine Crystal. Although the two of them could reach grade 9 Supreme after refining it, they weren't used to refining someone else's crystal. Moreover, they couldn't have any breakthroughs in the future. Martial artists cultivated for their entire lives. What they pursued was the thrill of continuous improvement and breakthroughs. If they knew that they couldn't have any breakthroughs in the future, life would be meaningless. There would be less fun and anticipation. That was why Zhu Yi and Beast God Ice Queen refused to refine the Chaos Divine Crystal. However, Yi Qinghan clearly didn't want to participate in the battle. Xiaohe was impulsive. Zhu Yi and Beast God had to follow. The two of them could only refine it helplessly. Yi Feihu had already refined the Chaos Divine Crystal. His strength reached grade 9 Supreme. Zhu Yi was transferred back. Someone had to take charge there. That was why she immediately comprehended the demonic plane. Yi Qinghan returned to Flame Dragon City. Xiaohe also went to the demonic plane. Although the Fairy King was trapped in War Emperor Palace by Yi Qinghan and knew that the Fairy King didn't have the guts to attack the demonic plane, they still had a few grade 9 Supreme. They had to be careful. Yao Yao and the group of juniors went to the demon world. They fought with the demons countless times. Later on, something happened to Yao Yao and Yi Zishi. After they returned, they were all well behaved. They stayed in Flame Dragon Sacred City and cultivated. Yi Qinghan went into seclusion again. Although he didn't know what Pan Xing was plotting, Yi Qinghan felt a deep sense of danger. He had to work hard to make himself stronger. The stronger the better. The most important thing now was to comprehend the remaining 3 laws of metal, wood and water to great success. Yao Ji went into seclusion too. With her help, Yi Qinghan's cultivation speed would double after he entered the 5th level of soul quietude. Because all of the major figures of the immortal realm had gone into seclusion, the atmosphere in the immortal realm had become heavy. Countless people began to quietly go into seclusion, rubbing their palms, preparing for battle. Pan Xing, if you do this, more than half of the experts in the Pan realm will die. You've already made a mistake in the past. Are you still going to be obsessed with it? On the peak of Mount Pan, She looked at Pan Xing with disappointment. Pan Xing didn't even glance at her. When Pan Shi was so angry that her body trembled and was about to speak again, Pan Xing said coldly, "You've already missed it once back then? What did I do wrong?" Pan Shi, "I think you're wrong, ridiculously wrong." Pan Shi's face turned red and she said angrily, "Do you still think you were right?" Pan Huang said that everything in this world has its own cycle of reincarnation. We just need to ensure that Pan realm is not destroyed and that the cycle of life is not destroyed. If it weren't for me stopping you, the entire divine world would have been annihilated. You are destroying the natural operation of the Tao of Samsara. Now you are forcing countless planes to participate in the war for a groundless matter. If this continues, the population and experts of the Pan realm will die in large numbers. Die in large numbers? So what if I destroy half of the lives in the Pan realm? Pan Xing laughed coldly. The murderous aura on his body condensed the air. He said arrogantly, "As long as Pan realm is not destroyed, even if a civilization is destroyed, even if all the lives in that plane perish, so what? Heaven and earth Yuan Qi can continuously give birth to new lives. In less than 10,000 years, countless races can evolve. In less than 100,000 years, this plane can be occupied by all kinds of races. In 1,000,000 years, a deity realm expert will appear in this plane. After 1,000,000 years, this plane will regain its prosperity. Back then, the God world was destroyed by this emperor and suffered great losses. Didn't they become stronger now? I am in charge of the laws and punishments of heaven and earth in Pan realm. The first thing I need to do is to ensure that Pan realm is not destroyed. You need to control the reincarnation path and ensure that the cycle of life is not destroyed. We each have our own responsibilities and will not interfere with each other. I want to ensure that Pan realm is not destroyed and that the laws of heaven and earth are not chaotic. Therefore, I need to destroy all the dangerous factors that can break the laws and destroy Pan realm. As long as Pan realm is not destroyed and the laws of heaven and earth are not chaotic, so what if all the lives in the plane are destroyed? After millions of years, Pan realm will naturally regain its prosperity." Pan Xing spoke passionately, then asked Pan Shi, "You always say that I am reckless. Let me ask you, Did Pan Huang say anything when I annihilated the divine world's powerful beings back then? Pan Huang didn't give any orders. What does this mean? It means that he has tacitly approved of my actions. You are twisting words and forcing logic. Pan Shi was infuriated by Pan Xing's words. She shook her head in disappointment and said, Pan Xing, you are bedeviled. You are no longer suitable to manage Pan Realm. You are obviously afraid that there will be experts stronger than you in this plane and that they will take your position. You are afraid that the lives in Pan Realm, which you see as ants, will be on equal footing with you and even stand above you. Pan Realm's destruction? With Pan Huang around, can Pan Realm be destroyed? Why didn't Pan Huang give any orders? Because he has never cared about Pan Realm's matters. When have you ever seen him interfere with Pan Realm's matters? Turn back, Pan Xing. If you go on like this, you will really be bedeviled. By then, no one will be able to save you. Haha, laughable, extremely laughable. Pan Xing raised his head and laughed wildly. He didn't care whether Pan Shi was right or wrong, and he didn't look at Pan Shi again. His eyes were filled with coldness as he glanced around the dimensional battlefield and said arrogantly, The ants in Pan Xing's world dare to stand on my head? I am in charge of Pan Realm's natural laws. I have the right to kill and seize the lives in Pan Realm. Who can be my match? No matter what you say, don't even think about changing my will. Also, Pan Shi, I am warning you. You can care about your reincarnation, but don't interfere with my matters. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. After saying this, Pan Xing walked straight into his small wooden house. The wooden door closed silently, leaving Pan Shi alone on the empty peak of Pan Mountain. Pan Huang has been here for so many years. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Pan Shi's beautiful face, which could dazzle the eyes of all the men in the world, was full of worry. She looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. Pan Xing has been bedeviled. Pan Huang, what should I do? That Emperor Han Yi of the divine world, it seems that he is the next divine emperor supreme you mentioned, but if this goes on, he will be discovered by Pan Xing sooner or later. His strength has not reached the level of divine emperor supreme. What if he is killed by Pan Xing? Pan Huang, what do you want me to do? Please give me your decree. This Emperor Han Yi from the divine world has reached the upper level of the 9th grade in such a short time? It seems that he is definitely going to be the next supreme god emperor. Pan Shi's eyes brightened. She looked towards the divine world and cried out in surprise. Her eyes flickered and became firm. She said softly, No, I can't watch him die. I have to remind him not to enter the plain battlefield. Pan Shi looked back at Pan Xing's wooden house. She took a step forward and instantly appeared thousands of miles away. Then she took another step forward and disappeared from the plain battlefield. Chapter 1407. He comprehended the 6 high-level mysteries of the metal element several thousand years ago. I reckon it won't be long before he comprehends the ultimate mystery of the metal element. Little Han, your comprehension speed really leaves me speechless. If I was 1/10 as freakish, I would be a 9th grade elite by now. In the War Imperial Palace, Yao Ji sat cross-legged on the jade bed and looked at Yi Qinghan, who was cultivating. Her face was full of admiration and envy, but she wasn't too surprised because she was already numb to it. The comprehension of laws was always a pain in Yao Ji's heart. She could use the restrictions to resist 9th grade cultivators, and she could even use the restrictions in the Nifa's abyss to fight 9th grade supremes. However, it was a pity that she couldn't reach 9th grade or above. She had already comprehended most of the restrictions in the War Imperial Palace. She would have to comprehend it herself in the remaining time. A master could lead the way, but cultivation depended on the individual. She still needed a lot of time to reach the level of restrictions in the War Imperial Palace. That little girl from the seductress tribe is quite honest. She has actually cultivated for more than 10,000 years. Little Han said that her strength has already reached 9th grade supreme being, and that she used the supreme technique of the seductress tribe and sacrificed several supreme beings to reach that level. Why is she still cultivating? Can she break through? Yao Ji probed Yao Fei through the restrictions in the War Imperial Palace, then looked at Yi Qinghan with a dubious smile. Yi Qinghan had only told Yao Ji about Yao Fei's existence. Although his explanation was very clear, Yao Ji still had her suspicions. Locking a ruler from a different plane in the War Imperial Palace, and saying that she didn't want to go back, and wanted to stay here until she became stronger before seeking revenge? Even saying that he had released her a few times, but she came looking for him? He didn't want to become enemies with the seductress plane, so he couldn't kill her or release her and could only lock her up? How old did he think everyone was? So gullible? If it weren't for Yi Qinghan's solemn vow and the fact that she couldn't afford to offend him, the enchantress would definitely laugh in front of him and express her strong doubts. Just as Yao Ji was smiling and shaking her head, preparing to continue comprehending the profound mysteries, Yao Fei, who was in her chamber, suddenly woke up. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and arrogance as she shouted towards the room, "Emperor of the divine world, come out. This empress has broken through. This empress wants to fight to the death with you." The moment Yao Ji heard this, she was bewildered. She had thought that this woman was someone Yi Qinghan had kept as a mistress and was planning to slowly tame. But to think that this woman would not break out of the Battle Emperor Palace to escape despite her strength. It was evident that she had feelings for Yi Qinghan. Thus, she glanced over and saw that Yi Qinghan was still in seclusion. Afraid that Yao Fei would disturb him, she controlled the restriction and teleported over. When Yao Fei saw that Yi Qinghan did not appear, but a beautiful woman appeared instead, she raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, "Who are you?" "I want to find your emperor. Have him come out." Yao Ji smiled and said, "The emperor is in seclusion. I'm afraid he can't come out right now." "Miss, are you the ruler of the Fei race?" "This empress is. I'm not looking for you. Have your emperor come out. I want to fight to the death with him." Yao Fei was too lazy to waste words with Yao Ji. "Miss, I don't want to criticize you, but you are not a match for the emperor. In fact, you are not even a match for Emperor Xiaohe," Yao Ji said with a smile. She thought that Yao Fei was a little girl who wanted to quarrel with Yi Qinghan. Yao Fei coldly snorted and said, "Cut the crap. How will you know if you don't fight? Are you going to call me or not? If you don't, I'll smash his spatial divine tool." Yao Ji shook her head and continued to smile. "I said the emperor is in seclusion." "Pung?" A wind blade shot out from Yao Fei's body, slamming into the wall. In an instant, the restrictions within the Battle Emperor Palace began to flicker. Luckily Yao Fei controlled her strength. Otherwise, the Battle Emperor Palace really would have been destroyed by her attack. Shio. In the next second, Yi Qinghan appeared in the room. When he saw that Yao Fei had not attacked Yao Ji, he sighed in relief. Then he said angrily, "Yao Fei, do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Yao Fei was not afraid in the slightest. She continued to glare at Yi Qinghan with hatred and said, "If you want to kill me, you'll know after we fight. The one who dies might not be me." "Fine, I'll grant your wish. Let's go out and fight." Yi Qinghan controlled the restrictions within the Battle Emperor Palace and brought Yao Fei out of the Battle Emperor Palace. Then he shouted to her, "Let's fight in the boundless void." Yao Fei nodded and the two of them flew into the sky. In an instant they had flown out of the boundless void. Yao Ji, who had teleported out, blinked and murmured in a daze, "Could it really be as little Han said? That this king of the demonic tribe is sick?" Yao Fei was naturally not sick. However, she was injured at this moment. She had suffered a vicious palm strike from Yi Qinghan, and all the bones in her body had been shattered. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body was plastered to a material plane outside the immortal realm. She was on the verge of death. "Are you satisfied now? Are you convinced? With your strength, I can suppress you with a flip of my hand. You won't be able to surpass me even if you cultivate for several lifetimes. Do you understand?" Yi Qinghan said fiercely as he glared at the pale-faced Yao Fei. If she had dared to hurt Yao Ji just now, or dared to act recklessly after leaving the immortal realm, Yi Qinghan would definitely have smacked her to death with his palm. However, Yao Fei completely ignored him. She sat cross-legged on the source power outside the material plane and healed her injuries. Then she said nonchalantly, "Of course I'm not convinced. One day I'll be able to kill you. Alright, send me back. I'm going to continue cultivating." Back where? Yi Qinghan blinked in confusion. However, Yao Fei rolled her eyes and said, "Back to your spatial divine item, of course." Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. After a moment's hesitation, he immediately cursed, "Mother ***, which part of me is your home? If you're not going to send me back, then kill me. Or I can go to the immortal realm to cultivate." Yao Fei said coldly with an indifferent expression. The hatred in her eyes was still etched into her bones. Yi Qinghan realized that he had no way of dealing with Yao Fei. Yao Fei clearly had the chance to capture Yao Ji to threaten him today, but she had not done so. This made him even more reluctant to kill her. Letting her go to the immortal realm to cultivate was even more impossible. In the end, he could only embarrassingly throw her into the War Emperor's palace. After staying in the endless void for a while, Yi Qinghan became extremely interested in Yao Fei. This was because he realized that Yao Fei's strength had actually increased slightly. Yao Fei did not seem like someone who would lie. Moreover, her words and actions were like those of a little girl who did not understand the ways of the world. If she was not lying to him, then her strength had indeed been forcibly raised by her tribe king and 3 grand elders through a supreme secret technique? Then how could her strength have increased now? A 9th grade supremacy. Even a normal 9th grade supremacy would find it extremely difficult to increase their strength by even a little, much less forcibly raise it. Was this like Yao Fei who had refined the primal chaos divine realm? Yi Qinghan knew that if he went to ask Yao Fei, he would not be able to get any information out of her. He embarrassedly returned to the Flame Dragon City sky platform. There was only Yao Ji on the sky platform. It was clear that Yao Ji had forcefully sealed up the matter of Yao Fei. No one else had discovered it, or perhaps they had pretended not to have seen it. Heavenly Emperor, what is going on with this queen of the Fei race? Yao Ji asked as she looked at Yi Qinghan in confusion. From the conversation between Yi Qinghan and Yao Ji just now, Yao Ji had overturned the possibility that Yi Qinghan was keeping a mistress in his house. Yi Qinghan sighed and activated the restrictions on the sky platform. He told Yao Ji everything that had happened with Yao Fei. Yao Ji fell silent after hearing this. After a moment she raised her head and smiled, saying, "Little Han, do you want to know how Yao Fei increased her strength? I have a way." Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. At this moment he desperately needed to increase his strength. Even a little bit would be good. He hurriedly asked, "What way?" "It's very simple." Yao Ji smiled seductively and said, "You go in F***ck Yao Fei." Chapter 1408. F***ck, what kind of person do you think I am? Who do you think I am? That's a beast, that's a stud. I hate this kind of person the most. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and pursed his lips. Yao Ji covered her mouth and giggled. She looked at Yi Qinghan seductively and said, "I remember that you also said the same thing in the dimensional battlefield, right? Big Sister Zhu Yi told us that you righteously rejected her proposal, but you ended up sleeping with Bing Mayer not long after?" Cough cough. This is different. Let's not talk about this. Yi Qinghan laughed awkwardly, rubbed his hands and said, "Bing Mayer and I are a bit special. It was an accident, definitely an accident. What's more, Yao Fei and I aren't what you think we are. Can't you see that she hates me to the bone? Without love, where would hate come from? Little Han, you don't understand women at all." Yao Ji giggled and said disapprovingly, "This Yao Fei clearly won't leave. You can't bring yourself to kill her, and she's determined to seek revenge on you. She won't be able to get revenge in this lifetime, so she'll follow you for the rest of her life? Instead of letting such a nuisance stay by your side, why don't you accept her? Accepting her would solve all your problems, and you could even obtain her supreme secret technique to increase your strength. Why not?" "Nonsense, no way. No way." Yi Qinghan waved his hands decisively. However, he subconsciously thought of Yao Fei's exquisite figure and appearance. However, when he thought of her gaze filled with hatred, he shivered all over. He shook his head, sighed and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's go in and cultivate first. I was about to reach great accomplishment in the ultimate mystery of the metal element, but Yao Fei interrupted me. Right, how long have I been cultivating in seclusion?" "You're about to reach great accomplishment? Only 15,000 years. Yao Ji said with a smile. Her eyes were filled with joy. With your help, it'll be impossible not to cultivate quickly." Yi Qinghan chuckled. He originally wanted to bring Yao Ji into the Combat Emperor Palace, but his body suddenly stiffened and his pupils constricted. He looked at the pavilion on the north side of the balcony in disbelief. On the rooftop of the fiery dragon city, Yi Qinghan had completely imitated the rooftop of the soul-devouring city to commemorate Lord Devour. At the same time, he thought that sitting on this rooftop would make his heart more peaceful. To the south of the rooftop was a rack of grapes, which was where Yi Qinghan and the enchantress were sitting. The northern part of the rooftop was filled with flower pots with countless fresh flowers. There was a pavilion at the very edge from which one could see the entire Flame Dragon City. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in the pavilion. The woman appeared without a sound, and it did not seem like she had teleported at all. There was not the slightest fluctuation in space, and it was as if she had always been standing in the pavilion. The woman was wearing a purple dress. She turned her face to Yi Qinghan, and she was gazing at the scenery of the Flame Dragon City. The woman was very beautiful, so beautiful that Yi Qinghan did not dare to look at her directly. He did not dare to have any thoughts of profanity. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens without a trace of human aura. But that was not important. The most important thing was that this woman, Yi Qinghan, was very familiar. This face had appeared in his mind vaguely, but it was still fresh in his memory. It was unforgettable. The woman in purple. The woman in purple who had sent a message to him in the plain battlefield, asking him not to do anything. Yi Qinghan looked at Yao Ji next to him and found that she had actually fallen into a deep sleep. His face was even more frightening. He knew clearly that this was not a dream. Although the woman in purple didn't release any aura, Yi Qinghan immediately stood up, cupped his hands and bowed. "Greetings, my lady." Of course, the woman in purple was Pan Shi. She had departed from the plain battlefield, but she didn't go directly to the God world. Instead, she had inspected each plane. As the God Emperor Supremacy, she controlled the reincarnation path of life in Pangaea. Of course, she had the right to inspect each plane, which wouldn't attract Pan Xing's attention. Of course, even if Pan Xing knew that Pan Shi had come out, he had no way to check her movements. Pan Shi was so confident about this. She couldn't be compared to Pan Xing in terms of competence, but Pan Xing couldn't compare to her in terms of supernatural abilities. Pan Shi turned around, her face indifferent. She said emotionlessly, "What's your name?" "My lady, I'm Yi Qinghan." Yi Qinghan's palms were sweaty. It had been years since he had felt such pressure. It was like the first time he had met Lord Devour in the Dark Castle. "Yeah, Yi Qinghan. You don't need to call me Lord. Just call me Pan Shi," said Pan Shi faintly. "What? Yes, Pan Shi. Very." Yi Qinghan clasped his fists to greet, thinking that it was indeed the case. Pan Xing, Pan Shi, and the old man in sackcloth, there were 3 God Emperor supremacies. Pan Shi glanced at Yi Qinghan, her eyes as deep as the sea and as bright as the stars. It seemed she could read Yi Qinghan's mind. She said faintly, "You're right. I'm a God Emperor supremacy and so is Pan Xing. As for the old man in sackcloth, you'll know his identity later." "Yeah." Yi Qinghan felt that Pan Shi had seen through all of his secrets with just a glance. He felt his hair stand on end. Although he had so many questions, he didn't dare to ask anything. Pan Shi continued, "This time I came here to tell you that you'd better not step into the planar battlefield in the future. With your strange strength, once Pan Xing finds out, you'll definitely die. Even I can't help you." "Thank you, Fairy Pan Shi." Yi Qinghan bowed deeply again. He finally understood why Pan Xing didn't notice him. It must be Pan Shi who helped him. But he didn't understand why Pan Shi, a God Emperor supremacy, would help him. Could it be that she and Pan Xing were enemies? Also, why did Pan Xing want to kill him? Was it really because of his soul mutation? Yi Qinghan didn't dare to think about the cold boundary. He didn't know if Pan Shi knew about it or not, but he knew that Pan Shi could easily know what he was thinking. So he didn't dare to think about it. As expected, Pan Shi easily knew what was on Yi Qinghan's mind. After a moment of silence, she said, "I know you have many questions, but you don't need to know them now. Just keep cultivating and don't step into the space battlefield. In the future you'll understand everything." Yi Qinghan didn't dare to say more, but he still couldn't help but ask, "In the future? When is the next time?" "When your strength reaches the level of a God Emperor or a Supreme. Yi Qinghan, cultivate hard. Pan Shi looks forward to our next meeting." Pan Shi smiled faintly. Her beauty was enough to topple cities. Even the flowers in the surroundings paled in comparison. Then she took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept out and discovered that Pan Shi had actually disappeared from the divine world. Oh! Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept around a few times to make sure that Pan Shi had left. Only then did he wipe the cold sweat from his palms. He looked back at the sleeping Yao Ji and smiled bitterly. Pan Shi came and left quietly. She answered some of his doubts but also brought him more doubts. Chapter 1409. After Pan Shi left, Yi Qinghan didn't wake Yao Ji up. Instead, he sat alone on the rooftop and began to ponder. Pan Shi came. Although she only said a few words, the information contained in her words was immense. At least, Yi Qinghan confirmed that there were 3 divine emperors, Pan Shi, Pan Xing, and the hemp-robed old man. Right? It seemed that the hemp-robed old man had a higher status? When Pan Shi mentioned the hemp-robed old man, she seemed to be very respectful. One thing was certain. Pan Xing knew of his situation and would definitely kill him. Or rather, if he made a move and was seen by Pan Xing, a great battle was unavoidable. However, there were even more doubts in Yi Qinghan's mind. Why did Pan Xing want to kill him? Why did Pan Shi help him? Why was Pan Shi so sure that he could cultivate to the level of a divine emperor? Was the hemp-robed old man friend or foe? What did the hemp-robed old man mean? After sitting on the rooftop for a long time, Yi Qinghan thought for a long time, but still couldn't come to a conclusion. 2 hours later, Yao Ji slowly woke up. Her beautiful eyes blinked and she asked in confusion, "Little Han, why did I suddenly fall asleep?" "Hehe, you must be too tired." Yi Qinghan smiled gently, pulled Yao Ji up, stroked her bangs and said with a smile, "Let's go to the War Imperial Palace. I'm going into seclusion. Rest well and don't think too much." Yao Ji knew that she couldn't fall asleep from exhaustion. Moreover, she wasn't tired. However, since Yi Qinghan didn't want to explain, she didn't ask. After entering the War Imperial Palace, Yi Qinghan directly went into seclusion. Yao Ji looked at his chiseled face. Although she knew that he was hiding many secrets, she understood that Yi Qinghan wouldn't harm her. He was hiding things for her own good. Yi Qinghan came out of seclusion very quickly. He was about to master the metal element ultimate mystery, and if Yao Fei hadn't interrupted him, he would have mastered it in a few hundred years at most. After more than 800 years of seclusion, he opened his eyes. After coming out of seclusion, there was not the slightest hint of joy in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Instead, there was a solemn expression on his face. Beside him, the Yao Ji immediately put down the restriction book and asked, "What's wrong, little Han?" He was stuck with the ultimate profound mystery of the metal element? "You haven't mastered it yet?" "No, it took a few days for it to reach greater mastery." Yi Qinghan shook his head. His brows furrowed and he sighed, "I'm in big trouble." "What big trouble?" The temptress raised her eyebrows. She knew that Yi Qinghan had a lot of secrets, but if he didn't say anything she would never ask. Now that he had asked, the temptress was naturally concerned. "I don't know what to say. Let me take a look first." Yi Qinghan shook his head again and closed his eyes. This time they were in big trouble. There was a problem with the Cold Realm. The Cold Realm had stopped evolving. 3 days ago he had mastered the ultimate profound mystery of the metal element law. Yi Qinghan habitually probed the Cold Realm. However, he found that everything in the Cold Realm had stopped. The whirlpool of space had stopped rotating. The Cold Realm had stopped expanding. The countless planes inside had also stopped evolving. It was as if everything had frozen. This scared Yi Qinghan to death. The Cold Realm was the source of his power. If something happened to the Cold Realm, not only would he lose his strength but he would also lose his life. Even if nothing happened and the evolution stopped, his strength wouldn't improve. If he had to face Pan Xing in the future, what could he use to fight him? However, he used his divine sense to probe the Cold Realm again and again. However, he didn't find anything. It was as if the Cold Realm had suddenly stopped revolving. The Cold Realm had become very big. It was as big as several hundred planes of the Immortal Realm. The biggest plane inside was as big as 1/10 of the Flame Dragon plane. Originally, everything was progressing in a good direction, but now, this sudden turn of events made Yi Qinghan tremble with fear. After searching a few more times, Yi Qinghan still didn't find anything. After pondering for a moment, he moved his mind and entered the Cold Realm. Yao Ji's pupils shrank. She felt that Yi Qinghan didn't use the War Imperial Palace's restrictions to teleport out. She swept the War Imperial Palace with her divine sense but didn't find Yi Qinghan. She couldn't help but be surprised. In the Cold Realm, Yi Qinghan stood in the air. He looked around. He looked at the stars in the sky, the planes of different sizes. He looked at the countless space whirlpools. He looked at the cold power dancing in the middle of the planes. He was extremely confused. He silently walked in the void, looking at the lifeless Cold Realm, feeling a little lost. With a thought, he entered the largest plane and stood on a barren land. Looking at the barren plain, he stood there silently for a long time without saying a word. "Cold power, come." After a long time, Yi Qinghan shouted. A ball of cold power suddenly appeared in his palm. He casually smashed it in the air. Immediately, the space in the plane was torn apart. It almost broke the plane. Then Yi Qinghan smashed the ground. Dust flew up. Yi Qinghan stood alone on the barren land. He looked at the slowly falling dust with a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Water element, come." A moment later, Yi Qinghan made a grabbing motion with one hand. The water elements in the world rushed towards his hand and flowed downwards, turning into a stream, then into a pond and finally into a vast ocean. "Scatter." "Earth element, come." "Scatter." "Metal element, come." After repeated practice, Yi Qinghan confirmed one thing. As long as he comprehended the ultimate mystery, the laws in the Cold Realm would be complete. The elements inside would be incomparably abundant. Is it because I haven't comprehended the laws of time? Has time stopped inside? Is that why it stopped expanding? Derivation? Yi Qinghan pondered for many days and came to this conclusion. However, the Cold Realm didn't have the laws of time. How could he comprehend the laws of time? After staying in the cold realm for half a month, Yi Qinghan still hadn't discovered anything. He could only leave the cold realm to see if he could comprehend the laws of time. Buzz. Yi Qinghan's sudden appearance in the War Emperor Palace gave Yao Ji a fright. However, she also heaved a sigh of relief. Yao Ji didn't say anything. She just looked at Yi Qinghan, waiting for his explanation. I'll explain it to you later. Let me think about it first. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly at Yao Ji. He walked straight to the stone tablet of the laws of time. His eyes lit up. He began to comprehend the basic mysteries of the laws of time. The laws of time were divided into 5 basic mysteries: time force, time reversal, time acceleration, time stop, and time eternity. Yi Qinghan first looked at the stone tablet of the laws of time. However, after several hundred years he still didn't comprehend anything. Yi Qinghan wasn't convinced. He turned and walked to the stone tablet of the laws of time stop. After 300 years he still didn't make any progress. Time reversal, time acceleration, time eternity. Yi Qinghan spent more than 1,000 years, but there was no sign of comprehension of the laws of time. And the cold realm was still without any signs of derivation. Yao Ji, how long until the planar war starts? Yi Qinghan stopped comprehending and asked Yao Ji. Yao Ji calculated and said, about 20,000 years. 20,000 years. Come, let's go for a walk. Yi Qinghan stood up and said decisively. Where? Yao Ji was stunned. Yi Qinghan blinked in confusion and said, the endless void. Let's go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. I want to figure out a problem and find an answer. Otherwise, my strength won't improve anymore. Chapter 14:10. Yao Ji didn't say much, and the two of them flashed into the War Imperial Palace. Yi Qinghan summoned a group of people and told them that he was going to wander around. He had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, and he decisively didn't bring anyone else besides Yao Ji. Zhu Yi and the Beast God had already refined the Chaos Divine Crystal, and their strength had reached 9th grade supremacy. In addition to Ice Queen Yi Feihu and Xiao He, there were many elites in the immortal realm, so Yi Qinghan wasn't worried. He took Yao Ji to the Soul Emperor Pavilion and went to the Endless Void. Yao Fei was transported out and thrown into a side hall on the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yao Fei seemed to be in deep seclusion, and didn't realize that her cultivation place had changed. Where are you going, little Han? Yao Ji looked at Yi Qinghan inquiringly. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said, I'm just going to wander around wherever I go. Just don't stray too far from the immortal realm. Send me to the top of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Keep an eye on Yao Fei. When she wakes up, tell me immediately. Yao Ji immediately teleported Yi Qinghan out. She furrowed her brows and continued to comprehend the restrictions. To her there was no difference. The only difference was that the location of her comprehension had changed from the War Emperor Palace to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. However, she occasionally looked at Yi Qinghan at the top of the Soul Emperor Pavilion with some worry in her eyes. Yi Qinghan stood at the top of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, his eyes dazed, and he didn't move. He was in a strange state and he began to search for a solution to the problem of the cold domain. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was neither fast nor slow, and it turned into a shooting star that wandered aimlessly in the endless void. Time passed quickly and 20,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere of the immortal realm became even more solemn. Winds blew and clouds flew. The planar war was about to begin. Countless elites gathered in Flame Dragon City, waiting for the planar war to begin. Countless martial artists in the immortal realm were excited. The overall strength of the immortal realm had increased greatly. Although no lower 9th grade sovereign had broken through to upper 9th grade in tens of thousands of years, and the news that Emperor Han Yi wouldn't participate had spread throughout the immortal realm. But the immortal realm had Emperor Xiao He, Ice Queen, Queen Zhu Yi, Beast God, and Yi Feihu. With 5 9th grade supreme martial artists, no one thought that the immortal realm would lose. If the divine world won, they would once again have the right to attack another plane. The demonic plane had already become the divine world's territory. The divine world's immigrants had already spread out there. After so many years, the divine world had completely occupied the demonic plane. If this planar war once again gave them the power to attack other planes and continue to occupy them, the God realm would very likely be restored to its former glory. Outside of the immortal world, it was a scene of joy. However, Flame Dragon City was covered in dark clouds. How could it be described with just the word worry? The planar wars would begin in half a year. Yi Qinghan had left for over 20,000 years and had yet to return. He hadn't even brought back a single piece of news. Boss, where did you go? Didn't he say that he would return before the planar war? I'm dying of anxiety. As an emperor of the divine world, Xiao He did not have the slightest demeanor of an emperor. His face was filled with irritation. On the rooftop of the Flame Dragon City Lord residence, the 5 ninth-grade supreme martial artists sat under the grape trellis. They had been waiting for several years, but there was no sign of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. No one responded to Xiao He's irritation. The other four subconsciously looked at the sky. Yi Qinghan had quietly become the pillar of support for all the experts in the divine world. Everyone felt that as long as Yi Qinghan was around, they did not need to worry about anything. Although Yi Qinghan had said that he would not participate in the war. But with Yi Qinghan overseeing the divine world, everyone would be extremely at ease if they went to participate in the war. In the Sealed God Valley there was also a gloomy atmosphere. Although Yi Qinghan often went into closed-door training in the divine world, even if Yi Qinghan went into closed-door training for hundreds of thousands of years, no one would feel anything. Now that he had disappeared for 20,000 years, everyone felt empty and incomparably uneasy. Buzz. Finally, under everyone's anxious gazes, 3 months later, a golden 9-story pagoda broke through the sky of the divine world and slowly descended. The 5 people on the rooftop and the women in the Sealed God Valley were instantly overjoyed. They immediately flew out to welcome Yi Qinghan's return. However, only a bewitching woman walked out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yao Ji smiled bitterly and said, "The Heavenly Emperor is currently in closed-door training in the reincarnation plane. He sent me a message to ask Heavenly Emperor Xiao He to bring Queen Zhui, Ice Queen, and Lord Yi Feihu to participate in the war. Lord Beast God will oversee the divine world. In addition, the Heavenly Emperor also said that Zhui will be in charge of the planar battlefield. He also asked Heavenly Emperor Xiao He to listen to Queen Zhui's suggestions." Everyone looked at each other. However, since Yi Qinghan had sent a message back, everyone felt slightly relieved. Since Yi Qinghan had already given the order, there was nothing more to say. They started to make their own arrangements and prepare for the war. Xiao He asked anxiously, "Yao Ji, where is my boss? What happened? Why did he go out for tens of thousands of years?" Yao Ji smiled bitterly and said, "Little Han's cultivation has reached a bottleneck. He said he wants to travel around. Once this bottleneck is over he will naturally return. He didn't tell me the specifics." Yi Qinghan's order was passed down. The divine world immediately moved. 1,000,000 Yi family soldiers started to charge towards Supreme Island. Xiao He brought Ice Queen Zhui Yi Feihu, and the 3 upper grade 9s of the Water God tribe base Wind Moon Monarch Pollock. With Yao Ji's help, they entered the Nifa's abyss and rushed towards the planar battlefield. "Zhui, boss told me to listen to you. What do you think we should do? How should we fight this war?" After entering the planar battlefield, the Divine World Army stationed themselves outside the Demon Mountain. Wind Moon Monarch started to skillfully set up restrictions. The other grade 9s all entered Zhu Yi's spatial artifact. "When we reach the planar battlefield, you and Xiao He will bring Ice Queen into the Demon Mountain to kill alien beings. With Xiao He's ability you can easily get 5 million points in 90 years. When we enter the final battle, don't join in. Just one Moon Queen will retreat." Zhu Yi thought back to what Yi Qinghan told Yao Ji to tell her. She took in a deep breath and said, "Once Wind Moon Monarch sets up the restrictions, we will scout the situation nearby. Emperor Xiao He, you and Ice Queen will head into the Demon Mountain to collect points. The rest of you will defend here." Yi Feihu, Base Pollock, and the other 2 blinked their eyes and felt a little sad. Hearing Ice Queen's tone, the others who came to the planar battlefield were basically just decorations like last time. They all knew Emperor Xiao He's strength. If they entered the Demon Mountain they would easily get 5 million points. When the final battle ended they would just come here to sightsee. "Emperor Xiao He, bring me along." Base Pollock looked at Xiao He. He had refined the Chaotic God Crystal and his strength had reached peak grade 9. He was nearly grade 9 Supreme Elder. He felt that his strength had increased greatly and wanted to show off his skills. There was any fun staying here? No. Zhu Yi's brow furrowed and she said decisively. "Kid, Yi Feihu," and the Pollock immediately turned into frosted eggplants and became listless. Zhu Yi was appointed as the army's commander by Yi Qinghan. Xiao He listened to her and the things she decided couldn't be changed. A month later, Xiao He, Zhu Yi and Ice Queen walked into the Demon Mountain under numerous bitter gazes and started to collect points. Chapter 14:11. On the peak of Mount Pan, the wooden door of the small wooden house on the right suddenly opened. Pan Xing was dressed in black and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was like lightning as he glanced around the demon mountain and sneered. He grinned coldly and said, "The 43 planes that we defeated last time are all here. I don't believe that I can't find you." Pan Shi was right. Pan Xing also knew that the third God Emperor was about to be born. Moreover, it would be born from the living beings in the plains. This made Pan Xing very unhappy. Pan Shi and he were the first two people to attain Tao. In his eyes, all living beings in the plains were like ants. He had the absolute right to kill them. Now, an ant was about to crawl out and sit on the same level as him? Most importantly, Pan Huang didn't care about anything. He controlled the laws of heaven and earth while Pan Shi controlled the cycle of life and death. What did the new God Emperor care about? Millions of years ago, he had already made a huge mistake by forcefully killing the 10 ancient races in the divine world. He was afraid that the new God Emperor would snatch his position. Therefore he had to kill all the experts that could threaten his position. His divine senses scanned the Devil Mountain again and again, observing the experts from different planes. He was looking for the expert that broke through the barrier of Pan Realm. To be able to break through the barrier of Pan Realm, his strength had already reached a terrifying level. If he was given more time to grow, he would definitely reach the level of a God Emperor. The life form born from the Slaughter God Saber actually became stronger again? He is a living being born from the Slaughter God Blade and is not part of the 5 elements. He is not qualified to become a God Emperor. He is not a threat. When Pan Xing's spiritual sense swept within Pan Mountain and saw little Black and Zhui Ice Queen walking quickly, his spiritual sense paused for a moment. However, he didn't care and continued to sweep elsewhere. This beastman's strength has also reached the level of a 9th grade Supreme? In the previous planar war he was still a 9th grade Supreme. Could it be him? Pan Xing's divine sense stopped at a place, and he decided to pay special attention to this orc powerhouse. The strength of the Dark Shadow race is also very strange. Pan Xing glanced around the demon mountain and locked his eyes on the 5 strong warriors. His divine sense followed the 5 of them without blinking. He wanted to find the moment when the 5 of them broke through the boundary of the Pan realm and then kill them openly. These points are so easy to obtain. Xiao He stood in the Demon Mountain tunnel and looked at Zhu Yi and Ice Queen who were collecting points. His face was filled with delight. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen were just 2 coolies. They didn't attack at all and just followed behind Xiao He to collect badges. For Xiao He to evolve, he needed large amounts of energy. This was why each time he faced an enemy, Xiao He would attack while Zhu Yi and Ice Queen would watch. Xiao He's strength was too strong. Be it low-level martial artists, 9th grade martial artists, or 9th grade Supreme Venerables, Xiao He could sweep through all of them. In just a short span of 30 years, he had already obtained hundreds of thousands of points. Go! Xiao He saw that Zhu Yi and Ice Queen had finished collecting. He turned into an afterimage and dashed forwards. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen looked at one another and smiled bitterly before dashing forwards. With Xiao He here, there shouldn't be any problems. Yi Qinghan stood in a gray and blurry space with a calm expression. He wasn't in the reincarnation plane but the place that caused his soul to explode and form the cold world. It was the gray space that the space whirlpool connected to. He had already stayed here for more than 20,000 years. Back then, when he was in the endless void, he suddenly had a thought. He felt that he might be able to find the reason why his frost realm had stopped evolving. Thus, he asked Yao Ji to send him to the reincarnation plane, and he brought Yao Fei into this space through the Yellow Springs River. Yao Fei sat beside him and cultivated alone. She wasn't wary at all and wasn't worried that Yi Qinghan would kill her or violate her. To her, as long as she was by Yi Qinghan's side, it didn't matter where she cultivated. As long as her strength increased, she would be able to kill Yi Qinghan. The weird thing was that Yao Fei wasn't affected by the weird soul attack in this gray space. Yi Qinghan thought that she wouldn't be able to take it and would ask to leave. But now, she had been in secluded meditation for 20,000 years and nothing had happened to her. Cold world, Yi Qinghan sighed. He searched for a way to undo it in this space. He searched for 20,000 years but he didn't find anything. The cold world still stopped evolving. He looked at Yao Fei and started to walk nearby. His speed was really slow like a lonely traveler walking in the desert. He couldn't find his way, he had no direction. Now 5 million points should be enough, right? Within the Devil Mountain, Blackus stood at the entrance of a passageway, staring at the countless experts from different planes. His eyes were filled with a green light, like a hungry wolf that saw a flock of sheep. Half a month ago he, Ice Queen Zhu Yi, and the other 2 had encountered several mantis armies in the tunnels. Then they actually found a tunnel with a colored pattern nearby. Following it, they found out that it was indeed the Mantis army camp outside. Kill. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen sent their spiritual senses out and realized that there was only one grade 9 supreme martial artist. Killing intent surged and space power gathered as they flew forwards. Ah! Let's see who can kill more. Before the two of them attacked, Xiao He had already flown out. In midair, his body turned into a blue dragon, roaring as he pounced into the Mantis army. His target was the general, the grade 9 supreme martial artist. God Emperor, what kind of monster is this? 3 supreme martial artists? Run! There weren't many people from the Mantis army this time, only 1 million low-level warriors and 10 grade 9 experts. Although they had barely won the last planar war, the plane's vitality had been greatly damaged. Seeing 3 grade 9 supreme martial artists attacking them, how could they not run? Ice Queen's body had already risen into the air. Her beautiful body danced in the air and snow filled the sky. The fleeing cultivators instantly slowed down. Could these low-leveled cultivators fight against grade 9 supreme martial artist? Xiao He released his full aura and they couldn't run even if they wanted to. There was no suspense in the battle. With Xiao He's domineering attack, after the grade 9 supreme martial artist was killed, the rest of the Mantis warriors could only wait for death. The badges scattered all over the mountain fell like snowflakes. After Zhu Yi killed an upper 9th level martial artist, she let out a long sigh. It seemed that she could safely pass through the dimensional war this time. After the 3 of them collected the badges, they calculated their points and found that they had more than 1.5 million. They didn't enter the Demon Mountain tunnel anymore and just sat cross-legged, waiting for the battle to begin. Tens of years later, a white light enveloped the 3 of them. They were teleported to the stronghold in the divine world. 1 million Yi family soldiers stood neatly on the mountain peak. When Yi Feihu and Jida saw Xiao He and the others, they were overjoyed and asked, "Emperor Xiao He, Queens, did you get the points?" Blackie stroked his hair and swept it back. He said in an extremely flirtatious manner, "Humph, if this great emperor were to make a move, wouldn't the points be easily obtained?" That's right, that's right. Yi Feihu and Jida looked at each other. They were happy but disappointed. It seemed like they didn't have the chance to show off their skills. As expected, Zhu Yi immediately gave the order to stand guard and wait for a month before announcing their withdrawal from the battle. All the armies of Pan Realm, listen up. The rules of the plane war have changed. All of you must participate in the final battle and continue to get 1 million points to be considered as winning the plane. You can withdraw from the battle. Those who don't participate will be considered as losing. Just at this moment, a cold and murderous voice rang out in the plane war like thunder. It shocked Zhu Yi and Ice Queen so much that their faces were filled with fear and shock. Chapter 14:12. What is Pan Xing trying to do? There were questions everywhere in the planar battlefield. In the past planar wars such a thing had never happened. In the last planar war 2 sovereign spiritual treasures had been sent out, which made many people suspicious. This time they actually broke the rules and changed the rules? Many mediocre dimensions cursed silently. It was not easy to get enough points in Devil Mountain. More than half of the Dimensional Legion's powerhouses were dead or injured. Now that they were going to participate in the final battle, it was obvious that they were going to die. For example, Yao Mu and Yao Concubine from the fairy plane wanted to die. Yao Fei had gone to the divine realm and would never return. They did not have the guts to go there to look for her. If they angered the 2 great emperors of the divine realm, the fairy tribe would really be exterminated. This time they received the god's message and wanted to participate in the dimensional war. The fairy tribe sent out all their powerhouses. In Devil Mountain more than half of them were dead or injured. Except for 2, all the rank 9 powerhouses were dead. It was not easy to get 1.5 million points, but now Pan Xing wanted everyone to participate in the Battle Royale. If they participated in the Battle Royale, it was very likely that they would all be annihilated. If they did not participate in the battle, they could only surrender and go back to wait for the powerhouses from other dimensions to attack. If the divine realm happened to attack, then it would really be Mother***. In fact, the shock of the divine realm legion was no less than that of the fairy army. Except for the Yi family army, the 3 powerhouses from the water god tribe, and Night Tiger Jida and Pollock who did not understand the situation, everyone else's expressions changed. Even the usually careless Xiao He's expression became gloomy. Zhu Yi knew very well that in the last dimensional war, Yi Qinghan said that they could not fight under Mount Pan because he was worried about the Divine Emperor Supreme. This time he was determined not to fight, and it must be because of Pan Xing. Pan Xing's 2 strange behaviors proved this point. Pan Xing was looking for someone, and it was very likely that he was looking for Yi Qinghan. Zhu Yi's mind worked like a spark. Although there were countless doubts in her mind, she immediately analyzed the cause and effect of the matter. Pan Xing was looking for Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was not here, so the Divine Realm Legion should be fine. The question now was, should he participate in the final battle? If they didn't participate, the God World would be defeated. But with Xiao He and Yi Qinghan, no other existential plane would be able to take down the God World. Given Xiao He's temperament, it was very likely that he would go berserk under the stimulation of the atmosphere in the bloody Gobi Desert. The Divine Realm might be able to win, but it was possible that a great deal of damage and uncertainties would occur. In the end, Zhu Yi chose to participate in the battle. Because if he didn't participate in the battle, he would attract Pan Xing's attention. There were so many experts in the Divine World. If he didn't participate in the battle, wouldn't he be exposing himself? Therefore Zhu Yi said to Xiao He solemnly, "Emperor Xiao He, can you suppress your murderous intent in the bloody Gobi Desert? If you can listen to my orders, you will follow us. If not, you will stay here." Xiao He muttered to himself for a moment. He also knew that the situation was serious. In the chaotic battlefield, demons were everywhere, and he wasn't sure if there were any experts from other dimensions who could restrain him. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "I won't take action unless it's absolutely necessary." "Good. Everyone listen to my orders. Everyone in the bloody Gobi Desert must listen to my orders. Those who don't, even if they don't die in the dimensional battlefield, I will ask Emperor Han Yi to kill them when we get back. Do you understand?" Zhu Yi's murderous intent swept across everyone's faces. Her expression was extremely serious and strict. Everyone, including Yi Feihu and Kid, felt a chill in their hearts. They shouted in unison, "Understood." Everyone knew that Zhu Yi wasn't such a heartless person. She definitely did this to bring everyone in the Divine Realm army back to the Divine Realm safely. Zhu Yi waved her lily-white hand like a majestic general. She shouted delicately, "Let's go. Target, the bloody Gobi Desert. Arrow formation, march at the slowest speed." The Divine Realm army began to march down the mountain in an orderly manner. They were mighty and covered the mountains and plains. A team of scouts at the front spread out and began to investigate the situation in all directions. Xiao He and Snow Queen Zhu Yi were in the middle of the army. 3 upper grade 9 warriors from the Water God race were in the vanguard. Yi Feihu brought people to cover the rear. The bloody Gobi Desert was below Mount Pan. It circled around Mount Pan, so it was very easy to find it. They just had to run towards Mount Pan. The Divine Realm army moved very slowly. Anyway, Pan Xing said that they had to participate in the war, but he didn't say whether it would be fast or slow. They didn't care about how long it would take as long as they could get 1,000,000 points. The various dimensional armies charged towards Mount Pan in a straight line. They didn't meet a single army along the way. As for the Divine Realm army, they were as slow as an old bull. They didn't even meet a single martial artist. Half a month later, the Divine Realm army finally saw the bloody Gobi Desert in front of them. Everyone looked over and their faces were filled with shock. Even the Ice Queen, who was like an ice statue, was shocked. Bloody Gobi Desert. What entered their eyes was a sea of red. Blood red. Blood energy floated in the sky. Blood water flowed on the ground. No, it was a sea of blood. There were creatures from other planes and corpses everywhere. Broken limbs, brains, and organs were everywhere. The thick smell of blood in the air made everyone feel nauseous. It also made their blood boil and a red glow appeared in their eyes. Hong. Kill. Kill, kill. Die. Kill you. There were people fighting everywhere. Humans, beastmen, half-beastmen, metal men, aliens, beasts, monsters. All sorts of weird creatures had red eyes as they fought on the ground, and in mid-air. Destruction power, light power, time power, various elemental powers, all sorts of attacks formed in the air, on the ground, and on the ground. Colorful god crystals, space rings, and all sorts of emblems danced in the air. The bloody Gobi Desert was like a scene from hell. One didn't dare to look directly at it, but they also couldn't shift their eyes away. One couldn't bear to look at it, but at the same time they really wanted to go in and kill. "All of you don't move. Retreat 1,000 miles. Zhu Yi's murderous voice rang in the ears of everyone in the Celestial World Army. Everyone shuddered and came to their senses. They looked at Zhu Yi, only to see a pair of cold, beautiful eyes. "Retreat." Xiao He also shouted. His aura instantly enveloped the Celestial World Army. He knew that if the Celestial World Army continued to watch the battle, they would all charge in and become killing tools. They would either kill everyone inside or perish. Outside the bloody Gobi Desert, There were also countless armies that were smart enough to quietly retreat to watch the battle. Zhu Yi's divine sense locked onto an army that was tens of thousands of miles to the left. After a moment's consideration, she shouted, "All troops, advance to the left. Kill that scorpion army and retreat immediately. Remember to stay true to yourself. After killing them, retreat immediately. Otherwise only death awaits you. No one can save you." Zhu Yi looked at the mountain in front of her. It was clear that it was impossible for the Celestial World Army to not start a battle here. They could only obtain 1,000,000 points as soon as possible and retreat immediately. The Celestial World Army immediately rushed forward at full speed. Xiao He also did his best to suppress the urge to kill in the bloody Gobi Desert. He charged to the left. Kill, kill. Kill to your heart's content. At the peak of the mountain, Pan Xing stood on the edge of the cliff. He looked at the hellish scene below with a cold smile. His face was filled with cruelty. His gaze was like lightning sweeping across the experts of the various armies. He grinned coldly and said, "You broke through the barrier of the Pan realm. No matter how well you hide, I will dig you out. Even if I have to destroy all the experts of these dimensions, I will find you and kill you." Chapter 14:13. Xiao He, kill the 2 ninth grade supreme martial artists and retreat immediately. Remember my words. Don't kill any low-level martial artists. Mei, Yi Feihu, the 3 of us will go all out and kill the 9th grade martial artists. Jita, you don't discriminate. Suppress the enemy's low-level martial artists. Retreat after 3 rounds of attacks. 1,000,000 Yi family soldiers, listen up. Later, all of you will attack as a group and attack indiscriminately. After 3 rounds of attacks, if the enemy is completely wiped out, you will immediately collect points. If not, all of you will retreat. You are not allowed to collect a single point badge. Everyone remember this. Those who disobey my orders will be killed without mercy. 1,000,000 people were running wildly. Killing intent circulated in the crowd, condensing into a soaring momentum. Zhu Yi's expression was still extremely calm as she passed down her orders to everyone. Everyone could hear the seriousness in Zhu Yi's words. They didn't dare to slack off and committed it to memory. The experts began to lock onto their respective targets from afar and prepared to attack. 50,000 miles. 30,000 miles. 20,000 miles. Xiao He, do it. Zhu Yi bellowed. Xiao He's body flew out like a dragon. In midair, he turned into a blue dragon and engulfed the 2 ninth grade supreme scorpion demonic beasts at the front. The front was densely packed with scorpion demonic beasts. Their bodies ranged from 2 meters to dozens of meters long. They had 10 legs and their eyes were cold and eerie. Their scorpion tails were raised high with a dark luster. None of the scorpion demonic beasts spoke. There was no fear in their cold eyes either. When Little Black whizzed out, all the scorpion eyes and scorpion tails immediately rose up high, and then they all lit up. The darkness element in the surroundings frantically gathered towards the more than 1,000,000 scorpion tails, and then streaks of black light like black lightning shot towards Little Black. What kind of momentum was this when more than 1,000,000 black arrows were shot at the same time? The space of the dimensional battlefield was extremely stable. However, the black arrows created tiny cracks that looked like scars. It was as if the sky was being torn apart. It was hideous and terrifying. The 2 black arrows at the very front were especially frightening, as if they were going to destroy everything. Xiao He sneered. His body immediately faded and became transparent. More than 1,000,000 black arrows whistled past his body, but they did not harm him at all. However, Xiao He seemed to have forgotten something. Behind him was the great army of the immortal realm, but Xiao He couldn't care less. In an instant, he enveloped the 2 ninth grade supreme martial artist scorpion kings at the front. Mei, slow down. Yi Feihu, defend. Everyone attack at full range. Zhu Yi did not panic in the face of the black arrows that filled the sky like a swarm of locusts. He let out a few deep roars and waved his hands, sending out a 1,000-layer wave that was tens of thousands of meters tall. Ice Queen had flown into midair and her beautiful body started to dance. The snow and wind landed and covered the 1,000,000 black arrows, forcefully slowing them down and reducing their strength. Kid shouted, and the countless invisible dark dragons around him flew forward silently. Their target was the few black arrows with the most overbearing momentum. The 3 from the water god race also formed many water pillars. The water arrows smashed towards their respective targets. The 1,000,000 Yi family army's actions were really simple. They hollered in unison and their bodies started to move. They stood in the positions that they had practiced countless times, forming a weird battle formation. He raised his hand and pulled out his blade. God power was released and 100 blade lights shot out. The lights connected and shone upon one another. They were like electric arcs that added on to one another, doubling their strength. This was something that Lei Zhen and Emperor Yu had extracted from various battle formations and spent tens of thousands of years practicing. Now, Yi Feihu's hands moved like lightning in the air. A 10,000-meter tall beast tore open the space and appeared in front of the army, forming an iron wall to protect them. However, Yi Feihu's defense was obviously superfluous because the more than 1,000,000 black arrows had all been intercepted. Ice Queen's sky full of snow caused the black arrow's speed to slow down and its strength to decrease by a lot. Zhu Yi's attack was even more domineering. When a 9th-grade supreme martial artist attacked with full force, the black arrows were like a small boat that encountered a huge wave. Not to mention the attacks of the 3 from the Jita water god race, the Wind Moon Monarch Pollock. More importantly, the 2 strongest and most powerful black arrows had suddenly and soundlessly collapsed. 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists and so many 9th-grade martial artists blocked the attacks of some low-level martial artists. How could there be any accidents? Boom. When the 1,000,000 saber radiance of the Yi family army came whistling over, the 1,000,000 black arrows were swept away by the 1,000,000 saber radiance with the momentum of a whirlwind. In an instant all the black arrows were shattered and collapsed. The 1,000,000-blade lights didn't lose any momentum, and they whizzed toward the Scorpion Magical Beast army. Gulp, gulp. The Scorpion army at the front finally let out 2 strange cries. They were the cries of the 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists. Xiao He had already enveloped the 2 demon beast kings and started to corrode and swallow them. The 2 demon beast kings could not continue controlling the black arrows because of the pain and they collapsed immediately. The Scorpion King rolled on the ground in pain and let out creepy cries. The Scorpion army was in chaos. Their king was attacked but they could not do anything. How could they not panic? Boom. Millions of saber lights whizzed over, drowning the Scorpion core. Colorful energy waves blossomed in front of them, intertwining with the black power of darkness. The surrounding sky trembled, turning into ripples that spread in all directions. Everyone attacked 3 times in a full range. I'll kill you while you're down. Zhu Yi was never a soft-hearted person. Her ability to grasp opportunities was unparalleled in the divine world. As he roared, he once again formed a 10,000-meter-tall 1,000-layer wave, which surged towards the Scorpion army with overwhelming momentum. Go! The Ice Queen was still dancing in midair. But this time it was no longer a sky full of snow. Instead, it was a sky full of lethal ice arrows that covered the Scorpion army. Kill! Yi Feihu's 10,000-meter-tall beast leaped down from the sky and pounced into the Scorpion army. It did not chase after the Scorpion Monarch's rank 9 powerhouses. Instead, it bombarded a group of low-level scorpions. The Kid Water God clan's 3 upper rank 9 powerhouses, Pollock and Wind Moon Monarch, followed closely behind. The Million Yi family army started waving their blades again. 1,000,000 blade lights shot over and covered the sky. No one was worried that their attacks would hit Emperor Xiao He. Of course, Xiao He was not afraid either. Every time he attacked, his body would turn transparent. The 2 rank 9 supreme scorpion monsters were hit immediately. They had just endured the attack and wanted to escape when Xiao He enveloped both of them again. After 3 rounds of attacks, more than half of the panicking Scorpion army's low-level martial artists were killed. More than half of the rank 9 powerhouses were dead. Only a few upper rank 9 scorpion monsters and a small number of low-level beasts were still alive. They were covered in blood as they escaped in all directions. As for the 2 rank 9 supreme beasts, half of their bodies had been corroded by Xiao He. They could not hold on any longer. Swoosh. Still want to escape? Die. Yi Feihu saw that someone was escaping. His body flashed and he immediately chased to the left. The 3 Water God clan's eyes turned red as they chased to the right like lightning. More than half of the Yi family army's martial artists' eyes turned red. They actually left the army and chased to the Scorpion army. Everyone seemed to have forgotten the countless orders that Zhu Yi had given them. The martial artists' eyes turned red again. Their bodies were filled with murderous intent. They seemed to be addicted to killing. The strange aura under Mount Pan and the death of the Million Scorpion army finally made some of the Divine Realm army's suppressed bloodthirsty and murderous urges to break out. Chapter 14:14. What Zhu Yi was most afraid of was the God World army going berserk. This was why she emphasized many times from the start that they could only attack 3 times before retreating. She was very clear that there was a strange aura in the bloody Gobi Desert under Mount Pan, which could involuntarily stimulate a person's bloodthirsty impulse to kill. It was okay if they didn't attack, but if they did, the chances of them going mad would increase by several folds. If they fought a few battles in the desert, they would turn into killing machines that wouldn't stop until they died. This was why, although Zhu Yi really wanted to fight and rip all the enemies apart, she suppressed her emotions. However, she still suppressed her emotions and shouted at Xiaohe, "Emperor Xiaohe, stop devouring them. Quickly release your aura and suppress them." Although Xiaohe had been fighting, he didn't kill a single person. His soul was still clear, and when Zhu Yi shouted at him, he hesitated. However, he thought about how Yi Qinghan told him that Zhu Yi was in charge of everything. He gave up on swallowing the 2 Grade 9 Supreme Scorpion Kings. His body turned illusionary as he flew into mid-air. A huge aura pressed down and covered everyone in the God World Army. Even Yi Feihu, who was flying in mid-air, was pressed to the ground and couldn't move at all. "All of you listen up, if you don't listen to my orders and attack, you will be killed." Zhu Yi's ice-cold voice rang out in everyone's ears. She then said towards Ice Queen in mid-air, "Wake them up." Ice Queen waved her hands and snow fell from the sky, landing on the faces and bodies of all the God World Army. Instantly, the people who charged out came back to their senses. Their faces were filled with shock. "Now listen to my orders, all troops retreat and leave this place. Emperor Xiaohe, Yi Feihu and the 3 from the Water God race, lead the army. The other Grade 9 collect the emblems." Zhu Yi let out a long sigh and her body swayed. She licked her lips with lingering fear, and the blood in her eyes faded. It was really too dangerous just now. If she was a little slower, if Xiaohe hesitated for a moment. Once Yi Feihu and the God World Army broke free from control. Once the pursuit began, their bloodthirsty madness would spread to the whole army. Even he himself would eventually join in the slaughter. The end result would be, the whole army would unknowingly enter the bloody Gobi Desert. Xiaohe felt that it was a pity. He cast a glance at the 2 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist Scorpion race members who were fleeing far away. Then, together with Yi Feihu and the others, he led the army and began to retreat. Zhu Yi, Ice Queen, Wind Moon Monarch, Kid, and Pollock were left to do hard labor to collect the badges. Zhu Yi also felt that it was a pity that a 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist had escaped. However, without Xiaohe holding the fort, Zhu Yi couldn't be at ease with the million-strong army. Madness would spread. Once one person went crazy and was not suppressed, everyone else would go crazy. Almost all of the Scorpion Legion of more than 1 million had been killed. There were not only white emblems but also many blue emblems. There were also 7 or 8 black emblems, which was enough for 1 million points. After Zhu Yi finished collecting the points, she brought everyone back to the army and immediately shouted, "The Celestial World Army has accumulated enough points, requesting to withdraw from the battle." Bus. A white light covered all the warriors of the Celestial World Army. When Zhu Yi and the others opened their eyes, they realized that they were at the peak of Mount Pan once more. There were actually many armies that had already withdrawn from the battle or surrendered. This time there are many planes that we have never seen before. There are also many planes that participated in the previous battle. Ice Queen swept her gaze and then transmitted her voice to Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi nodded her head and didn't say a word. The Celestial World Army stood there silently and waited for the arrangements. Xiaohe suddenly transmitted his voice over, "Zhu Yi, which plane are we attacking this time?" "This time we won't attack the plane." Zhu Yi's voice transmission confused Xiaohe. Zhu Yi glanced at Xiaohe and then transmitted her voice over, "Your boss told me that we will accumulate war merits. If we win 10 times in a row and don't attack the other planes, we can use our war merits to exchange for supreme spiritual treasures." Supreme spiritual treasures? What? Little Black transmitted his voice in confusion. Supreme spiritual treasures were not very useful to him. Attacking the next plane and allowing the people of the divine realm to reproduce endlessly would produce more experts. This was more important than any supreme spiritual treasure. "Let's talk about it when we return." Zhu Yi didn't explain. How were they going to talk about this here? Did they tell Xiaohe because they were worried about Panxing? In the past, the ancient god world ruled so many planes and in the end they were nearly wiped out. This was a lesson. God world could win but they couldn't expand anymore. If not, they would end up like the 10 races. After waiting for a few months at the peak of Mount Pan, there were over 30 armies. Panxing's words finally spread over. "Those who win will face 1,000 meters in front of you and hand in your points." Zhu Yi walked forward and threw all 3 million points into the cylindrical pit. Then she didn't choose a plane to conquer. She just retreated. The rules of the planar war was that if you didn't choose a plane, the war merits would automatically accumulate. After Zhu Yi handed over the badge, she stood in front of the God World Army with a cold expression. Her heart was filled with fear, anxiety and worry. She was afraid that Pan Xing would suddenly send a bolt of purple lightning to engulf the God World army and blast them into smithereens. It was not until a burst of white light enveloped them and teleported them to the lava valley that cold sweat poured down Zhu Yi's forehead. As the commander-in-chief of the army, she was the one who felt the most pressure because she had guessed the most. Since they left the peak of Mount Pan alive, it meant that Pan Xing didn't discover anything. The God World had survived this calamity. The God World army started to teleport to the Nifa's abyss in an orderly manner. Zhu Yi watched as groups of martial artists teleported back to the God World. She felt more and more at ease. When Xiao He also teleported away, Zhu Yi was completely weakened. Her body went limp and her face was filled with exhaustion. Yi Qinghan had asked her to lead the God World army to participate in the war. It was equivalent to putting a heavy burden on her delicate shoulders. If something happened to the army and Xiao He, she would definitely choose to die with them. She didn't have the face to go back and see Yi Qinghan. Half of the armies of the 43 plains perished. Your 22 armies are very smart. They didn't enter the bloody desert to fight. But even if you can escape this time, can you escape again? At the peak of Mount Pan, Pan Xing's expression was cold, but his eyes were filled with anger. He had searched for more than 90 years but still couldn't find anyone who could break through the barrier of Pan Realm. Out of the 5 people he thought could break through the barrier of Pan Realm, 3 died this time. The other 2 didn't notice anything strange either. If they lost the planar war, they would become a defeated plane and be attacked by other planes. He believed that even if that person suspected that he was targeting them, they would still go all out and not allow their plane to be defeated. Therefore, Pan Xing decided that in the next planar war, the 22 defeated planes would continue to participate in the war. Pan Xing swept his gaze across the battlefield and laughed coldly. If I can't find you in the first planar war, then I'll do it twice. If I can't find you twice, then I'll do it 3 times, 5 times, or even 10 times. This emperor wants to see how you can hide when all the experts in your plane are about to die. Chapter 14-15. We're back. We're finally back. On the Supreme Island, the Million Yi family soldiers and the 10 pinnacle experts grinned as they looked at the Star Ocean and the familiar Supreme Island. Many people were confused as to why Zhu Yi didn't choose to attack the other planes so that the glory of the realm of divinity could continue to radiate to countless planes and shock the entire realm of divinity. However, they all chose to respect Zhu Yi's decision because they knew that Zhu Yi represented the will of the Great the Arch. All the experts of the realm of divinity gathered on the Supreme Island to welcome the soldiers who fought for the realm of divinity. Countless banquets were set up on the Supreme Island's plaza. The entire island was filled with joy. The Great the Arch is in the reincarnation plane? I want to see the Great the Arch. The experts of the realm of divinity and Yi Qinghan's women were all in Zhu Yi's residence. Before anyone could speak, Zhu Yi asked the Yao Ji with a dark expression. As soon as Zhu Yi finished speaking, everyone looked at the Yao Ji with heated gazes. They clearly wanted to see Yi Qinghan. The Yao Ji's eyes flickered. She immediately smiled and said, "He, the Great the Arch said that he would come back after coming out of seclusion. He's in seclusion. Is there anything important that you want to see him for?" Zhu Yi was very observant and easily noticed the Yao Ji's strange expression. She asked hurriedly, "The Great the Arch isn't in the reincarnation plane? Where is he?" Everyone was shocked and stared at the Yao Ji. The Yao Ji could only smile bitterly and say, "Actually, I can't find the Great the Arch either." "What?" Everyone's expression changed and countless people exclaimed. Yi Qinghan was the pillar of the realm of divinity. If something happened to Yi Qinghan, no one dared to imagine what would happen. Don't panic. Let me finish first." The Yao Ji smiled bitterly. These people were the overlords of the realm of divinity. Why were they so impatient? Yao Ji looked at Xiao He, who was shouting the loudest, and said, "Great Emperor Xiao He, do you still remember when you and the Great Emperor were sucked into the gray space outside the reincarnation plane by the space whirlpool?" "Of course I remember. Boss and I have been in there for thousands of years." Xiao He nodded. Then his eyes lit up as he asked, "Boss in there?" When Yao Ji nodded, Xiao He rubbed his nose. He glanced at everyone and said embarrassedly, "In that case we really can't find Boss. That godforsaken place only has a range of 10,000 meters. Furthermore, it's vast and boundless. Boss and I have been there for thousands of years, but we still haven't found the end. It's almost impossible to find him unless your luck is heaven-defying." Everyone frowned. It seemed that it was almost impossible to find Yi Qinghan. However, everyone was relieved. Since Yi Qinghan could come out last time, once he passed the bottleneck he would be able to come out immediately. Although Zhu Yi had countless questions and countless things she wanted to say to Yi Qinghan, she could only let it go. If Xiaohe couldn't find Yi Qinghan with his powerful strength, she definitely wouldn't be able to find him if she went to look for him. The planar war ended. The realm of divinity regained its peace. Although Yi Qinghan wasn't there with Zhu Yi and Lei Zhen, everything was in order. The cultivators continued to cultivate, the immigrants continued to migrate. Wind Moon Monarch brought a group of array masters to the Devil Plane to perfect the material plane's teleportation array, turning the demonic plane into another realm of divinity. The lower rank 9 cultivators of the realm of divinity were all in seclusion, hoping to break through to upper rank 9. They were waiting for Yi Qinghan to come back and bestow them primal chaos divine crystals. Generation after generation of geniuses entered the Flame Dragon sacred city. One by one experts were born. The overall strength of the realm of divinity grew with the passage of time. Haha, I've broken through again. Emperor of the realm of divinity, I challenge you to a duel. In the dusky space, Yi Qinghan was still sitting cross-legged. However, he was awakened by a murderous voice. Yi Qinghan looked into the distance and saw Yao Fei's face full of excitement. Her body turned into a streak of light as she flew toward him. A look of shock appeared on his somewhat numb face. How many years had it been? Yao Fei, had broken through again? Although Yi Qinghan himself was a monster and so was Xiaohe, he was still shocked by the strange things that had happened to Yao Fei. Swoosh. A crescent-shaped wind blade tens of thousands of meters long tore through the air. It carried with it a domineering and destructive power as it slashed toward Yi Qinghan's head. You've improved a little. Yi Qinghan nodded to himself as he watched. His body did not move. Instead, he channeled the power of frost and condensed a large palm to meet the wind blade head-on. The large palm suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was several times faster than the wind blade and instantly collided with the wind blade. A blinding light flashed. Following that, a terrifying aura was emitted from the center of the light. The wind blade and the large palm collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom. Space distorted and cracks spread out in all directions like broken ice cubes. Dust flew everywhere and a huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky. The terrifying aura caused even the wind in the surrounding space to stop blowing. Ugh. What shocked Yao Fei, the most was that after the explosion, a huge palm flew out from the blinding light. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of her face. That suffocating and terrifying aura surged towards her. Yao Fei did not doubt that even if she did not die from this palm strike, her body would be turned into a pile of mush. The large palm stopped 1,000 meters in front of Yao Fei. A strong gust of wind caused Yao Fei's robes and green hair to flutter violently. Following that, the large palm suddenly shattered, and the dust in the air also fell silently. A green figure slowly walked out from the dust. His face was filled with a warm smile as he looked at Yao Fei and said, "I've said it before. You will never be a match for me. Wait for me to continue cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years. One day I will kill you." Yao Fei glared at Yi Qinghan with that bone-deep hatred in her eyes. Then she ignored everything else and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Yi Qinghan stared at Yao Fei with great interest. His eyes swiveled several times as he jokingly said, "Those little tricks you practice can only barely increase your strength a little. It's useless. You will never reach my heights in your entire life." Yao Fei glared at Yi Qinghan and angrily said, "Nonsense. This king has the heavenly spiritual body that hasn't appeared in the last million years of the Fei race. What I cultivate is the supreme heavenly Tao. The family monarch said that as long as this king diligently cultivates, this king's strength will be able to look down upon all of Pangaea in the future." Heavenly spiritual body? Heavenly Tao. A sharp light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. However, he hid it well and Yao Fei didn't discover it. He revealed a look of disdain and sneered, "Bullshit heavenly spiritual body, bullshit heavenly Tao. This great emperor's strength is enough to look down upon all of Pangaea, just a little bit worse than a divine sovereign. What kind of spiritual body has this great emperor seen before? What kind of cultivation method have I not heard before? Your Fei race monarch must be talking nonsense, right? This great emperor has never heard of such a thing. You're the one talking nonsense." Yao Fei stood up, her eyes filled with anger as she glared at Yi Qinghan. Her face flushed red as she retorted, "What do you know? Tens of millions of years ago, our Fei race was a powerful plane that looked down upon all of Pangaea. Our race once had a heavenly spiritual body that led our great Fei plane to obtain first place in countless planar wars. This supreme heavenly Tao cultivation method is a peerless cultivation method that our ancestor obtained from a divine sovereign. It's normal for your tiny little divine world to not have heard of it. Keep bragging. Cows are flying in the sky. Yi Qinghan shrugged his shoulders, a cold smile on his face. He feigned mockery as he said, "No matter how much you say, this great emperor will still think you're talking nonsense. How about this, you recite that cultivation method once. With this great emperor's realm and knowledge, I will know whether it's true or not as soon as I hear it. Prick up your dog ears and listen carefully. The heavenly Tao takes away the surpluses and makes up for the deficiencies. The Tao of man is different. It takes away the deficiencies and makes up for the surpluses. The heavenly Tao." Yao Fei was so angry that her face alternated between red and white. She blurted out a few words, but when she saw the light in Yi Qinghan's eyes, she immediately came to her senses. She angrily said, No, that's not right. You're trying to trick this king's cultivation method. You shameless human, you." Yi Qinghan ignored Yao Fei's curses. His eyes shone with a frightening light, and his expression was incomparably solemn. Then, without a care in the world, he closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. He actually went into seclusion. Chapter 14:16. Yao Fei looked at Yi Qinghan a few times. After confirming that he was in seclusion, she glared angrily at Yi Qinghan, but took the opportunity to sneak up on Yi Qinghan and kill him. Instead, she said angrily, "That damned God World Emperor, he actually tried to cheat this king of his supreme secret technique. Luckily this king is smart and discovered it early. But I was still cheated out of a few supreme techniques. That damned human." Yao Fei muttered angrily, then sat down cross-legged and continued her seclusion. Two of the strangest geniuses in the world sat facing each other and began their path of cultivation. The Tao of heaven is like drawing a bow. The higher one suppresses it, the lower one lifts it. The surplus is damaged, the deficit is made up. The Tao of heaven takes away the surplus and makes up for the deficit. Yi Qinghan had thought about this for more than 20,000 years, but he had figured it out in just a few words from Yao Fei. Of course, it was not because of those few words. Those words were like enlightenment, connecting all the deductions in his heart, and he was completely enlightened. Although Yao Fei had only revealed the first half of the Supreme Tao of Heaven's secret technique, it was enough for Yi Qinghan to understand a lot. The Frost Realm had stopped evolving. The problem was not that Yi Qinghan had not comprehended the laws of time, but that the Frost Realm had expanded to its limit. Of course, it did not mean that it had already evolved to its limit. Instead, it was already full and saturated. Currently, it had already reached its limit of expansion. Water overflows when it's full, and the moon wanes when it's full. Ever since the Frost Realm had evolved, it had been smooth sailing. The Frost Realm was growing, the planes inside were growing, the spatial whirlpools were growing, and the power of frost was increasing. But the laws inside the Tao of nature were not complete. This was like a heavenly god whose divine power had already reached the peak of the heavenly god realm, but their comprehension of the laws was still at the first level of the heavenly god realm. If they could not comprehend the laws, they would never be able to break through to the divine general realm. The laws of the cold realm were not complete, and the laws that Yi Qinghan comprehended were too weak. The Tao of nature inside was not complete, so the cold realm could only remain this big forever. It could never grow. Yi Qinghan was also very clear that it was impossible for him to comprehend too many laws. At most, he would be able to comprehend all the laws of wood and fire. However, it was still useless unless he comprehended all 12 types of laws and reached the consummate level. Only then would Cold Realm continue to evolve. However, Yi Qinghan had refined the primal chaos divine crystal. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Qinghan had manifested the laws of nature during the Frost Realm's evolution and helped Yi Qinghan gain enlightenment, Yi Qinghan would not have been able to do so. How could Yi Qinghan comprehend the laws, much less so quickly? That was why Yi Qinghan had been troubled for so many years, all the way until he came here and heard Yao Fei's words. Yao Fei's words were indeed a supreme technique. Yi Qinghan had comprehended the Tao of nature from these words. The Tao of heaven and earth, the laws of nature, are they not like drawing a bow and shooting an arrow? If the bowstring is drawn high, lower it a little. If it's low, raise it a little higher. If it's too full, relax it a little. If it's not enough, supplement it a little. The laws of nature reduce the excess and replenish the insufficient. Yao Fei's words had explained the Tao of nature extremely clearly. The place where Yi Qinghan was standing, as well as the secret of the reincarnation mystic realm, were all comprehended by Yi Qinghan at this moment. This dusky space was not the legendary Nine Hells realm. Of course, it could also be called the Netherworld. This was the land of reincarnation. Yi Qinghan was very glad that he had come here. Otherwise, his Frost realm would not evolve in this lifetime, and his strength would forever stagnate. The land of reincarnation. Everything needed reincarnation. Life needed reincarnation. Souls needed reincarnation. Heaven and earth spiritual chi needed reincarnation. All the elements in the world needed reincarnation. This land of reincarnation was a place where nature regulated everything. When it's full, it retracts. When it's depleted, it fills up. It allows the plate realm to maintain a good evolution trend, constantly perfecting itself. I've also built a similar land of reincarnation in the frost realm. Everything will be solved. Ah. All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and laughed a few times. Then his body silently disappeared from the spot, entering the frost realm. You say that this king is crazy? This king thinks that you are the crazy one. Yao Feier was startled awake by Yi Qinghan's loud laughter. She muttered disdainfully, only to discover that Yi Qinghan had suddenly disappeared from the spot. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she used her divine sense to investigate the surroundings. Then her face turned pale. She looked around, then stood up and flew a few rounds in all directions. After flying for millions of miles, she finally returned to her original spot. However, she still did not find Yi Qinghan. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She didn't care where she was, all she wanted to do was cultivate with Yi Qinghan, and when she was stronger than him, she could kill him. Who would have thought that Yi Qinghan would suddenly disappear without a trace? Only then did she discover that she was in a strange space. Everything around her was gray and hazy. There were no cities, no people, no life, only countless skeletons. When she was captured by Yi Qinghan, she was indeed only 20 years old. As a heavenly spiritual body that had not appeared for millions of years, she had been raised like a treasure by the Fae since she was a child. Then her tribe leader and 3 elders had sacrificed themselves to forcefully raise Yao Feier's strength to the 9th grade supreme level. She had great strength and she had followed Yi Qinghan for tens of thousands of years, but her mentality was still that of an inexperienced little girl. It was true that she was an extremely stubborn person, but she was still a little girl who was used to staying by Yi Qinghan's side. Suddenly Yi Qinghan had disappeared, and she found herself in such a strange place. Of course she would be afraid. Hey! Yao Feier stood where she was for a long time before she called out reluctantly with a red face. But other than her voice echoing in the empty space, there was no other sound. Hey, come out! A day later Yao Feier called out reluctantly again, but there was still no response. God World Emperor, come out! You bastard! How could you leave me here alone? Damn shameless, despicable, lowly beast! God Realm Emperor, get the hell out here! I want to duel with you. If you don't come out, I'll kill everyone in your God Realm. God Realm Emperor, come out please! Feier is begging you. Wu, it had been half a year. Yao Feier had been shouting and cursing at the air for half a year, but Yi Qinghan still hadn't come out. She was starting to panic. She started to run around, but no matter how fast she ran or flew, she was surrounded by the same terrain. It was flat, gray and deathly silent. Whoosh! Yao Feier was getting more and more panicked. She flew faster and faster, and the fear in her eyes intensified. She ran madly in the empty reincarnation grounds, looking for a way out. Or rather, to calm her heart that was on the verge of breaking down. Yao Feier fell into a state of endless panic. Countless experts of the God world also fell into a state of endless panic. It had only been a few years since the planar war, but the God realm had sent another bolt of purple lightning the day before. Accompanying the purple lightning was a golden divine mirror. Zhu Yi and a group of peak experts stood on the balcony of Fiery Dragon City, their faces filled with shock and fear. Zhu Yi held the divine mirror in her hands as she gazed into the distance in a daze. She murmured, Emperor Pan Xing has gone mad. He actually started another planar war after 10,000 years. Emperor, why aren't you back yet? Tell Yi, what should I do? Chapter 14:17. Pan Xing, are you crazy? You're hopeless, do you know that? An angry shout was heard from the peak of Mount Pan. The voice was very moving. Although it was angry, it was still like the chirping of an oriole. It was enchanting. Pan Xi looked at Pan Xing with disappointment. She could accept a planar war that happened once every 100,000 years. After all, 100,000 years was enough for many warriors to grow. Now the planar war had just ended and Pan Xing sent down a divine decree to start a planar war. More importantly, it would happen 10,000 years later. Pan Xing's eyes were cold. He didn't look at Pan Xi. He was still staring at the demon mountain in the distance. He smiled and said, Pan Xi, I am in charge of the planar war. What I do has nothing to do with you. If I want to, I can start a planar war every 1,000 years. It's not against the rules. Plus, only 22 planes participated in the planar war last time. The other 78 planes haven't participated in a planar war for a long time. Pan Xing, you're possessed. You're hopeless, hopeless. She saw the determination and stubbornness in Pan Xing's eyes. She shook her head helplessly and sighed deeply. She turned around and walked into her small wooden house, leaving Pan Xing alone on the peak of Mount Pan. The wind started blowing. The cold wind fluttered Pan Xing's black robe and messed up his black hair, but it didn't blind his blade-like eyes. His gaze was extremely determined, and the smile on his face didn't change at all. He said determinedly, "Possessed by the devil? So what if he became a demon? I won't stop until I find this person. Great Emperor, where are you? You scared? Can you come back?" In the fiery dragon city, Zhu Yi stood alone in a pavilion. She looked at the green mountain in the distance. Her face was calm as if she was thinking. However, she was terrified. There were many things she didn't understand. However, with her great wisdom she guessed many things. Pan Xing started the planar wars so frequently. The divine world participated 3 times in a row. In addition, Pan Xing changed the rules during the planar wars. Also, Yi Qinghan was acting strangely. Zhu Yi knew very well that Pan Xing was looking for a person, and this person was most likely Yi Qinghan. Of course, Pan Xing wasn't looking for Yi Qinghan because he wanted to kill Yi Qinghan. He didn't hesitate to destroy the experts of countless planes, and even countless planes, just to find Yi Qinghan. Zhu Yi observed that in the previous planar war, almost all the planes that had won had appeared. If everything went as expected, the plane that won the last planar war would definitely participate in the next planar war. The Divinity Realm had Great Emperor Xiaohe and so many 9th grade supreme martial artists and 9th grade experts. They were not afraid of being defeated in the plain battlefield at all. But if they continued to fight, who could guarantee that no accidents would happen? During the last planar war, if he hadn't kept his cool, if Xiaohe hadn't acted so quickly? Once the Celestial Realm's army entered the bloody desert, who knew what would happen? What if Great Emperor Xiaohe died? If all the experts of the Divinity Realm died, or if Pan Xing grew suspicious of the Divinity Realm, Zhu Yi didn't dare to imagine the consequences. In the ancient times, the Divinity Realm had more than 29th grade supreme martial artists, and they had several supreme spiritual treasures. The Fire God clan leader Zhu Rong's strength had even surpassed 9th grade supreme martial artist. At that time, there were more than 100 9th grade experts and countless venerables. They ruled over dozens of big planes. What was the outcome? Pan Xing alone killed almost all the experts. The Divinity Realm was almost destroyed, and its civilization was completely wiped out. Zhu Yi thought that the Divine Emperor Supreme was invincible because he was the manager of Pangaea. No martial artist could resist the terrifying purple thunder that killed an army on the peak of Daopan Mountain. That was the power of heaven and earth. How could a human fight against heaven and earth? Thus, Zhu Yi was extremely terrified. She was afraid that the Divinity Realm would repeat the mistakes of the ancient times. Seeing how crazy Pan Xing was, if he really made a move this time, the Divinity Realm would definitely be destroyed, and all lives would be mercilessly killed. If it was the old Zhu Yi, she wouldn't be so afraid. However, without Yi Qinghan by her side, her heart felt empty. It was as if she had no roots and she was anxious all day long. Great Emperor Xiaohe, are you confident that you can find the Great Emperor within 10,000 years with me? Are you confident that you can come out? Zhu Yi pondered for a long time and finally she turned to look at Xiaohe. Without Yi Qinghan, everyone didn't have a mainstay. They subconsciously regarded Zhu Yi, who was intelligent and resourceful, as the mainstay. Once she spoke, everyone's gazes turned to her. Xiaohe's eyes turned and he said, "It's easy to come out. As long as we find the Yellow Springs River, we can come out by following it. However, I'm not confident that we can find Boss within 10,000 years. Not only is it vast and boundless, but there seems to be a strange restriction that can make people go in circles. The terrain is exactly the same and we can't tell the direction. It's possible that we'll be going in circles for 10,000 years. It's fine as long as we can come out. You guys stay in the divine world and I will go with Xiaohe to explore the reincarnation plane. I have to meet the Great Emperor to make arrangements for the next planar war. Don't worry, we'll definitely come back within 10,000 years." Zhu Yi immediately made the decision. Hearing that they could go find Yi Qinghan, Xiaohe's expression became excited. When everyone heard that they were going to find Yi Qinghan and let him make the decision, they felt slightly more at ease. In their opinion, as long as Yi Qinghan was around, they could get through any difficulties. Zhu Yi borrowed the Beast God Temple from the Beast God. She brought Xiaohe and flew into the boundless void, beginning the journey to find Yi Qinghan. "Divine World Great Emperor, come out, come out. Fei, won't find you for revenge. As long as you come out and take Fei away from here, Wu. In the land of reincarnation, Yao Fei's hair was a mess, and her clothes were in disarray. Her beautiful face was filled with fear, and her face was as pale as snow. Her clear eyes no longer had the liveliness of the past. Instead, they were incomparably dim, and she even seemed to be in a daze. She had been running in the land of reincarnation for more than 3,000 years, but she hadn't found a way out. She hadn't found a single person, not even a single life. There was only white fog and countless corpses. Finally, she was tired. She squatted on the ground and hugged her knees, panting heavily. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes as she sobbed silently. She was like an orphan that had been forgotten by the world. "I'm sorry." After a long time, a regretful sigh abruptly rang out behind her. Yao Fei's trembling body trembled violently before she froze. The tears in her beautiful eyes narrowed as she opened her eyes and turned around abruptly. In the white fog, a green figure slowly walked over. He looked delicate and his body was thin. His eyes were filled with regret and guilt. Yao Fei's eyes gradually widened, and she blinked in confusion. After confirming that the person in front of her wasn't an illusion, her lips trembled for a moment, and she spat out a few words. "Divine World Emperor, is that you?" The figure in the distance smiled warmly and said, "I'm sorry, Yao Fei." Before he finished speaking, endless hatred appeared in Yao Fei's eyes again. Her aura suddenly soared, and countless wind blades flew out from the void around her, shooting towards the green figure like lightning. The person in the green robe was, of course, Yi Qinghan. Seeing the terrifying wind blades shooting towards him, Yi Qinghan felt like he was going to be sliced into 1,000 pieces. He hurriedly activated the fire god's heart and teleported away. The guilt on his face disappeared, and he pouted helplessly. "CK, we haven't seen each other for so long. I thought you would hug or kiss me to express your excitement. But the moment we meet, you start fighting again." Chapter 14:18. Yao Fei's eyes narrowed, and her face was filled with killing intent. She snorted angrily, "This Empress can't wait to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Divine World Arch, get out here. This Empress wants to fight you to the death." In the end, Yi Qinghan disappeared again. Yao Fei scanned the area with her divine sense and realized that he was nowhere to be seen. This gave her another scare. She quickly circled the area but found nothing. She hurriedly shouted, "Come out. What's the point of a man hiding? Come out. Most. I won't kill you. Godly World Emperor, you bastard. Get out here right now. Come out. I won't kill you and I won't seek revenge from you." However, no matter how much Yao Fei shouted, Yi Qinghan seemed to really disappear again. Just as Yao Fei was about to cry, Yi Qinghan's voice rang out again. "You really won't seek revenge from me?" Yao Fei's gaze suddenly swept into the distance. When she discovered that Yi Qinghan had appeared, her eyes filled with killing intent. She was about to attack. Yi Qinghan immediately waved his hand and said, "If you attack again, I'll really leave." "You?" Yao Fei stomped her foot in anger and turned around, ignoring Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan walked over leisurely with a mocking smile on his face. He looked at Yao Fei a few times before saying, "Don't resist. I'll bring you into the War Imperial Palace." Yao Fei looked at Yi Qinghan in astonishment. She felt the scene in front of her change, and she appeared in the bedroom of the War Imperial Palace. Yao Fei said in astonishment, "How did you enter the spatial divine item? This king tried many times to enter that godforsaken place, but I couldn't." Yi Qinghan smiled and said, "Hee, this is all thanks to your heavenly Tao. I comprehended the secrets of the land of reincarnation, and the restrictions there are ineffective against me. If I wanted to leave that place, I could easily do so. Anyway, Yao Fei, I owe you a favor for this." Yao Fei would not have been angry if he hadn't mentioned it. The moment he mentioned it, she flew into a rage. "You despicable human, how dare you cheat this queen of my supreme secret technique? Favor? What does this prince need your favor for? Why don't you kill him for this king? This way this king can openly return to my plane." "Poor?" Yi Qinghan choked with anger. His eyes turned and he said with a puzzled expression, "Do you Fey women have to be killed just because they're touched? What would you do if a Fey man touched it? Kill him too?" Yao Fei harumphed coldly and said, "Of course not. The men of our plane are very polite. Unless it's a wedding, they won't touch a woman's body. If they accidentally touch her, they must marry that woman." "Is that so?" Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment, then sighed helplessly and said, "This time, my strength has doubled again. With your cultivation speed, You won't be able to catch up to me even if you cultivate for several 100,000 years. Furthermore, my strength can continue to improve, so it's basically impossible for you to kill me. We can't be entangled like this forever, right? Don't you care about your people? What if your plane is defeated in the interdimensional war while you're gone? What if it's taken over by another plane? Yao Feier's eyes dimmed as if he had hit the nail on the head. Her tribe leader and 3 elders had been sacrificed for her, and 3 ninth-grade supremes had died in the war with the divine realm. If she participated in the interdimensional war, it was very likely that she would be defeated and then be taken over by another plane. How about this? How about this? Yi Qinghan frowned and thought for a moment. Then he said with great difficulty, "You can't kill me even if you want to. If you don't kill me, you won't have the face to go back. You can't ignore your people. On the other hand, since I was the one who took your chastity, I can't not take responsibility for you, right? How about I force myself to marry you so that you can explain yourself when you go back?" Yao Fei'er was confused by Yi Qinghan's tongue twister, but it sounded like it made sense. Then she suddenly came to her senses and her expression turned cold. She glared at him and shouted, "Scram, you still want to marry me? A toad like you wants to eat swan meat? I'd rather marry a demon than a despicable and shameless person like you." Yi Qinghan was speechless. He was a great emperor of the divine realm, and yet he was being called a toad by someone? One had to know that if he made a call in Flame Dragon City, there would probably be countless young ladies flying over like moths. How about this? Yao Feier's eyes suddenly lit up. "Didn't you say that you owed me a favor? Why don't you accompany me to the fairy plane? I'll consider this favor returned." Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and said, "You don't know how to go back yourself? I'll send you out of the land of reincarnation and tell you the direction. You can go back yourself. I still need to continue cultivating." Yao Fei'er said decisively, "Of course not. If you don't come with me, what if you hide and I can't find you after I break through? Why are you looking for me? To kill you, of course. All right. I'll accompany you to the fairy plane." In the end, Yi Qinghan compromised and brought Yao Fei'er out of the land of reincarnation. He then teleported out of the land of reincarnation and appeared outside the spatial whirlpool of the reincarnation mystic realm. Yi Qinghan looked at the divine realm in the distance and hesitated. He hadn't come out for tens of thousands of years, and the planar war had also passed for more than 1,000 years. Should he go back and take a look? "Let's go? What are you waiting for? You're faster than me, so you can fly with me." Yao Fei'er said unhappily when she saw Yi Qinghan standing there in a daze. "Wait a moment, I'll go ask about the situation in the divine realm." Yi Qinghan used his divine sense and smiled. He then teleported and appeared thousands of miles to the left. Yao Fei'er immediately used her divine sense and saw Yi Qinghan enter a flying device that looked like a large bird. A flying phoenix was slowly flying in the sky. This was something that had only appeared in the divine realm in the past 10,000 years. Because it was easy to make, Zhu Yi had the disciples of the Wind Moon Monarch create a batch of them after they returned to the divine realm. They were used to patrol the space around the divine realm and the realm of demons. Enemy attack. Greetings, Emperor. A 7th-grade war god was sitting leisurely in the front hall of the Flying Phoenix. He was startled by Yi Qinghan's sudden appearance and instinctively shouted. When he saw who it was, he immediately knelt down with an excited expression. "Rise." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and asked directly, "What's the situation in the divine realm?" The 7th-grade war god immediately replied respectfully, "Emperor, everything is fine in the divine realm. We achieved a great victory in the dimensional war. All the sovereigns have returned safely, and the Yi family's army did not suffer too many losses." "That's good. Send a message back and tell everyone to be at ease. I have already overcome the bottleneck and will return to Fiery Dragon City soon." This outcome was within Yi Qinghan's expectations. With Xiaohe around, there was no suspense in the dimensional war. He left with a few words and teleported away. The 7th-grade war god watched respectfully as Yi Qinghan teleported away. He then immediately gave the order to return to the divine realm and pass on the emperor's orders. The news that the divine decree had just been sent after the dimensional war in the divine realm did not spread. Zhu Yi and Xiaohe went to the land of reincarnation to look for Yi Qinghan. The rest of the people also blocked the news. Only 1,000 years had passed, and the divine realm had not started preparing for war. The 7th-grade war god naturally did not know. Yi Qinghan took it for granted that even if the divine realm was involved in the next dimensional war, it would be at least 100,000 years later. Thus, the misunderstanding was ingeniously created. Hundreds of millions of miles west of the reincarnation plane was the barren land that separated the realm of demons and the divine realm. Yi Qinghan knew that the barren land had a transfer array, so he did not return to the divine realm. Instead he brought Yao Fei, and flew toward the barren land. Chapter 14:19. Teleport, send us to the demonic plane. A few days later Yi Qinghan arrived at the barren lands. He threw Yao Fei into the War Emperor Palace. He did not want the news of him going to the divine realm with a beauty from another plane to spread. He scanned with his divine senses and easily found a transfer array in a dead plane without any life. The barren lands had very little spiritual energy and was not suitable for low-level life forms. However, it was not a problem for a team of Emperor God martial artists to take turns to station here. Greetings, Great Emperor. The team of martial artists guarding the transfer array was curious as to why the Emperor did not come from the transfer array but from the endless void. However, they did not hesitate and immediately activated the transfer array, watching as Yi Qinghan left. After teleporting to the demonic plane, Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine senses and found that there were more cities and more humans in the demonic plane. However, what puzzled Yi Qinghan was that there were no 9th grade supremes guarding the demonic plane. There was only one lower 9th grade supremes from the fire god race guarding Frost Night City, and he was still in seclusion. The plane battlefield was over. The beast god who was guarding here returned to the divine realm. Then the divine decree descended. Zhu Yi and Xiao He went to the land of reincarnation. The beast god was not in the mood to come here. All the 9th grade supremes were still in Flame Dragon City, waiting for news. Greetings, Emperor. Frost Night City was very lively. There were countless martial artists in the plaza. The guards were all Emperor God level and the leaders were a few supremes. Have there been any special circumstances recently? Yi Qinghan nodded indifferently and fixed his gaze on a venerable realm commander. Reporting to the Emperor, everything is fine. The venerable did not expect Yi Qinghan to speak to him and immediately replied with an excited expression. That's good. Teleport to the Dark Night Plane. Yi Qinghan didn't mind. After going to the Dark Night Plane he didn't stop there. He directly went to the Boundless Void, teleported Yao Fei out of the War Emperor Palace, and the two of them flew towards the Fei Plane. It didn't take long for Yi Qinghan's words to reach the God World. Then news of Yi Qinghan appearing in the demonic plane also reached the God World. The Beast God and the others were immediately relieved. The Beast God had also teleported to the demonic plane to oversee it. Yi Qinghan had said that he would be back soon, so everyone went about their duties and quietly waited for his return. The situation in the fairy plane was terrible. In the planar war the Fei plane had been defeated. They had been thoroughly defeated. Besides Yao Mu, Yao Concubine, and a small number of powerhouses that had returned, everyone else had perished. The monarch of the Fei race, Yao Fei, had gone to the divine world and never returned. Of the Fei race's 5 9th grade supreme masters, only 2 remained. More than half of their 9th grade martial artists had died. Most importantly, the Fei race learned that a very powerful plane south of their plane, the Bat Blood clan, had obtained the qualifications to attack their plane. The Bat Blood clan's plane wasn't as terrifying as the Divine World's plane. Any random person that came could suppress their plane. However, the Bat Blood clan had 7 or 8 9th grade supreme masters. They were far from what the current Fei plane could resist. Although more than 1,000 years had passed since the planar war, and the Bat Blood clan hadn't attacked yet, the Fei plane was even more depressed and panicked. Countless Fei were in a constant state of anxiety. They feared that one day a large group of ferocious and terrifying Bat Blood clan would descend from the sky and suck all the Fei's blood dry, swoosh. On this day, as expected, someone descended from the sky, scaring the Fei race powerhouses half to death. Then, when all the Fei clansmen saw a peerlessly beautiful figure, all the Fei powerhouses burst into tears and immediately flew into the sky as fast as they could. King. From the countless cities below, groups of Fei flew out. There were at least tens of thousands of them. These were all martial artists of the God Emperor realm. In the distance there were even more Fei flying towards them. Yao Fei revealed a sweet smile as she looked at the Fei powerhouses flying towards her. This was a smile that came from the depths of her heart. When combined with her beautiful face, it was an extremely beautiful sight. Even Yi Qinghan was stunned. King, you've finally returned. If you hadn't returned, our Fei race would have been finished. Yao Mu's eyes were filled with tears. He was incomparably excited, his entire body shaking. Yao Fei's eyes flashed with surprise. She looked around at everyone and asked, "Is there anyone else? What happened? Let's return to Royal City first." Then Yao Fei glared at Yi Qinghan. It was only then that the Fei powerhouses discovered Yi Qinghan's existence. They looked at him with vigilance, their eyes filled with hostility. Come with me. Yao Mu and Yao Concubine will also follow. Everyone else disperse first. Yao Fei said to Yi Qinghan. Then she flew towards a large city in the north. Although Yao Mu and Yao Concubine were a bit puzzled, they didn't ask any questions. Yi Qinghan awkwardly rubbed his nose. Since he had promised Yao Fei he couldn't just leave. Instead he flew towards the north. What? As Yao Fei listened to Yao Mu's story, her face turned cold and filled with guilt. She glared at Yi Qinghan and angrily said, "It's all your fault." "How is it my fault again? What does this have to do with me?" Yi Qinghan said innocently. But he was actually cursing in his heart. If you weren't so stubborn as to guard the Fei Plain, how could we have lost the planar wars? It's all your fault. Yao Fei viciously said to Yi Qinghan. If it weren't for you, how could I have left the Fei Plain? How could I have lost the planar wars? How could the Fei Plain have fallen to such a state? F***. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and simply ignored her. Yao Fei's cold eyes turned and she said tyrannically, "No, you have to help our plane survive this crisis. The Bat Blood Tribe's plane is about to attack our plane. You have to help us defend it. Survive this crisis." Yao Mu and Yao Concubine's eyes lit up. They had personally experienced Yi Qinghan's strength. If Yi Qinghan and Yao Fei were here, no matter how many Bat Blood Tribe members came, the two of them could easily kill them. As long as they killed the powerful Bat Blood Tribe members, the Fei Plain would be completely safe. I don't have time. I still need to cultivate. Yi Qinghan directly refused. He didn't have time to spare. Cultivate? You can cultivate here too. Although Yao Fei and Yi Qinghan did not know each other well, she knew that he was a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Her expression changed and she said with some resentment, "As long as you help our plane survive this crisis, our grudges will be written off. I will never seek revenge from you again." Yao Fei panicked when she saw Yi Qinghan's hesitation. The Bat Realm was said to have 7 or 8 ninth-grade supreme martial artists. Who knew if there were existences that surpassed 9th-grade supreme martial artists or how many supreme spiritual treasures they had? Although she was confident in her strength, if she lost, the Fei Plain would be destroyed. She didn't dare to take the risk. After a moment of silence, Yao Fei looked shyly at Yi Qinghan and said telepathically, "At most, I will agree to your request. However, you must protect the Fei Plain in the future." "What request?" Yi Qinghan asked in a daze. Yao Fei became even more shy. She looked shyly at Yi Qinghan, lowered her head and said telepathically, "You said you will be responsible for me." *CK. I'm just joking, don't take it seriously. Sai, I'm afraid of you. I will cultivate here. Once the Bat Blood Tribe's attack is over, I will return. We will mind our own business in the future. Yi Qinghan thought of Yao Fei's pestering all these years and thought for a moment. There was nothing to do in the Divine Realm anyway. Cultivating anywhere was the same. He said to Yao Fei, "Send a message to the Divine Realm. Tell them that I have been cultivating here for tens of thousands of years. After helping you through this crisis, I will return. Tell them to send someone to the Fei Plain to look for me immediately if anything happens." Yao Fei was relieved. She immediately sent Yao Mu and Yao Concubine to make the arrangements. "Yao Mu, why do I feel that the relationship between the king and the Divine Realm's emperor is somewhat ambiguous?" "I can see that too. Sai, let's not worry about that for now. It's good that the king can return. With the Divine Realm's emperor's help, our plane will not have to fear the Bat Blood Tribe anymore." Yao Mu and Yao Concubine left Yao Fei's palace and started whispering to each other. Yao Concubine nodded after hearing Yao Mu's words. She walked out and said, "I will arrange for my people to send a message to the Divine Realm." "Don't send a message." Yao Mu quickly pulled Yao Concubine out and sent a telepathic message. Yao Concubine's eyes widened. She sent a telepathic message back. "Why?" Yao Mu's eyes revealed a cunning look. He sent a telepathic message back. "If the Divine Realm knows that their emperor will be staying here for tens of thousands of years, what if they send someone to call him back? The Divine Realm's emperor asked us to send a message. This means that the Divine Realm does not know that he is here. After the Bat Blood Tribe attacks, we will send someone to send a message." Yao Concubine's eyes lit up. She exchanged a glance with Yao Mu, and the two laughed sinisterly. Chapter 1420. Yi Qinghan didn't know that Yao Mu had made the decision on his own. He also didn't know that all the experts in the god world were waiting for his return, and that Zhu Yi and Xiao He were still searching for him in the land of reincarnation. Yi Qinghan ignored Yao Fei and entered the War Imperial Hall to cultivate. After Yao Fei finished arranging things, she also wanted to enter the War Imperial Hall to cultivate with him. She said that she wanted to keep an eye on Yi Qinghan and was afraid that he would sneak away. Yi Qinghan threw her into the palace helplessly and entered the stone steel hall to cultivate. Yi Qinghan had stayed in the land of reincarnation for a long time, and with Yao Fei's supreme Dao secret art, he had comprehended the Dao of nature. He built a land of reincarnation inside the Frost Realm, which automatically adjusted the Frost Realm. The Frost Realm started to evolve again, and the speed of its evolution was even faster. The most important thing was that the power of cold had changed color again. It was originally green, but after Yi Qinghan condensed the spatial vortex, it became light green. At this moment, the color of the power of cold had become lighter, but its power had increased. Since the Frost Realm continued to evolve, Yi Qinghan relaxed and started to comprehend the laws. There were also the laws of wood and fire. He could easily comprehend them, so of course he had to do it immediately. I'll comprehend the mysteries of the laws of wood first. After comprehending the ultimate mysteries of wood and fire, my laws will reach the 9th grade supreme level. I wonder if my strength will change again? Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the 5 basic elemental laws. They were the most basic elements that formed the world. There were also countless special mysteries of the wind element, such as Yu Qingqing's divine sound. They were all derived from these 5 elemental laws. In ancient China, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the 5 elements. They reinforced and restrained each other, forming a cycle of reincarnation. Yi Qinghan guessed that after comprehending these 5 elemental laws, there would definitely be a surprise waiting for him. After clearing his mind of distracting thoughts, Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He locked onto a high-level mystery of the laws of wood and started to comprehend it. Yao Fei also continued her seclusion to comprehend her unparalleled heavenly Dao secret art. The Bat Blood tribe's attack was imminent, and she wanted to increase her strength as much as possible. She had told Yao Mu and Yao Concubine to inform them as soon as the Blood Bat clan attacked. It was easy to inform them. As long as they casually threw a punch in her palace, the 2 of them would immediately be shaken out. However, to Yi Qinghan and Yao Fei's surprise, and to the countless Fei powerhouses' bewilderment, even after 800 years had passed, the Bat dimension still hadn't appeared. Since the Bat Blood clan did not appear, Yao Mu and Yao Concubine naturally did not disturb their cultivation. The 2 of them were immersed in their cultivation and lost track of time. Yi Qinghan didn't mind. He believed that the God Realm was not a big deal. Even if the next planar war broke out, the God Realm would have a part in it, but that would be 100,000 years later. What Yao Mu and Yao Concubine didn't know was that the Bat clan didn't have the time to attack the Fairy Plane. They had won the last planar war, and now the experts of the Blood Bat tribe had received the divine decree that they had to participate in the next planar war. How would they dare to attack and exhaust the experts of their own plane? Of course, something big happened in the God Realm. Zhu Yi and Xiao He returned a year before the planar war, looking dispirited. The experts of the God Realm also realized that Yi Qinghan had said that he would be back soon, but now 8,000 years had passed, and he still hadn't returned. After Zhu Yi returned to the God Realm, she heard the news that Yi Qinghan had sent back and learned that he had appeared in the demon plane. She couldn't help but glare at the experts in annoyance. If she was here, she would definitely contact Yi Qinghan immediately. However, there were so many experts in the God Realm, but no one contacted Yi Qinghan. It wasn't that no one thought of looking for Yi Qinghan, but everyone guessed that Yi Qinghan had gone to the Fairy Plane. The Fairy Plane and the God Realm were enemies. Yi Qinghan, Xiao He, and Zhu Yi weren't here, so no one dared to give the order. If it caused a war between the Fairy Plane and the God Realm, no one could bear the consequences. Although Zhu Yi was helpless, she knew that it was too late to say anything now. She could only force herself to pull herself together and start making arrangements for the planar war. In fact, everyone knew that even if Yi Qinghan was in the God Realm, he wouldn't participate in the war. However, everyone felt that with Yi Qinghan around they would feel more at ease. Zhu Yi decided to participate in the planar war with the same people as before. She also asked the Beast God to immediately send people to look for Yi Qinghan and tell Yi Qinghan everything about the God Realm and the planar war. Xiao He and Zhu Yi led a group of experts and 1,000,000 Yi family soldiers to the planar war. They were going to participate in a war with an unknown outcome. The Beast God went to the Fiend Plane to oversee it. He immediately sent a message to Emperor Xiang to bring people to the Fairy Plane and contact Yi Qinghan, Emperor Xiang was very unwilling. Although the fairy plane had been beaten into submission by the god realm, he rashly entered the fairy plane. But if he rashly entered the fairy plane and was killed by someone, that would be King Hell. But he didn't dare disobey the beast god's order. In addition, he guessed that Yi Qinghan had teleported from the fiend plane to the night plane and then to the endless void. It was very likely that he had gone to the fairy plane. He had an ambiguous relationship with the ruler of the fairy race. Emperor Xiang led a group of subordinates, riding on a flying phoenix, and slowly flew toward the fairy plane. The flying phoenix was extremely slow. It took them more than 30 years to reach the fairy plane. As a result, they were discovered as soon as they flew into the fairy plane. The spies of the fairy race discovered that they were visitors from the god realm. They were not here to cause trouble but to look for their emperor. They immediately reported it. When Yao Mu and Yao Concubine received the news, Yao Concubine immediately gave Yao Mu a thumbs up. Then the two of them played a trick of crossing the sea by deception. What? The emperor is not in the fairy plane? He has never appeared? Emperor Xiang's face was full of disbelief. He looked at the two ninth-grade supreme martial artists of the fairy race and asked suspiciously, "Are you sure you are not lying to me? What do we get from lying to you? Our king is still in your god world. Do you know how our king is now?" Yao Mu lied with his eyes wide open, his face serious. Emperor Xiang was confused. "Your emperor? I'm not sure. Is our emperor really not in your plane?" "I said he's not. Do you have anything else? If not, leave our plane." Yao Concubine's face was full of hostility. The aura of a ninth-grade supreme martial artist made Emperor Xiang feel suffocated. Emperor Xiang went back gloomily. If Yi Qinghan was not in the fairy plane, where would he be? Yao Mu and Yao Concubine returned to the fairy plane with evil smiles. They only cared about getting through the crisis in the fairy plane. Why would they care about the life and death of the god realm? The news that Emperor Xiang sent back made Beast God dizzy. If not for the fact that Yi Qinghan was so powerful, if not for the fact that Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip was safe and sound in sealed God Valley, Beast God would have gone berserk. In the plain battlefield, Xiao He and Ice Queen Zhu Yi had already gone berserk. Just as they entered the plain battlefield, before they entered Demon Mountain, they received Pan Xing's voice transmission. The rules of the planar war had changed once again. The existences that won the last planar war had to obtain 5 million points in this planar war to be considered victorious. Zhu Yi, Xiao He and Ice Queen, the three of them flew around Demon Mountain crazily. They wanted to get enough points in these 90 years. Demon Mountain went berserk too. Pan Xing changed the rules of the plane war once more. Numerous people curse it. They won the last plane war. Moreover, the 22 planes that participated were furious. But what could they do? Pan Xing was supreme. No one could challenge him. No one dared to go against his orders. The outcome of going against him was death. In the plane war, because of Pan Xing's obsession, numerous planes went berserk. Demon Mountain was filled with a bloody storm. Chapter 1421. Why are there so few martial artists in Demon Mountain this time? Damn, 5 million points, where are we going to get them? Within a tunnel within Demon Mountain, Xiao He hollered in rage. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen behind him had helpless expressions on their faces. 60 years had passed and they had only gotten 2 million points. This was even after the three of them went on a frenzied killing spree. Numerous armies probably knew that Demon Mountain was really crazy. The planes that won last time would definitely kill each other in Demon Mountain. Since they could win last time, then they were basically all strong planes. Those weaker planes would just be asking to die if they entered, so who would be willing to enter? There is a colored tunnel ahead. God bless me, let's hope that there is an army outside. Xiao He dashed and his eyes lit up. He twisted in the air and made a perfect arc in front of him, entering a tunnel on the left. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen's faces were filled with joy as they flew over like lightning. There were many passageways with different colors in Demon Mountain, but not every passageway had an army stationed outside it. For example, if God World didn't join in the battle, the outside would be empty with no one at all. Demon Mountain's tunnels intersected with one another and it was tough to find one with colors. If one did, it would depend on luck. Our luck is not bad. However, there are too few martial artists in this plane. Xiao He dashed out excitedly. When he saw the sky full of foreign cultivators, joy appeared on his face. He then swept with his divine sense and felt a little helpless. The strange plane outside was a strange beast that had never been seen before. It had countless legs, but they were like tree roots, intertwined and extending into the ground. Its body was like a bamboo pole and it was dozens of meters tall. It It was covered in dried bark and it had a lot of eyes, dozens of pairs and countless arms. It looked like an ancient tree or rather a tree demon. Emperor Xiaohe stopped complaining and attack. There are hundreds of thousands of points here. After Zhu Yi and Ice Queen followed out, although they were a little disappointed, it was rare for them to find an army. They were considered lucky. The three of them weren't prepared to let any foreign beings escape. They turned into three shadows and flew in three different directions. Chi-chi. As soon as Xiaohe and the others moved, the army of tree demons in the distance also moved. Countless large hands turned into vines that filled the sky and shot toward the three of them. They were not fast, but they had the advantage in numbers. Countless vines covered the sky in an instant, including the three of them. The vines emitted a green stream of air, and a terrifying aura came from within. He cultivates the wood element, the power of wood? Zhu Yi sneered and sent out her 1,000-layer wave. However, the 1,000-layer wave didn't go forward. Instead, it started to spin in the air, forming a huge vortex that sucked in the vine arms. The vine arms were immediately torn apart as soon as they were sucked in. Ice Queen was really relaxed. She waved her hand and rows of ice arrows shot out. The vine arms in front of her were all shattered and not a single vine arm could touch her body. Xiaohe, on the other hand, was incomparably terrifying. He did not move at all and simply flew forward. Those vine arms easily wrapped around his body. However, any vine that touched his body would be corroded. No matter how many came, they would all be corroded. It was like they weren't here to attack him but to give him energy. The two of them broke through the vine arms' encirclement. Zhu Yi went left, Ice Queen went right, and Xiaohe was in the middle. The three of them flew above the army and formed a triangular formation. After confirming that their aura could cover the army below and that not a single tree demon could escape, they attacked. 2 Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artists and 1 exceeding Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artists' aura was like 3 mountains pressing down on them. The vine arms that shot towards the three of them were instantly pressed down. Numerous tree demons were bent down from the pressure. Chi-chi, hundreds of thousands of low-grade tree demons couldn't move, but there were still several vines that resisted the pressure and shot towards Xiaohe. Xiaohe laughed coldly. He wasn't afraid at all. His body turned into a gust of wind and covered the area below. Kill. Zhu Yi hollered and started to attack along with Ice Queen. They needed large amounts of points, so they didn't want to wait for Xiaohe to attack alone. The faster they got points, the safer they would be. Zhu Yi, Ice Queen, don't attack. Xiaohe hollered right away. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen stopped and looked towards Xiaohe curiously. Xiaohe's excited voice spread out from within the wind. This tree demon has such strong life energy. One tree demon is comparable to a Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist in terms of life energy. Waka-ka. I wonder if this Emperor Xiaohe can evolve again after devouring all of these tree demons. Evolve? Zhu Yi and Ice Queen's eyes lit up at the same time. Yi Qinghan and the two of them deduced that Xiaohe could evolve once more. But after swallowing so many experts, so many Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artists, they didn't feel any signs of evolution. If this tree demon really had such a huge amount of life energy, there was a chance that it could evolve. What was Xiaohe's current strength? He was someone exceeding Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist. When he evolved, how strong would his strength be? Zhu Yi and Ice Queen didn't dare to imagine. But even if they couldn't go up against Pan Xing, they could at least exchange a few blows or make him worry, right? Zhu Yi and Ice Queen retracted their attacks and stood in midair aggressively to ensure that none of the tree demons could escape. Of course, the tree demons couldn't escape. Not to mention the two of them covering them, even Xiaohe's aura made it hard for them to move. There weren't many experts in the tree demon army. Who knew if they were killed in Demon Mountain 60 years ago? But there was only one Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist. Xiaohe didn't bother about the low-grade tree demons. He covered the Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist tree demon and started to fight with it. It was obvious that the tree demon couldn't hurt Xiaohe and could only wait to be swallowed. What surprised Zhu Yi and Ice Queen was that the Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist tree demon was too strong or its life energy was too strong. Xiaohe swallowed it really slowly. He had swallowed for half a month and he had only swallowed a small portion. Although Zhu Yi and Ice Queen were anxious for Xiaohe to evolve, the two of them could only wait patiently. 1 month, 3 months, 1 year. A year later, Xiaohe finally swallowed the Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist tree demon. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that the other low-grade tree demons would be easy to swallow, right? Who knew? What shocked them was that those low-level tree demons were also very difficult to swallow. Little Black originally wanted to cover a group of low-level tree demons in a large area, but he found that it was extremely difficult to swallow. In the end, he was forced to swallow dozens of them. Ice Queen sent a voice transmission to Zhu Yi worriedly. Queen Zhu Yi, if we continue like this, won't it take 10 to 20 years? We only have a little more than 3 million points here. What should we do with 1 million points? When the final battle begins, points will be hard to come by. Unless we go to Blood Desert. Zhu Yi looked at Xiao He and sent a voice transmission to him with a firm gaze. There is no choice. Xiao He's evolution is the most important thing. We will think of a way to get points in the future. If not, we will just kill the army outside of Blood Desert. Chapter 1422. Ice Queen was right. When Xiao He swallowed the last tree monster, 20 years had passed. There were still a few more years and he was still lacking 1 million points. Unless they could find another big plane within these 7 or 8 years and annihilate their entire army. If not, he wouldn't be able to reach 5 million. Find an army within 7 to 8 years? Was that possible? It was possible. That depended on luck. If one was heaven-defying, they might be able to find one in 1 to 2 years. If they were unlucky, they might not even find one in 100 years. Xiao He, how do you feel? Can you evolve? Zhu Yi didn't care about that. She stared at Xiao He with a burning gaze. If Xiao He could evolve, not to mention the plane war, even the god world would have the confidence to fight Pan Xing. What was there to be afraid of? Yes. Xiao He's eyes were terrifyingly bright. He nodded his head and his face was filled with joy. He said with certainty, I can feel that I am about to evolve. The life energy of these tree monsters is too strong. Wow. I feel that as long as it swallows the life force of 10 ninth grade supreme martial artists, it will evolve. Ultimate evolution. I wonder what level my strength will reach after the evolution? Zhu Yi and Ice Queen's bodies shook. They exchanged glances with one another and laughed. Like two blooming flowers, they were extremely beautiful. Each time Xiao He evolved, he would have a vague feeling. As long as he sensed it, he would definitely be able to evolve. Let's go. Zhu Yi waved her hands and dashed into Demon Mountain. Ice Queen and Xiao He followed right away. 10 supreme level experts. It didn't mean that they had to swallow them. Swallowing an army, 1 million martial artists, several grade 9 martial artists and 1 or 2 grade 9 supreme martial artists was barely enough. So their goal was to find an army. That way not only could Xiao He evolve, but he might be able to accumulate points too. However, this time the Supreme God Emperor didn't protect them. Until the battle started, the three of them only met a few small groups. They didn't even meet a single grade 9 martial artist. When the white light covered the three of them, Zhu Yi's eyes were filled with determination. He had to make Xiao He evolve at all costs. In the battlefield of the decisive battle, the millions of Yi family soldiers stood silently at the stronghold in the immortal realm. Kid and the others were originally listless, but when they saw Xiao He and Zhu Yi's backs, they immediately became excited. After being stuck outside the Devil Mountain for 90 years, he could finally move his hands and feet. Attack. Search for the Planar Legion and start a war. Scout teams scout the area and search for the Planar Legion. Zhu Yi's first sentence jolted everyone's spirits and made everyone slightly nervous. Were they finally going to fight? It seemed that Great Emperor Xiao He and the two queens did not have enough points. How many points did they need? Countless scout squads began to spread out, searching for the Otherworld Legion. This time, Pan Xing didn't give any strange orders, like all the planes had to go to a decisive battle or something. This made Zhu Yi and the others feel slightly relieved. In fact, Pan Xing wasn't interested in the other 78 planes. Anyway, these 22 planes legions didn't have 5 million points. They had to fight everywhere for the final battle. Of the 22 planes, only a few of the more powerful planes still retained a lot of power. He didn't believe that when the planes legions were about to be annihilated, that hidden powerhouse wouldn't make a move. In the battlefield of the decisive battle, countless planes legions began to move. Because these 22 planes legions were fighting crazily in the Devil Mountain, countless planes legions didn't dare to enter the Devil Mountain, and the points they had were far from enough. Now that the decisive battle had begun, unless they surrendered and were willing to be defeated, they could only wander around and search for weaker planes legions to kill and gain points. Reporting to Great Emperor Xiao He, Commander-in-Chief Lords, there's news coming from 1,000,000 miles to the right. There are 2 planes legions fighting. One side is the Minotaur Legion, the other side is the alien monsters. Both sides have 9th grade supreme martial artists, millions of people, and their specific strength is unknown. The Immortal Realm legions were marching silently. The captain of the scout team flew over from afar, knelt on one knee in front of Xiao He and Zhu Yi, and reported the latest battle report. Zhu Yi immediately ordered, "Stop the march and send a message for all scouts to head to that location. Investigate the situation at all costs. Jita and the others were slightly shocked. These scout teams were at least 6th grade war gods, or they were especially fast. In order to train these scout teams, Lei Jin had expended a lot of energy and effort. With Zhu Yi's order, it was likely that not even half of the thousands of scouts would return alive. Zhu Yi's expression didn't change at all. Xiaohei was careless and didn't understand at all. The captain of the scout team bowed deeply and immediately turned into a shadow, disappearing into the dense white fog in front of them. All troops, get into a defensive formation and prepare for battle. Fei Hu, Mei Er, Great Emperor Xiaohei, the 4 of us will stand at the 4 corners of the Plains Legion and use our divine senses to the limit to prevent the Plains Legion from launching a sneak attack. Zhu Yi ordered again. Xiaohei twitched his mouth. Although he thought that Zhu Yi was making a big fuss out of nothing, he still followed her orders. The 4 of them spread out to the 4 corners of the Plains Legion and started to investigate. 2 hours passed and the scout team still hadn't sent back any news. They were probably using their lives to exchange for valuable information. Zhu Yi didn't give the order, so no one moved. However, Xiaohei and Yi Feihu didn't think much of it. They didn't pay much attention to the investigation with their divine senses. Even the Ice Queen thought that with Xiaohei around, even if someone launched a sneak attack, it would be suicide. Enemy attack. Everyone rise. Unexpectedly, after an hour, Zhu Yi's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes suddenly shot toward the ground where the Yi family legion was. Everyone was shocked by Zhu Yi's shout, but they all stood there blankly. There was nothing strange in the surroundings. Where did the enemy come from? In the next second, the answer was revealed. Chi. Beneath the ground, numerous yellow shadows flew out. They opened their vicious mouths and started to attack the million Yi family legion. Their dark green eyes caused Xiaohei's hair to stand on their ends. Ah! What monster is that? Kill! Numerous Yi family legion soldiers were caught off guard and half of their bodies were ripped apart by the terrifying monster. Numerous god crystals floated out. Tens of thousands of people actually died in one move. The remaining Yi family legion soldiers all attacked in terror. It was a total mess. Those are subterranean beasts. All of you spread out and rise into the sky. Don't tangle with them. Queen, slow down. Emperor Xiaohei, attack. What Zhu Yi was worried about had happened. The monster that hadn't appeared in the few planar wars had finally appeared. When everyone heard the words subterranean beast, their bodies shook. They didn't bother about attacking and hurriedly spread out into the sky. However, there were still some warriors who were entangled by the subterranean beasts and were unable to break free. The Ice Queen immediately summoned the wind and clouds, causing snow to fall from the sky. Xiaohei also attacked furiously. Subterranean beasts were the scariest of low-level warriors in the planar wars. Subterranean beasts were not only famous in the immortal realm, but also in the entire overland realm. Subterranean beasts cultivated the laws of Earth. They could move freely underground. Even a 9th grade supreme being would not be able to detect them if they didn't search the ground. Their bodies contained the power of Earth. Their defense was the strongest in the entire overland realm. The most terrifying thing was, these subterranean beasts were not focused on a single plane. Once they did, they would not rest until most of the warriors in the army were killed, or half of their own army was killed. Report. Of the 2 armies that were fighting, the Tauran army was defeated and was fleeing in our direction. The alien army was chasing after them. They will arrive in a moment. When it rains, it pours. At this moment, the scout team's report finally arrived. The results made Zhu Yi and all the other powerhouses' expressions change. Chapter 1423. Haha, let's see how you can hide it now. I don't believe it. When all the powerhouses and martial artists in your dimension are dead, can you still hide your strength? Fight. Kill to your heart's content. Ah. At the peak of Mount Pan, Pan Xing's gaze swept across the area below. His face was filled with a cruel smile that was unbridled. If someone stood at the peak of Mount Pan right now, if there was no white fog in the battlefield of the decisive battle below, and if they could see the situation below clearly from above, they would realize something amazing. Almost at the same time, the 22 planes that were suspected by Pan Xing were currently being besieged by 2 or more than 2 legions. For example, the immortal realm was currently in a chaotic battle with 3 armies. This, of course, was not a coincidence. This was deliberately arranged by Pan Xing. Pan Xing controlled the restrictions in the dimension battlefield, and could easily guide 2 dimensions to meet. Of course, he could also easily cause a few dimensions to meet, and then a chaotic battle would break out. Pan Xing had become smart. He could not force everyone to go to the bloody Gobi Desert to participate in the decisive battle. Now that he had secretly done something, he could cause these 22 armies to fall into a chaotic battle. Even Pan Xing himself felt that he was extremely smart. Zhu Yi was 100 times smarter than Pan Xing, but at this moment she wished that her brain could work 100 times faster. She did not make a move. She stood calmly in midair, giving orders quickly. All members of the Yi family army are not to tangle with the subterranean beasts. Retreat 100 miles to the left. Remember not to land. Just repel the subterranean beasts' attacks. Don't tangle with them. Freeze the subterranean beasts with all your might. Don't let them delay the army. Otherwise, when the xenomorphs and the minotaurs arrive, we'll fall into a chaotic battle. Yi Feihu, bring all the rank 9 powerhouses to stop the minotaurs. See if you can make them change their direction. If you can't, delay them. There were still tens of thousands of martial artists underground fighting with the subterranean beasts, or rather trying their best to get rid of the subterranean beasts. Xiao He was worried about the Yi family army below, so he did not dare to release his aura. Otherwise, those tens of thousands of people would all be attacked and killed by the subterranean beasts underground. He could only angrily turn into a gust of wind that swept down and devoured a portion of the subterranean beasts. These subterranean beasts resembled crocodiles. However, they had 6 claws and were covered in earthy yellow scales. A faint yellow glow circulated on their surface. Even if a 7th-grade war god were to attack them with all his might, they would not be harmed in the slightest unless a venerable utilized his origin energy. The most important thing was that their speed was extremely fast and they weren't afraid of death at all. They drilled into the ground in silence, and even divine senses couldn't detect them. It suddenly jumped out and used its claws and sharp teeth to bite. Both its claws and teeth were covered in a khaki-colored aura. It was incomparably powerful. Most of the Yi family army retreated, but the speed at which they did so was very slow. That was because countless subterranean beasts were constantly emerging from the ground and flying into the air to attack the Yi family army. After each attack, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they would immediately burrow into the ground and disappear without a trace. Your Majesty, we can't hold on any longer. The Minotaurs have gone mad. Yi Feihu brought the water god tribe and Jida with him. Not long after they left, the Yi family army had only retreated for a few dozen miles before they all returned dejectedly. 7 of them had left, but only 6 had returned. The weakest among them, the leader of the Qingshan tribe, Green Cod, had died in battle. Just as Yi Feihu finished speaking, countless minotaurs with 2-legged lower bodies and upper bodies that were no different from a bull rushed over in a grandiose manner. All of their eyes were blood red, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. The 4 minotaurs at the very front were the most imposing. They had 2 horns that were hundreds of meters long on their heads, and the destructive power that surrounded them made one's heart palpitate. The ones behind them were aberrations. Their bodies were incorporeal and they resembled balls of bubbles. There were countless eyes on them and they constantly shot out beams of dark light. It was obvious that their attacks were soul attacks. Emperor Xiaohe, ignore the people below. Suppress the minotaurs with all your might. Yi family army, heed my orders. Fight for yourselves. Prioritize self-preservation and don't seek to kill the enemy. Surviving this battle will be considered a victory. All rank 9s, gather around me. Prioritize defense. Emperor Xiaohe, devour with all your might. The faster you kill the enemy, the higher our chances of survival. It's all up to you now. A chaotic battle was unavoidable. Zhu Yi could only issue a few orders in the shortest amount of time possible. Countless people would definitely die in this chaotic battle, but Zhu Yi hardened her heart and did not give the order to retreat. This was because the subterranean beasts would not let the divine realm off. Casualties were inevitable. Most importantly, the divine realm needed to win and Xiaohe needed to evolve. If that was the case, then they would fight with all their might. The Minotaurs arrived in a grandiose manner. They were obstructed by the divine realm army and the subterranean beasts army. The Minotaurs seemed to have gone crazy from the slaughter, and they began to attack the divine realm army and the subterranean beasts in a frenzy. The aberrations behind them caught up, and it became a chaotic battle. Blood sprayed wildly. Severed limbs flew in the air, divine crystals floated in the air, and badges were scattered all over the ground, mingling with the blood. Angry roars, wails of pain, explosions, and the sound of the wind intertwined together, playing a bone-chilling melody. The divine realm army stayed close together, focusing on self-preservation. However, faced with the attacks of the subterranean beasts and minotaurs, as well as the aberrations behind them, they still suffered many casualties. Zhu Yi, the Ice Queen Yi Feihu, and a group of rank 9 powerhouses worked together, easily sweeping through the enemy. However, the more they did so, the stronger the attacks they suffered. Xiao He was the most relaxed. Zhu Yi's ruthlessness allowed him to ignore the Divine Realm army's losses and focus on killing the enemy. He transformed into a blue dragon and charged into the enemy army furiously. Apart from the 4 rank 9 supreme martial artists that made him slightly wary, the rest of the attacks from the Minotaurs were completely ignored. He ignored the Aberration Soul attacks even more. Looking at the martial artists from other dimensions that covered the mountains and plains, it was as if Xiao He saw endless energy. As long as he could devour half of these martial artists from other dimensions, it would be enough for him to evolve. The war continued. Countless lives were lost. Toward the end, Zhu Yi and the others' eyes were bloodshot. A group of rank 9 martial artists started attacking the Minotaur's rank 9 supreme martial artists. The Yi family army was the most depressed. The subterranean beasts chased after them. The Minotaurs and aberrations attacked them, but they ignored them completely. They had to face the subterranean beast sneak attacks, the crazy Minotaurs, and the aberration soul attacks. The Yi family army was dying in droves. 1,000,000 Yi family soldiers had only fought for a few hours, and more than half of them were dead. But what could they do? In this situation they could only fight to the death. Fight to the death with all their might. It was either you die or I live. In the end, the Yi family army's eyes were bloodshot, and they started fighting crazily. Divine power, spatial power, earth power, destruction power, and soul power rampaged in the air, on the ground and underground. More and more lives were lost. The smell of blood in the air thickened. The martial artists in the field became crazier and crazier. After an unknown period of time, the aberrations were the first to retreat. Other than the 2 rank 9 supreme martial artists, the rest of the Minotaurs were all dead. The subterranean beasts finally retreated as well. Only countless Divine Realm martial artists with bloodshot eyes were left on the field. Xiao He's frenzied devouring and massacre had allowed the Divine Realm to win the final victory. It was a pity that several rank 9 martial artists had died. Zhu Yi and the other 2 rank 9 supreme martial artists were the strongest, so they were fine. Kid was half dead and had already fainted. The 3 members of the Water God clan were all dead. The Wind Moon Sovereign was dead. Among the 1,000,000 Yi family soldiers, only less than 100,000 survived. Moreover, all of them were injured. Zhu Yi looked at the dead bodies all over the ground, at the tens of thousands of Yi family soldiers, and at the eyes of the Wind Moon Sovereign who had died with his eyes wide open. She wiped the blood from the corner of her eyes and sat on the ground weakly. Her face was filled with guilt and pain as she muttered, "Emperor Yi has disappointed you,